in Buenos días mi gente, desde aquí, desde Bogotá, Colombia. Bueno, seguimos en este segundo día de la conferencia internacional de la Asociación XRCOL, Tecnologías Inmersivas, Realidad Virtual, Realidad Aumentada. ¿Qué creen que ven aquí? Estoy viendo la realidad virtual a través de este tipo de gafas. Así que gracias por acompañarnos. Es un placer estar con ustedes. Como todo, ahí estamos organizando, corriendo, pero tenemos unos participantes súper chéveres, divertidos, interesantes. Tenemos a Eric Posma de Inteligencia Artificial, es una revolución de la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos a Gina Paola, nos va a hablar un poco sobre experiencias autónomas en aprendizaje. Tenemos a Andrés Burbano con Canvar, Arte y Ciencia. Este man es muy chévere. Tenemos a Irena Chocolabokova. Entonces, como la parte legal de la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos a Sindey con tecnologías inmersivas, con educación inclusive. Vamos a tener también a Juan Manuel Escobar, va a ser increíble. Y hacia las 11:30, 12, vamos a tener el speed dating, que nos va a permitir conocernos un poco más, porque va a haber conversación uno a uno, va a ser súper divertido. Luego viene Lisa Rombaut con la voz Ilusiones Virtuales, va a ser genial. Y por último, Alexandra Sierra con su tesis de Justin Bieber, que es increíble esta experiencia en realidad virtual, pues porque les permite entender un poco la asociación entre qué siente o cómo sentirían los animales. Entonces, es súper interesante. Después viene Johnny Sierra, de Arquitectura en Realidad Virtual. Y luego viene Daniel Rojas Roa, encantado, un gusto conocerlos. Pues yo voy a hablar sobre Artec, un movimiento artístico interactivo, así que no se lo pierdan. Y luego viene Aura, con inteligencia artificial, realidad aumentada, realidad mixta, una dura, una colombiana. Y al final ya tendremos nuestro artista de cierre para que ustedes no se lo pierdan. Así que vamos a ello. Esta vez, hoy, por ejemplo, no vamos a tener el salto de salones como teníamos ayer. Vamos a estar transmitiendo una sola vez, así que quizás solo me vean por esta vez. Así que tómenme la foto. Listo. Bueno, entonces voy a pedir pizza para que nos dejen entrar. Listo, un momentico. Listo, entonces nos vamos a ir en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 y 0. Ahí estamos. Y ahora, chao. Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here. Gracias a todos por conectarse a través de YouTube, Facebook. Estamos aquí con la profe Alexandra, la profe Cine y el profe Juan Manuel. ¿Cómo van todos estos en esta mañana?
Very good. Welcome to ETSAR Colombia Netherlands 2020 conference. It's our second day, November 19, 2020.
Muy bien. Bueno, y Juan, ¿cómo amaneció? ¿Qué tal ese ritmo de En Voz de Anoche?
Muy bien, muy bien. Bienvenidos todos a este segundo día de ETSAR Colombia y Netherlands 2020. Hoy vamos a tener una gran cantidad de invitados nacionales e internacionales, entonces estén conectados tanto en YouTube como en Facebook.
Sí es. Y Cindy, ¿tú cómo amaneciste hoy?
Cindy.
¿Cindy?
No amanecido.
No amanecido. Bueno, no importa. Seguimos entonces. Te dejo a ti, Alex.
Okay, welcome everyone to the second day of Colombia It's our Colombia Netherlands 2020 launching day. And then we show what is our presentation of today. It's our first international conference on immersive technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and artificial intelligence 2020.
Hola a todos, bienvenidos a nuestro segundo día del Congreso Internacional. Esperamos que les haya gustado muchísimo el día 1 que fue ayer. Tuvimos bastantes invitados, experiencias maravillosas. Y pues hoy seguimos efectivamente en nuestro evento, en nuestra primera conferencia internacional de tecnologías emergentes, efectivamente conversando, hablando, presentando experiencias a nivel de tecnología inmersiva, en realidad virtual, aumentada, mixta, y inteligencia artificial, y hoy precisamente vamos a abrir con inteligencia artificial con un súper invitado, ¿cierto, Alexa?
Yes. Thank you all for attending, and especially to our amazing partners and sponsor. Our sponsors are from the University del Bosque in Colombia, Tilburg University in Netherlands. Our partners are University of Javeriana with the group Destino. It's our call is our Association of Visual Reality in Colombia, and Sadilar from South Africa.
Adicional, recordemos que tenemos como equipo de apoyo, ¿cierto? Y todos los participantes y patrocinadores tenemos la Universidad del Bosque, por supuesto desde Colombia, la Universidad de Tilburg, desde Países Bajos, Holanda. Contamos con el apoyo también de Sadilar, un centro de recursos digitales para el lenguaje en Sudáfrica, el apoyo del grupo de investigación Destino de la Pontificia Universidad Javeriana de Cali, también por supuesto, y súper importante, es el equipo de XR Colombia, que ya ayer tuvimos la oportunidad de escuchar un parte de su trabajo, que ha sido bastante interesante. Entonces, pues, ha sido un equipo de trabajo bastante enriquecido en todo este proceso, y esperamos que hayan, pues, podido escuchar todas las experiencias. Si se la perdieron, recuerden que también hicimos la transmisión por YouTube para que, por favor, las puedan volver a visualizar. Muchas gracias. Sigue, Alexa.
Here you can see our speakers of this conference, and we start the program with a special speaker. His name is Eric Posma, and the conference of him, the name is the True Artificial Intelligence Revolution.
Hoy iniciaremos, como les veníamos contando, con la presentación de nuestro invitado especial, Eric Posma. Él viene desde la Universidad de Tilburg y él va a presentar la real revolución de la inteligencia artificial, porque todo su trabajo y su experiencia ha sido en un torno precisamente a seguir trabajando a nivel de inteligencia artificial. Él va a hacer la apertura hoy con esta temática tan interesante.
Our second speaker, the name is Gina Paola Herrera. She represents digital resource and virtual experience for autonomous learning. She's from the University of El Bosque in Colombia.
Nuestra siguiente presentante o speaker en este día es Gina Paola Herrera. Ella forma parte del equipo de la División de Educación Virtual de la Universidad del Bosque, y ella va a presentar una experiencia precisamente de todo este trabajo de recursos digitales y, digamos, este trabajo a nivel de experiencia autónoma en aprendizaje. Eso es lo más importante. Ella le va a dar ese toque pedagógico. La mayoría de nosotros, pues, trabajamos toda esa fortaleza del uso de los recursos tecnológicos, pero la profe Gina nos va a compartir también esa experiencia a nivel del enfoque y la fortaleza de aprendizaje autónomo, de pedagogía, que es una de las mayores fortalezas que tenemos que potenciar a nivel de las herramientas tecnológicas.
Our next speaker, the name is Andrés Burbano. He represents Canvar Arts and Science. He is from France and he working with art and science.
Después contaremos con la presencia de Andrés Burbano desde Francia, y él va a presentar una experiencia maravillosa entre la integración a nivel de arte y ciencia, denominado Canva. Así que no se lo pierda porque es un momento especial para participar y potenciar toda esta parte de arte.
Our next speaker is Irena Cholakova.
¿Aló? Alexa. Bueno, mientras se ajusta el audio, nuestra siguiente speaker, the next speaker is Irena Sholakova. This conference is about legal grounds for artificial intelligence and virtual reality. La siguiente representante es Irena Sholakova. Ella viene de la Universidad de Tilburg y tendrá una presentación acerca de todo el trabajo de inteligencia artificial y realidad virtual. También va a ser una oportunidad de integración entre estas dos tecnologías inmersivas.
Sorry, was technical problems, and we repeat. Irina Sholakova, she is a lawyer, and she will talking about the law rules for artificial intelligence and virtual reality today.
Gracias, Alexa. Igual ya la había presentado también en inglés y en español mientras solucionabas, entonces bueno, ya nos podemos ir a la siguiente, que soy yo.
Okay, Cindy Bernal, she is from the University del Bosque, and she was talking about emerging technology for inclusive education today, and she's very special speaker for today.
Bueno, la siguiente que va a presentar soy yo. Mi nombre es Cindy Carolina Bernal Villamarín y pues precisamente voy a compartir una experiencia de utilizar las tecnologías emergentes para la inclusión educativa. Así que no se lo pierdan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Escobar. He is almost in the stage too, and he will talking about film about beer in virtual reality, and he is working at the University El Bosque, and also is our president of Association of ETSAR Colombia.
Bueno, nuestro siguiente panelista súper importante, Juan Manuel Escobar, él también forma parte del equipo de la Universidad El Bosque. Adicional, pues es el presidente del capítulo de XR Colombia y va a hacer una presentación, ya me lo cambiaste, pues acerca de realidad virtual. También.
Okay, and after we have a special moment, we have a speed dating time. You can make an all connection with the people who are today here. We will be in the room number 3, and all together we can talking about our jobs, which programs we can join, and also it's very important if you want to share some contacts, email or LinkedIn in there.
Después vamos a tener un espacio, eso va a ser hacia las 11:30 de la mañana, hora de Colombia, 5:30 de la tarde en Holanda, para que por favor no se lo pierdan. Es un espacio muy importante porque van a poder interactuar, hacer contactos a nivel académico, a nivel laboral, a nivel de investigación. Creo que eso también es parte de uno de los objetivos de este evento. Entonces, esto va a ser en la sala número 3 para que por favor estén súper conectados.
Our next speaker, she is Lisa Rombo. She is from Tilburg University, and she will be talking about virtual voice illusions.
Nuestra siguiente speaker va a ser Lisa Rombo. Ella es de la Universidad de Tilburg y va a hacer una presentación también en realidad virtual.
The next speaker is myself. The name of her is Alexandra Sierra, and she'll be talking about Justin Bieber, how get into the skin of the endangered species of virtual animals. And she is working in Tilburg University.
Nuestra siguiente participante va a ser Alexandra Sierra, orgullosamente colombiana. En este momento está en la Universidad de Tilburg. Pues digamos, ya terminando sus estudios doctorales, ya luego la conocerán más. Y va a hacer una presentación muy importante acerca de su proyecto doctoral, se llama Justin Bieber, y también es una experiencia inmersiva muy interesante para que no se lo vayan a perder.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Johnny Sierra, and he will be talking about architecture in virtual reality. He comes from the University of Javeriana.
Luego vamos a tener la participación de Johnny Sierra. Él es de la Universidad Javeriana. y va a ser una presentación muy interesante de arquitectura en realidad virtual, en recorridos arquitectónicos, así que me parece también muy chévere porque estamos teniendo un toque, hoy vamos a tener una variedad entre pedagogía, arquitectura, arte, ciencia, inteligencia artificial. Está muy chévere el programa de hoy.
Yes, today we will be all a company researcher for many artists, science, and social research about virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality. Our next speaker is Aura Maria Forero. She will be talking about developments and perspective of mixed reality in Colombia.
Luego tendremos la participación de una de nuestros, mejor dicho, equipo maravilla, gente que se llama Aura María Forero. Ella también va a estar participando y presentando todos los desarrollos, perspectivas acerca de la realidad mixta en Colombia. Así que también súper importante porque Aura ha estado de la mano desde el principio de esta propuesta y de esta iniciativa de este Congreso Internacional.
And our last speaker, not for be last, is less important because he is super important and also is our host in this conference. He is Daniel Rojas and he is artist with technology and his speaker is about combining two passions, art and technology.
Y luego tendremos a nuestro invitado Daniel Rojas. Yo creo que ya lo conocen. Han visto por las transmisiones en YouTube los cambios que él hace de cámara, ¿cierto? Le hemos visto su versión Iron Man, en su versión bebé, bueno, todas las versiones. Y también pues nos ha apoyado con todo el proceso de transmisión. Así que Daniel, siempre, mejor dicho, muchas gracias por este apoyo también, porque efectivamente mientras todo el equipo está en unas actividades, pues él está pendiente de que la transmisión salga como debe ser para que todos nos puedan estar viendo y escuchando en este momento. Y él va a hacer una presentación muy bonita acerca de la combinación de dos pasiones, arte y tecnología. Así que súper chévere también, no se la pierdan.
And for fun time, we have a Máximo Spala. We singer with the band Viver, is art or musician, and he's from Brazil, but actually he's living in Netherlands.
Tendremos así como ayer ese toque cultural y musical, porque nosotros somos tecnológicos, pero nos gusta la música. Así que también tendremos a Máximo Spala, y él es brasilero, pero en este momento está viviendo en Holanda, en Países Bajos, ¿verdad, Alexa? Entonces,
yes, he's
sí,
living
entonces,
here,
digamos,
but since they say something important, we love the research and we love working with technology, but also we love music and art.
Ajá. Máximo Spala tiene un grupo que se llama Viver Band. Busquen en YouTube, yo me puse a mirar también y encontré varios trabajos interesantes de Máximo y algunos covers en rock bastante interesantes que pueden seguir y pueden escuchar, están bastante chéveres. Entonces hoy lo tendremos aquí en vivo y en directo, imagínense. Unos invitados increíbles.
And the Tilbury University offered to give all participants in this conference a future publication in English and with translation in Spanish for the next year. We receive paper submission. You can go to our webpage. We have 4 pages. All speakers are invited to make a publication because we make with University del Bosque and Tilbury University. And the idea is the 2 countries can read the publication and also all projects about virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality.
Bueno, y queremos contarles un apoyo también que ha tenido los participantes y la Universidad de Tilburg nos va a dar un súper regalo y es la oportunidad de hacer una publicación tanto en español como en inglés para que efectivamente se puedan visualizar todas estas experiencias presentadas. Entonces, invitamos a todos nuestros speakers a enviar sus propuestas en la página xrcol.com. Ahora se me pasó el nombre, perdón.
en
él, perdón. Se me faltaba el punto en él, como ya me acostumbré a decirlo en inglés. Entonces, sí, efectivamente vamos a tener nuestra página, repito, xrcol.nl. Allí tendremos la oportunidad de publicar. Allí hay un botoncito que se llama Paper Publication y ahí podremos enviar nuestro paper, el artículo para publicación. Recuerde que la fecha límite es el 10 de enero del 2021. Entonces no se vaya a quedar sin enviar su artículo para que pueda ser publicado, porque es algo súper importante también, ya que va a ser una contribución y un trabajo en red entre diferentes países.
And finally, we have our augmented reality certificate. All speaker in this conference will receive one certificate in augmented reality, but also some participants who join to this conference. And we told you later how you can win this augmented reality certificate.
Y adicional también, parte del trabajo en equipo entre la Universidad de Tilburg y la Universidad del Bosque, tendremos nuestros certificados en realidad aumentada. No podíamos tener certificados de otra manera, teniendo en cuenta que este evento es en torno a estas temáticas. Entonces, ahí pueden ver en pantalla cómo van a ser el ejemplo de certificados. Todos los speakers tendrán su certificado y adicional los participantes que estén muy atentos y juiciosos conectados durante estos 2 días, pues por supuesto tendrán la posibilidad de participar en la entrega de los certificados en realidad aumentada, por supuesto, si garantizamos que estemos súper juiciosos y atentos y conectados.
And sorry. Also, the University del Bosque is sponsored this augmented reality certificate, and you can win this augmented reality certificate if you stay to the end to this conference. We give this conference in the avatar version of the participant. You need to be in the ending when is the maximum start to make a music, and in that moment we say who received the augmented reality certificate.
Entonces, para que no se lo pierdan, después de hacer la presentación de nuestro músico Máximo Espala, vamos a tener la oportunidad de dar como regalo los certificados en realidad aumentada. Así que necesitamos que nos acompañen en el cierre para que efectivamente puedan participar y pues verificar sus certificados.
We make a thank you for all team organizers, Juan Escobar, Cindy Bernal, Daniel Rojas, Camilo Montañez, Aura Forero, Andrés Navarro y Alexandra Sierra for make possible this conference already working, and we start with one idea and now we make this idea true.
También queremos agradecer al equipo de organizadores que ha estado detrás de cámaras y en todo, mejor dicho, el minuto a minuto de este evento, que pudo hacer de este sueño una realidad. Efectivamente agradecemos a Juan Manuel Escobar, Cindy Bernal, Daniel Rojas, Aura Forero, Alexandra Sierra, Andrés Navarro y Camilo Montañez. Muchas gracias. Aplausos para ellos.
And now we have a special speaker, and also we call to Daniel and Eric to be in the stage. Please, you can come in. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Juan, you want to introduce our speaker?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. We are going to start now with our first speaker, Eric Postma. And Eric Postma is a professor in artificial intelligence at the Cognitive Science and AI department at Tilburg University and the Hieronymus Academy of Data Science in Herzogenbosch, a joint initiative of Eindhoven University of Technology and Tilburg University. Eric is a member of CIE, IPN, and the Lawrence Center Computational Science Board. Eric, thank you very much for joining us today, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
So,
And also, stop. Please, when you want to move the slides, you can tell me next, and we make silence down. Yeah.
Oh, so you're my assistant. That's great.
Yes. Yes.
So, so my presentation will take 10 minutes, wasn't it? So I will give an overview of artificial intelligence, which is, of course, undergoing a revolution right now. And it is relevant for virtual and augmented reality, but many other domains. And the idea of this presentation is to give you some overview of what is happening, what it is about, and what is happening in AI. So next slide, please. Is that the next slide? A few slides further. So yes, this picture shows you pirates on the left and serious scientists on the right. And AI researchers are more like pirates because they explore parts of the scientific world that are forbidden and they try out things that are forbidden. Whereas scientists, for instance, people work in statistics, keep themselves to the scientific laws. And actually the current revolution in AI, as I will explain, is the result of the pirate behavior, where you explore things that actually are not permitted. Next slide, please. So I will give a brief history of AI to make you aware of where we are now in the history of the development of AI. Next slide, please. So this is Alan Turing. You might have heard of him. He is or he was the inventor of the computer. He was a mathematician and a brilliant mathematician who thought about how you could build what we nowadays call a computer. Of course, he used mathematics for that. But sometimes he's considered to be the grandfather of AI, as will be shown on the next slide, please. So he wrote a paper in 1950, which was about a test, which is now known as the Turing test, because he anticipated that before the year 2000, we would have computers that would be as intelligent as humans and could not be distinguished from humans in a test called the Turing test. And mainly the most important notion that he had was that if you have a computer that works with zeros and ones, switches that are on or off, then that's a hardware that is different from the hardware of humans. So if you consider a human brain like a computer, of course, a human brain looks totally different from a computer, but that's the hardware. But Alan Turing said the software, so the programs that run on these computers, whether it's the brain or a digital computer, are the same. And that was actually a main inspiration source for the first step in AI. Next slide, please. So the general idea was that biology was irrelevant to AI. So it doesn't matter if you want to build an intelligent system, you don't have to look at the natural example of how animals or humans are intelligent, but just because you can ignore the hardware, whether it's switches or neurons or brain cells, it doesn't matter. This was the idea that gave rise to the early days of AI. Next slide, please. So the first stage of AI, and I typically make a distinction between the first and second stage, is called symbolic AI. So this was the times where people were emphasizing formal logic. So people are called intelligent if they're very proficient in mathematics, for instance, or if they are very good in reasoning. But actually, that's something that a computer can do much better. So playing chess or making calculations or these kind of things, that's where the computer is much better than humans. So that's why in this first stage of AI, people were not looking at the biological example. They ignored it actually actively because they said, we're not interested in the hardware, we're focusing on the software. And associated with this were all kinds of AI developments that focused on what we call high-level cognition, so reasoning, problem solving, etc. Next slide, please. And the general idea was that statistics was irrelevant to AI because you could capture anything in deterministic rules. So rules that are explicit and describe our knowledge of the world. And this knowledge of the world is encoded in if-then rules. And if you have any experience with computer programming, you know that most computer programs are based on if-then rules and other structures. But this was the basis of the ideas in the first stage of AI. Now, of course, we had many successes in this first stage of AI. We had computer chess that was outperforming the best human chess player. But there was an interesting development when NASA developed a robot to be sent to Mars. Next slide, please. So we had all these intelligent systems that could play chess or do some problem solving based on if-then rules, so-called expert systems. But NASA was interested in building a smart or intelligent robot that could be navigating on Mars. Because of the communication delay between Earth and Mars, which is 8 to 20 minutes, it's very hard to have a remote controlled robot on Mars. So they want to have an autonomous robot that could avoid rocks and cliffs and these kind of things. And they invited some AI specialists, but it turned out that these AI specialists, because they were focusing on high-level cognition, were not able to help the NASA in developing this robot. And this gave rise to a new stream in AI. Next slide, please. Which is known as the sub-symbolic AI, which is put more emphasis on machine learning, the automatic learning on the basis of examples. It took neuroscience seriously because it said, well, if we want to understand how robots can perceive their environment, we have to look at the biological example. We have to know how humans and other animals are doing that. So there was a new stream in AI, where machine learning, which is now used by the big companies like Facebook and Google, became an active field of research. And of course, statistics became relevant because it's all about learning models and building statistical models on the basis of examples. And there was an emphasis no longer on high-level cognition, but on low-level cognition. For instance, next slide, please. How to recognize my dog. So this is our dog. It's a very nice dog, but you can see this dog can be put in all kinds of positions. In computer vision, this is called a non-rigid object because it's not a fixed shape, but it's a shape that can vary. In the field of computer vision, people worked for a very long time to automatically recognize these kind of images, and they failed. And the problem was that it was very hard to build a computer system that could match the human performance in associating these kind of pictures with, for instance, the fact that this is a dog, or maybe the type, the breed of dog, or something like that. Next slide, please. And the biological inspiration that led to new developments in AI, and is actually at the heart of the current revolution in AI, was based on the notion that we should take the brain and the hardware seriously. And if you look in the brain, we have these small computers called neurons, which are like small computers, but are much slower than the computers that we have on our desktop. But we have billions of them. And they all work together, and apparently they work very efficiently because we can recognize this dog. And if you're a dog expert, you even know what the breed of the dog is. Now, I won't go into detail about these neural networks, but in the next slide, please, you see a kind of graphical representation. So the idea of a neural network is that you put something in the input, like this image of a dog, and of course this is a digital image. And at the output, you would like to have an answer that says, well, this is this breed of dog. And let's say you have 20 or 40 different breeds. If you give it an image, the network should automatically give the correct answer. So it's a kind of breed detector or breed classifier, where given an image of a dog, it can estimate the breed of the dog, something that people that are well into dogs can also do. And what's happening in this black box, in this neural network, can be imagined like a system with all kinds of knobs that you can turn. Of course, you don't manually turn these knobs. This is something that you learn by training the neural network on a lot of examples. And the current revolution in AI is actually about that if you train such a system with many of these knobs, not a few hundred, but thousands to millions of these knobs, then it learns the transformation from this image towards this output that is the breed of the dog. Next slide, please. And this is an example of what is now called a deep learning network. So at the bottom, you see an image of a dog. And at the output, you see all kinds of breed names of dogs. And this happens to be a Samoyed. I know that because our dog is a Samoyed. And this network has been trained on 1,000 examples per dog breed to learn to recognize the visual features that predict the breed of the dog. And this is one of the many examples of what now can be done in these neural networks. But what you have to realize is that these neural networks have a lot of these knobs in there. And the technical name for these knobs are parameters. So it's sometimes called an over-parameterized model. And the use of so many free parameters would never be permitted by people working in statistics. So these are in the first slide that I showed, the people with the white coats. But the AI pirates did this. Next slide, please. So if you look into these trained networks, and this is an example of a network that is trained on gender recognition. So you give an input to the network of an image of a face, and the output estimates whether it's a female or male face. And if you look into this black box, you can even see where the individual neurons respond to. And here you see that at the lowest layer, it looks at transitions from light to dark, so the contours of a face. Then the intermediate layer, you see eyes and eyebrows. And at the top layer, you see complete faces. And the interesting thing is that this is not programmed into the system. It's learned automatically from the data, from the labeled data set. So in this case, the system was trained with thousands of pictures of females and males. And the network develops itself these kind of internal representations. And the funny thing is that they look very much like the internal representations of human visual systems. So in neuroscience, you can measure the responses of individual neurons in the visual system, and they have a similar response pattern. So there's some similarity with the human visual system. Next slide, please. Now, the main point now is that if you consider these pirates and these statisticians, in statistics, it's known that if you want to build a powerful model, you should reduce the number of parameters. And reduce the number of parameters to make sure that your model performs well. And these AI pirates, they increase the number of parameters because if more of these knobs, more of these parameters, the models work better. So there's a kind of inconsistency that has not been resolved yet. Next slide, please. Now, there's an interesting development in the fundamental research to explain why all these parameters help. And that's called the lottery ticket hypothesis. Next slide, please. So the idea is that you can prune these models. You have all these parameters, but then you can remove some of these parameters after you have trained the models. And it turns out that if you prune the model and you train them again, that they perform worse than the original one. Next slide, please. But if you follow an approach where you train a network, where you typically randomly give them random weights at the beginning, and then after pruning, you retrain the network with the same initial weights, you get a network that performs better. Next slide, please. So this over-parameterization suggests that it's only necessary for training these networks. To have a fully operational network, you don't need all these parameters. It's only to facilitate training. So this is a kind of fundamental insight which explains why these pirates and these statisticians, the people in the white coats, are disagreeing. It has to do with the fact that in order to facilitate training, you need more parameters. But once you have learned a model, you can do with less parameters. Next slide, please. So here you see an example, what is the effect with respect to an original network. If you look at the blue lines, this is the improved performance on the left in terms of how fast you can train, and on the right in terms of accuracy. That is obtained by applying this pruning approach. Next slide, please. And there's even more recent work that suggests if you have a over-parameterized network with all kinds of connections that are random, then in this random multi-layer network, there might be a sub-network that is actually already solving the task. So you don't even have to learn. And this has a kind of resemblance to human development, where in the beginning of your human development as a baby, you have actually too many connections in your brain, and you prune away connections throughout your experiences in the outside world. And that brings you to adulthood. So this is very similar to what we also see in deep learning. Next slide, please. So the conclusion is there is a huge number of connections in both the brain and in these deep learning networks that somehow incorporate the solution. And the main challenge is to find the subnetwork to make sure that you can map these images that come in the input to the classes in the output. And in nature, this happens during early development. And as a general remark, I think these kind of developments, first of all, provide a foundation, like you could say, with these white codes that is more fundamental for AI, and also helps to have the current revolution lead to more transparent and more reliable models. Thank you very much. I hope I stick to my 10 minutes.
Please, you can press the button.
Great, Eric.
You have a,
Amazing
you have
presentation.
a amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Daniel.
Yes, tell me, Alexandra, what did you like most?
Oh my goodness. I have many brilliant ideas in how we can apply artificial intelligence in virtual reality, but we can ask to Eric, how we can apply in our virtual reality the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, so before answering that, I think the general thing is that this deep learning method is so powerful that it's now used in all domains of science and in society. So if you ever heard these stories about AI is taking over humanity and these nonsense, that's not true. It's humans are still superior, so don't worry. But on very specific tasks, narrow AI is much better able to outperform humans. And we all know this pocket calculator that you used at school, that's also outperforming humans. So it's nothing to be afraid of. What we should do is make sure that this technology is applied in the proper way. And now in terms of virtual and augmented reality, deep learning is actively being used to enhance augmented reality, because you have to integrate a picture of or a video of the outside world with artificial elements. And this is something where deep learning can work very well. So actually, anytime you want to learn something from data, in the image domain or in the visualization domain, deep learning is the state-of-the-art technology.
Oh, thank you.
I've seen that Snapchat, the company that uses machine learning to detect, for example, cats and dogs, to use it for augmented reality. So it's amazing what machine learning can do, no?
Yeah.
Someone have a question? You need to press the button F0 here. Cindy, Daniel, you have you have the questions?
We don't have questions here in YouTube.
Questions in YouTube or Facebook?
Eric, I have a question.
You need to press the button F0.
What?
Juan Manuel.
The F0.
Please raise your hand.
Okay, what is your question?
My question, Eric, is about the appliance and the democratization of this technology. And we are hearing a lot about artificial intelligence, and I think I'm not an expert on that field. I work on virtual reality and augmented reality, but I think it's happening the same, as we are hearing about a lot of the term. But do you think we still need a lot of democratization for this technology to really expand to different audience?
Yes, I think what is the main concern is not the technology, but the use of technology. And as was already mentioned, companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, and also Baidu from China have a huge power over the use of this technology. And of course, there are examples of totally wrong use of this technology in China for treating minorities. I think the democratization should lead should resolve that. So I think that's the most dangerous thing about AI is not the technology, but the fact that there are some big companies and some big players that have full control over the technology. That's the dangerous thing about it. And I think it's important that people know what AI is and what it's not. And I always say it's actually a kind of statistics. So if people complain about racism and biases in these systems, there certainly are there, but they're a reflection of biases in our society. And you should avoid that. And that, for that purpose, democratization is very important.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, excellent. And the audience have a question. Why you motivate to study about artificial intelligence and other topic?
What motivates me?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, because I'm interested in how our brain works and how visual system works. So I always wondered how it is possible that we can perceive the world. And through these deep learning networks, that gives a kind of hint of how that might work. So if I say that the deep learning network is able to recognize a dog, then I don't mean that literally, because it does not recognize a dog as humans. Because if we recognize a dog, we know how it feels and how it behaves, because we interacted with a dog. And this AI system only was trained on images of dogs, which is very limited. But it gives you some hints of the internals of the deep learning network, how it might work in the human brain. So I'm interested both in the technology, but actually I'm more interested in human brains and how they work. So that motivates me.
Super. Someone? Since they have a question. Okay.
Yes, thank you. A school teacher in Colombia comments that his students are interested in these topics. Is possible to ask you recommendations for those who want to start work in artificial intelligence?
Yeah, so what I always recommend to people, because I get this question a lot, is, and unfortunately it's from one of these big companies, but Google has the so-called Teachable Machine, which is an online site where you can do machine learning interactively with children. It's very easy and very nice to work with. And by playing with it interactively, by asking children to collect data and to train the system, they will see how it works. For instance, you could imagine that they take certain objects like pencils and books, and they present it to the system, and they train the system on recognizing pencils and books. And they do that inside the classroom. And then the system works very well, and then they go outside, and the system doesn't work anymore because it never saw examples of books and pencils outside. These kind of lessons are very useful to learn about artificial intelligence, or more specifically about machine learning, which is at the heart of the current AI revolution.
Thank you. Wait.
Daniel have a question? You need to press the button F0. Okay.
Thank you, Alex. Eric, I have a question. Is that recently I've seen I don't know if you say the technology, but the final result of GPT-3. Have you seen?
Yeah.
Can you express yourself about this technology, or what do you think the future?
Yeah. So GPT-3 is a development from OpenAI, which they now sold to Microsoft. And GPT-3 at first sight is very impressive because you can ask GPT-3 questions, and it seems as if it's understanding your questions. And at first, the first messages on the internet were, we have a very intelligent machine here, because it's trained on all the text on the internet and even more than that. And what it actually is trained on is, if you give them part of the sentence, it fills in the rest. You can even have a first sentence and let GPT-3 complete it into a complete essay. But the point is that this system is actually kind of a book that looks up all the similar text that it has seen before. It is not intelligent. It's a very powerful support tool for if you want to write text or if you want to have a question answering system. But the claim that it's intelligent is totally not true. It's a very impressive thing because it contains all the information of the internet that we could never contain ourselves. But again, it has no common sense. It has no understanding of the world. I think that's important to realize. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Yes, totally. Because when I saw it, I got so impressed that I said this technology could replace ourselves by creating, for example, websites automatically. So it's impressive.
Yeah. So and that's a support tool. But what I think in general is true for AI is that it's not replacing you; it's enhancing you. So rather than spending your time on the stupid work of setting up a website, you can spend more time on thinking on how you can improve the website, for instance. And this tool is helping you. So I guess for the coming 10 years, you will see a lot of these AI tools that put the burden off you to spend more creativity in the design rather than doing the boring work.
Totally. I understand what you said, but for example, so that boring part is a work of someone, so in 10 years this will be replaced as if it was in the industrial age, machine replaced man. So this is like the evolution, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a slight difference. So it's not wrong what you're saying, but it's a slight difference, which is subtle. It's not a replacement, it's a reshifting of what is required. So many of the tasks that are now being done by humans will be replaced by machines. And the best way to anticipate on that is education and make sure that people are equipped with the knowledge to integrate their work with this computer. It's not that the computer takes over everything, it's taking over specific tasks. But the human, I think it will actually make the human concept more important than it is.
Totally agree. Thank you, Eric. Amazing.
You're welcome.
And work and talk about this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. You can press this F2.
Thank you.
You
Great
can press
presentation.
number 4.
Number 4, many times. Someone have a question before we continue to the next speaker? ¿Alguien más tiene alguna pregunta? Se la traducimos.
¿Alguna pregunta quizás que quieran hacerle a nuestro invitado Eric?
I have, before Eric leaving, I think you have very interesting project with the planets, no?
Yeah.
You can tell briefly what do you do with this data? And stars.
Yeah, so
it's very cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, so there's a big project. It's called or a satellite that is sent out by NASA. It was called the Kepler satellite, and now it's the TESS satellite. It's in space and it's looking for all the stars in the sky, and it's pointing its camera at these stars to measure the light from the stars. And it's taking a measurement every 12 seconds or 20 seconds. And variations in light mean that there's something moving between the star and the camera. And typically this might be an exoplanet. So a planet moving around this star like Earth or Pluto or Venus or whatever. Yeah, Pluto is not a planet. So you get a lot of time series, and you can use these convolutional neural networks, these deep learning networks, to automatically detect these kind of exoplanets. So this project is about the automatic detection of exoplanets from data. This has also been done by Google, and we try to outperform their performance by applying our models to the same data.
Wow. Perfect. In the future, the children always the children love about this topic a lot now. And also maybe in the future can be play with something with the data. You're thinking in the future the children have the knowledge how can play with this? Because there are in Latin America one who discovered, I think it's from Peru, Ecuador, who discovered about the alienation of the planets, something like that.
Yeah, I think you could put a virtual reality version of the galaxy and visit these planets. That would be great, because all this information tells you how many planets are hovering around the star. So you could virtually travel through the galaxy, which would be impossible for us because these distances are huge. But virtually, you can just visit them and put all the information about these exoplanets into your virtual reality rendering. That would be great.
That would be amazing. Actually,
yes.
Google Earth uses for Mars and Earth, but we need more planets.
Yeah. Now there every star, I think 1 in 5 stars has planets like Earth. So there's an enormous amount. So would be great.
Yes, perfect. And I think it's very interesting idea, and the people who is watching this live and also can see it later or is in here have a new ideas how we can use artificial intelligence and also the information of the planets in virtual reality and all immersive technology. And thank you so much. We can press F2 and to thank you to Eric for being here. And once, if you want. And our next speaker is Gina from the University del Bosque. Please we invite her to be here.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric, so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Welcome, Gina.
Welcome, Gina.
Hi, thank you. How are you?
Great.
Very
Great to
well.
see you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Bienvenida, Gina, desde la Universidad del Bosque, Colombia.
Gracias.
Bienvenida desde YouTube. Tranquilos que solo hay 5 personas viendo.
Pero después van a ser 100. Porque ayer se vieron 100 el video, sí.
110
Muy bien.
110, sí, perdón. Muy bien. Vamos
Alexandra,
progresando, llegaremos al millón.
¿Me das permisos para compartir?
Ya te di permiso, pero antes de eso y antes de empezar, Cindy quiere presentarte.
Gracias.
Sí, Alexa, estoy mirando el perfil para que por favor me lo compartas, para leerlo tal cual. Yo me sé el perfil de Gina, pero no quiero que se me escape ningún detalle.
No, empieza tú.
En el guión no está. Por eso quería que me lo pasaras, pero bueno. Ya un segundito porque estoy revisando el guión.
Ya.
Listo, sí, es que el perfil no estaba, pero bueno, ya. Bueno, muchas gracias. Es que el de español me lo sé muy bien, entonces voy a también ajustarlo en inglés para que todos lo puedan escuchar. Bueno, ahora sí.
Perfecto.
Bueno, Gina Paola Herrera Calero, Bachelor Degree Psychology and Pedagogy and Magister in Education, professional with extensive experience and knowledge in project management in the field on education, pedagogy, curriculum, didactics, assessment, ICT, teacher training and pedagogical research from an educational inclusion approach and a perspective of critical pedagogy, with more than 18 years in professional experience in the following areas: project management, design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of educational, cultural, and social projects, inter-attempts and virtual modalities, management of virtual education projects, creation of virtual training programs, creation of digital educational resources, use of ICT in education and educational innovation, management on education projects for government and private entities. Creo que por ahí hay un eco. Hay alguien que está escuchando otro usuario. Bla, bla. Creo que por ahí hay un eco. Si quizás lo tienen abierto en YouTube para que por favor lo silencien. Gracias.
Ya, listo.
Si estaban escuchando en otra cuenta. Okay, academic management of training processes with vulnerable population and inclusive education, construction of academic process. I met a training in arts and craft for vulnerable populations. University teaching management, orientation of academic affairs of virtual space or resource methodology, communication skills, and autonomous learning, school orientation, educational evaluation, curriculum didactics, cooperative learning and socio-affective development, and research. researchers or research groups linked Colciencias or MinCiencias in Colombia on the subject of politics and practicing educational evaluation and the use of ICT in educational field and virtual education. Bueno, Gina es coordinadora de medios y mediaciones pedagógicas de la Universidad El Bosque de la División de Educación Virtual y a Distancia. Ella estudió psicología y pedagogía y una maestría en educación en la Universidad Pedagógica Nacional. Es una profesional con gran experiencia en todo el desarrollo de proyectos, en pedagogía, en currículo, en didáctica, en uso de herramientas tecnológicas, formación de docentes a nivel de pedagogía. Como les comentábamos al principio, ella va a presentar la fortaleza pedagógica de todo el uso de la tecnología. Adicional, pues ha trabajado a nivel de educación inclusiva. Tiene una experiencia de más de 18 años en formación y pues digamos en formación docente, en formación de estudiantes, en este proceso de uso de la pedagogía y aprovechamiento de las herramientas tecnológicas para fortalecer los procesos de enseñanza y aprendizaje. Por supuesto, tiene experiencia y maneja diferentes áreas a nivel de desarrollo de proyectos, a nivel de formación de docentes a nivel universitario y a nivel de investigación. Por supuesto, participando en grupos de investigación de MinCiencias aquí en Colombia, pues toda la parte del uso de las herramientas tecnológicas, el uso de las herramientas TIC a nivel de educación. Bueno, y sin más preámbulos, entonces damos el paso para escuchar a nuestra querida Gina Herrera, desde Colombia. Bienvenida, Gina.
Thank you. Well, we are trying to share the presentation. Alexandra, I don't know why.
Now
Okay.
we have a Gina Herrera from the University del Bosque, and until we find to fix our technical problem, Gina can talking with you in Spanish about the topic, and we find quickly.
Okay. Let me 1 minute. I'm going to share you, Alexandra, another link here. Well, hello everyone. I'm Gina Herrera. I represent the Virtual Education Division of El Bosque University, as Cindy said. I coordinate the media unit and pedagogic mediations. In this unit at El Bosque University, we are in charge of accompanying, advising, and carrying out the design of virtual beds in the university, including the design of a digital educational resource. Today, I come to propose you some ideas to reflect about the role of pedagogy in the design and use of immersive technologies to achieve effective learning in students and powerful ways of teaching. That's the center of my presentation. There is the presentation. Thank you, Alexandra. First of all, I have to say that the use of technology in education is a fact. It's already a requirement. We all here know that. Teachers, schools, academics, and government agencies recognize this importance. The consensus had been taking a place, but due to the latest events resulting from the COVID pandemic, this consensus is almost generalized. Either way, the use of technology in training process is essential at any level. In this context, immersive technologies appear as a very powerful way of enhancing teaching and learning process. If the use of technology and virtual education have been broken barriers of time and spaces, this immersive technology breaks even the barriers of reality, as we see that in the last presentation. This thing allows us to be in imagined spaces, other countries, the space, also places where it's physically impossible or is dangerous to be. Even in imaginary worlds. we can see it in the images of my presentation. Please close that window, Alexandra. Thank you. As immersive technology allow us to be in every place, live experience we cannot have in our process of learning. Actually, please check now point 1, Alexandra. One. You are in 7. He's the doctor. Click in the doctor.
It's in day.
Sin day, please. Yeah. Bueno, gracias, Sin day. Well, then the power of the use of immersive technology is in the great variety of possibilities that exist to have a pedagogical transformation of our practices. Also, the great motivation that is achieved in the students is undeniable. It is the great achieved of this use of technology. Also, the diversity of possibilities of representation of knowledge and allow a better understanding by the students. Specifically, the use of this technology can facilitate real learning in students because it enhances the approach of an understanding of complex concepts that in a traditional ways couldn't be a reality. Cindy, please, 2. The point 2. Thank you. Gracias, Cindy. At this point, it's necessary to problematize the use of immersive technology in education. This is from a pedagogical point of view. We can find some teaching experience that use the most advanced technologies, but with methodologies from more than 50 years ago. In the image on the left, we see the students using immersive technology. Even they are using glasses of virtual reality. But look at this. They are in a classroom located in a traditional way, studying the content with this technology, but they are alone. Even we can see the green board in front as an icon of traditional education. We could say that pedagogically nothing has changed in this case. Only the way to access content had changed, but the ways to learn and build knowledge have not. Using this type of technology implies developing exercises focused on living the experience. That's it, simulation, experiment, and exploration, for example. Please, point 3, Cindy. Thank you. Well, based on this, the place of pedagogy in the use of technology has to do with the idea that the student is the center. That is, the experience provided by the use of immersive technology from a pedagogical point of view allows learning more and better if we recognize the student is the protagonist. So it's not only about using technology, but it must be articulated with and from a pedagogical, formative, and didactic reference. It's undeniable that the use of this technology draws the attention of students and motivates them. The great challenge is to maintain that attention and that motivation and turn them into a real learning. In other words, the student can pretend to be an astronaut or see a heart beating in 3D. And not only watch a photo from the textbook or the teacher's PowerPoint slide projected on the board. This is a great pedagogical power, but to achieve link this to real and powerful teaching sequence is the other challenge. Please, next point, Cindy. 4. Okay. This type of technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed, is characterized by immersion and interaction. These elements are two of the fundamentals when the teacher designs and develops the didactic routes or sequences. So we are already seeing that the teacher, as designer or consumer of resources in this type of technology, must overcome the idea of presenting content, and that in this dynamic, the student is a simple recipient of that content. This means that taking full advantage of this technology, otherwise, not only allows to have a different attractive resource, not just that, but also involves the student in a true learning experience. That's the point. We see in the diagram the percentage of the information that we remember after 2 weeks, according with the type of the activity. Thinking about the use of technology, of this technology from this point of view, is the key, because the resource that only present a content may result in the student reading or seeing, and they, at the end, they only achieve and understand about 20 or 30% of what they read and what they saw. Immersion and interaction is the key to achieve a higher percent. We can see it at the base of this picture. Next point, Cindy, please. Thank you. 5. Well, if these are the conditions, why this technology is still used only to present content? It's necessary to promote the development of learning experience where the student is truly active, not just a receiver, as usually done with technology. Experience that promote living, analyzing situations, acting in the face of challenge, formulating hypotheses, or solving problems. A real acting is the way. Next, Cindy, please. I know the time I have is not enough to delve into this topic, but I bring you some steps to determine how to use immersive technology. This is based on what was raised by Veronica Pandelitis from East Carolina University. This is centered on virtual reality, but I present you more general. Well, a possible way to do this, I'm saying. Step 1, define the specific course objectives. This is an analysis of course and a proposal, a formative proposal. Step 2, select the learning objectives that could use virtual reality, augmented reality, or mixed. Not all the objectives could be use this technology, immersive technology, not all. We have to select these from that list what we use. Step 3, design the didactic route that the student will follow. This is the center, the didactic route. This formative proposal is here, really. We designed the didactic route using the content of immersive tool to achieve the course objectives. This step is basically a pedagogical design. It's the center for our perspective. Step 4, we have to determine a level of immersion, the type of information and activities, even an environment we required. Depend of the type of technology we use also. In this step, we think about which moment of the didactic route we will use this type of information or activities in this technology. That's the pedagogical analysis we have to do. In the step 5, we determine type of interaction and activities or moments of the didactic sequence. This set also means thinking the didactic methodology as active one, not just present a content, even work from the experience and living for the student. In the next step, we choose the software and hardware required. There are many tools for teachers to design their own immersive beds to developments or present contents using this technology. In particular, I will show you some tools. In point 5, you can click in type of interactions. Cindy, por favor. Perdón, vuelve a ingresar y ahí mismo en donde estábamos y ahí mismo le das de nuevo en el 5. Gracias. We can see here some tools or some software we can know for the design for the teacher. Note ese click and ahí donde dice type of interaction. Here I bring you some tools, but CodeSpaces, I like it because it is easy to use for teacher. It could be a good tool for the design of this pedagogical sequence. Here we can create different scenarios with many elements and characters. It's diverse in the free way. Interaction and action activities also can be created in this tool, and the teacher can create these products also for virtual reality and augmented reality. I like it in the free version. It's easy to use for teachers. I think that here it's an invitation to think about the teacher not just as consumer of these products, even a producer of content, of activities in this technology. There are a lot of tools like Zapar. It's easy to use too. Even there is not the same interaction we can find in CoSpaces, but it is great, it's easy, and a teacher can explore different ways to create this didactic sequence in this case. Cindy, you can back to the slide when we were. Thank you. The final steps that I propose to teachers to use this technology are concentrated in design the resources and apply and evaluate them to see if the course objectives were achieved and what we can change or we have to change to achieve this. Cindy, please back to the presentation to the point 7. Finally, it's important to insist that as teacher, we must have the ability to select the material that fits our didactic sequence. We just have saying this. This requires understanding that we must go from being consumers to content in this type of technology to being producers. I said it. This idea implies that we must have digital and immersive literacy. It means learn the basic and learn to use the tools. Also learn and test the design of didactic sequence, as we said on that steps I bring you. So the question remains completely valid now. What are the students going to learn with this technology? How are they going to learn it? What are they going to learn for? And how are they going to demonstrate what they have learned? Fundamental questions of pedagogical knowledge. And this put us on the scene of the initial of my presentation. Is pedagogical knowledge is at the center, and it's supported by technological knowledge. For educational context, it couldn't be in the other way. Thank you. That's all.
Wow, thank you so much. Please press F2, the button. You can also press F1 or many times F4. Someone have a question? We have one possible question for the time. Who has a question? Need to press the button 0 of the question mark, this. No? And
Karen,
we have
chat. Karen have a question?
Karen?
Give
me a second.
Yes, Karen. I have a question. What is the role of instructional design, Gina?
Okay, Karen, that's a good question. Very good question. We could see these steps in this design, this instructional design in the steps I show you. It's essential to carry them out, but many proposals in these steps changed, but it's the basic for a teacher. These steps are basic for a teacher. This process can also be carried out with an interdisciplinary team. I think this is powerful, where there are pedagogical advisors, designers, or developers. It's more qualified process when we have this team. So this process of instructional or formative design, as I will prefer to call it, is the key to giving that place to pedagogy, is the key. These help us to guarantee the learning of the students and the qualification of the teaching process of the teachers. I know this is repetitive, but using this type of technology must start from this pedagogical analysis in the formative or instructional design.
Thank you, Gina. Other questions, Daniel? Maybe in YouTube or Facebook?
We don't have questions on YouTube, but continue.
¿Se escuché lejos solo yo?
They don't have,
Oh, amazing.
he doesn't have.
Perfect. And also remember, everyone in here, if you have a mute your mic, because we can listen everything, and you have this in the part of the left side. You can click in there, and your mic is mute when in the moment the speaker is talking. Para todos, les recomiendo por favor que cuando entren a la sala, a veces escucha algunos sonidos de la calle o algún sonido que hay en la casa o un perrito, un animalito. Entonces, por favor, mutean el micrófono y cuando vayan a hablar, vuelven y oprimen donde está el micrófono, que está en la parte izquierda, donde al lado que dice micrófono público o las personas que están alrededor suyo. Listo. Daniel, pasa por favor un momento al stage para finalizar con Gina.
Hola, estoy aquí, regresé. Recuerden también que con en el teclado T pueden habilitar el micrófono y así es más rápido hablar y callarse el tiempo.
Bueno, y cuéntame cómo va todo el mundo virtual.
Bueno, el mundo virtual ahorita estamos, o sea, hace 20 minutos teníamos 5 personas viendo y ahora no sabes cuántas personas.
No,
Adivina.
Wow. Cuéntanos.
No sé.
7 personas. Hemos aumentado nuestra audiencia de una forma fenomenal. Seguimos intentando.
¿Tú sabes por qué? Porque están entrando al mundo virtual. Es por eso que ellos ya no tienen que ver online, porque ya quieren entrar aquí en el mundo como avatars.
Así es, tú mismo lo has dicho. Esta sala se ha aumentado. De hecho, quisiera hacer una actividad con todos ustedes para que rompamos el hielo. Así que todos presionen el número 4. 1, 2, 4.
4.
Vamos, audiencia, eso.
Vamos,
eso.
Number 4.
Ay,
Alex,
se ve
también
precioso.
puedes presionar el número 4, no tienes que hacer clic. Digo, ¿no? Como para que sea más fácil.
Claro, sí. Es que la tecnología emergente. Voy a tomarles una foto. Y bueno, se ven preciosos. Ahora nuestro siguiente speaker, la siguiente conferencista. Muchísimas gracias a Gina. Le damos un aplauso con el 2.
Gracias.
Oh.
Con la tecla 2.
Presionen el 2.
Presionen el 2.
Muchas gracias. Gracias también a los que nos están escuchando. Para que sigan aquí conectadísimos porque todos los invitados son de lujo, así que no se desconecten. Muchas gracias, Gina.
¿Puede por favor pasar aquí Andrés Burbano y Juan, que quiere presentarlo? Hasta que se presenta.
Bienvenido,
perfecto.
Buenas, Daniel, ¿cómo me le baila?
Ayer bailamos muy bien.
¿Sí?
Sí,
¿Estabas
estuve
ahí?
viendo que bailaron y todo. Yo sí.
En la silla.
Muy bien. Y cuéntanos, Juan, ¿quién es Andrés?
Okay, so our next speaker is Andrés Burbano. It's a pleasure to present Andrés. He's a computer science engineer from the Colombian Engineering School, Julio Garavito. He's a master in system and networks from ESE Paris and PhD in 3D image and signal processing from Paris-Saclay University. He has more than 10 years of experience in web technologies development and more than 6 years of experience in artificial intelligence algorithms, 3D image processing, that and volumetric cameras. He is co-founder of the South Virtual Universe Foundation and co-founder of the Colombian Association of Virtual Augmented and Virtual Reality Association, founder of French Digital Artists Association, CAMPOR, and is part of the VR and AR French chapter. He provides the necessary knowledge to create a web VR application that respects the infrastructure and performance requirements for a comfortable and efficient user experience in the different intended devices. So Andres, thank you for being here today, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Manuel, for your presentation. Okay, so
Bienvenido.
everybody can see. Gracias.
Bienvenido.
Thanks for inviting me to giving us to create this great space to show our work. So I'm Andres Burbano, as Juan Manuel said. I'm located in Paris. I'm directing this specifically collective that I'm going to present today, and what we do. I can change.
No, I can change for you, but you can also go in share screen. Also, you can change too. You want to? I can stop. I stop now. You can.
Okay.
You need to go to share two screens.
¿Y dónde está?
En presentaciones. En /presentations y presentaciones. Bueno, vamos hablando mientras tanto. Va presentando a...
Okay, so it's better if you keep changing the slides, therefore.
¿Sí? Okay.
Sorry, yes.
Entonces, me dices next y yo lo voy cambiando, ¿te parece?
Listo. Next.
Listo, hágale.
This is the 14, so can you go to the second one, please?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the current project that we are working. I think you have here a lot of Justin Bieber, also of Alexandra and Menu, sorry. We're also doing a lot of collaboration with different universities, like in Spain, in Amsterdam, a lot of other foundations in Colombia, and working from professors also here from Paris. We have virtual complementary museum from a pre-Hispanic museum located in Corinto, Cauca. That's a very complicated zone in Colombia. It's like a war zone, which has a very difficult access. So we're trying to give some visibility to this museum through the VR, through a VR experience. And next. And today I want to present the academic research that we are doing in the dance static. Dance static. Can you put the next one, please? So currently we are using different technologies, not only hardware, but also we are using some neural networks. Unfortunately, I have to do this in PDF, so I cannot present you the videos of the 3D modeling and the moving extraction. Next, please. Kind of complicated. Okay, so this is the current project, the Le Dance Statique. We won a grant this month, so we are very happy and very proud that this will help us to go to the next step, that is gonna be recording three new videos and 3 new interviews with 6 different artists that we're gonna do in Barcelona. Next, please. So for this project, the research, our research question is, which is the impact in the creation process of the scenic artists and composers when using XR technologies? We really want to try to understand just by using this technology, they are really changing the way they used to do and create. Next, please. The motivation to this project is that we have been I think most of you have been seeing the changes, like how the technologies are getting cheaper and better since the 2016, or maybe some technologies before. So before, we have to find like a huge rig of several cameras that has to be pre-processed in a separated device, and now we can find very small cameras with very good quality, and the process sometimes is also internally. So I think this process and this progress, between the other technology, these technologies before and now, it's a very interesting. It's one of our motivations, but also it's a challenge to know how to use them, how to manage them, and how to be able to take advantage of all the possibilities. So this is another motivation we have. Like, we want to teach and show these different cameras and technologies to the artists that we're working with. Next, please. I don't know if most of you know the process of a creation of a 360 video, and that also have a 3D sound. For the 360 videos, we have something that is called the format that we're using is the rectangular format. That is just the sphere of the video sphere that we are recording. That is placed or put in this format that can be shared and put in YouTube or in other platforms. And the ambisonic and the sound 3D sound is recorded using a format called ambisonic, and this is sound field that can be recorded with several microphones or with a specific microphone. Next. Mostly all the 360 videos and cameras are composed by several cameras. This is the smallest camera that we can find, that it has specifically two different cameras. You can see at the top left we have two fisheye images that they had to pass through a process that is called stitching, and through the stitching we are able to create the rectangular image. So this is supposed to be a video that I couldn't put, but you can see at left how is the image, and then how the sequence of this image create a stereo scene. Next. In the process of creating or recording 3D sound or sound specialized, so as I said before, you can have a specific microphone that it will record from the point or from the place that the microphone is, as the natural way that the waves are coming to your ears, and this is in ambisonic. But you can also, like, composers, like for example in our process, the composers are making their own composition using different instruments, and then after they can use specific tools that allow them to place the sounds and the recordings whatever they want to create a specific experience or feeling that for the video. These both sources of sound are put it together in an ambisonic format, and then is shared. And when the people is seeing or having the experience, then is when it is transformed to binaural format, that is a stereo or two channels format, and it will reproduce or try to imitate the way we used to listen. So it will allow us to hear what we are seeing and where we are seeing. So this is kind of complex, but it's you can like very easily to understand. You have like a specific microphone that is able to record field of sound, and then you can have sources, specific sources. You specialize it, you share it using a Bisonic, and then at the moment when you are listening, you are hearing a binaural format. Next one, please. The study signed that we are using for this experiment or this research, we are having 12 artists or performers, 12 composers. They are in the range of ages between 19 and 38. All of them, they are doing their first time experience, like the first time they are building XR experiences or using XR technologies. And also is the first time being the content creator. As a methodology, we have 4 different sessions. The first one where we introduced the technologies. The second one is when they perform. We record them. They can see their self, the performance in the VR headsets, in the head-mounted display, and they can play again, or they can perform again, and we record them, and we do this several times, so they can be able to experience how their movements and their relationship with the camera are creating some specific effects or sensations or different results. After that, we show them we record the final video, the one that we want to present as a compilation of videos. And at the end, we show them the result. And during all these processes, we are making interviews. And these interviews, we are going to do a thematic analysis so we can understand what has been really going on in this new process, in this creation process. Next. So far we have recorded 7 videos in 5 different cities, like Paris, Barcelona, El Prat, Fontainebleau. We have been working with incredible artists from all around the world, from China, States, Uruguay, Colombia, and France. We are gonna, as I told you before, we're gonna travel to Barcelona. We're work with Ecuadorian, Honduras. I don't really know how to say this in English, and I forget, and another Spanish actress. So it's been pretty rich in terms of we're gonna have very different point of views of people that have very different contexts, different cultures, and I think it's a very important point from this research, because sometimes when you do research, you do to 150 people, but these people is all from the same place. So it really changed. I think it's gonna really change our results. Next one. For the creation of the videos, it's pretty simple. It has to be less than 5 minutes. They have to do improvisation, and the camera is placed in the center of the scene, and we do it in a sequence shot. So they can repeat it a few times, and then when they feel that is okay, we will do it. So there is not that much constraint that will allow the participants to be very creative, and they have not any kind of limitations different from the lighting setup. I don't know if most of you know 360 video production. So it's very hard to add lighting or specific things to the scene, because you can see everything, or the spectator can see everything. So we cannot have for example, the lights that you can see in the scene at top right. Next one, please. For the performer, is the same that I explained before, these 4 steps. Sorry, and I present the technology, we do the workshops, and then they can see what they have done. And all of this is followed by the interviews. Next one. The composer is a little bit different, but it's also different creation steps. The video is centering the performer, so the performer is gonna give some ideas or some context to the composer. Then he will give us the music, we will record the video, and then they have the final adjustment of the composition, seeing the video, and then doing the spatialization of the audio. And this is also followed by interviews. Next one. So what are we expecting from these different interviews? We really want to understand if the process is really changing or not. What are the main points or the main characteristics that the challenges or facilities or everything that can be added or is being changed of the creation process. So we would like to understand it and be able to give some advice for the next generation of artists. Like, we find out that most of your colleagues have found this useful or not, or you can avoid this kind of stuff. So this is what we're really trying to search here. Next one. What would be our future work? So finally, doing this publication after we finish the 12 interviews, we would like to check with some group of spectators, like if what the artists were intending to transmit, the spectators were able to perceive it, and evaluate the somatic experience from the spectators, if they were really engaged. And there is difference between 2D and 3D. So this is more like this is a second step of using this material to make a research in the other part of the process, that is the spectator. Next one. And that's all. So I don't know if you have any questions from the study and the process.
Oh, wow. Please, we can press the F2. Sorry. To Andres. And if you have a question, please, you can press this button. 0, 0, 0. Lady, have a question? No.
Karen has a question.
Karen, okay. Where is Karen?
Don't be shy. Ask me.
No, just unmute your phone. Karen?
What is the role of?
Karen, it's a question for Gina.
Yes.
Sorry. Was to see if you were paying attention.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, and the audience asks to Andres,
Tell me.
what is the next challenge for the arts in immersive technologies? Because I don't know, maybe some artists don't like the technology, but what is the next challenge? Because you are expert, you use some technologies, and what do you think? What is the next?
Okay. So far, I think the first step is like the thing that we are doing, like really bringing the technologies to the artist, because it's very expensive to have the full equipment, like the camera, the headset, the computer, and all the knowledge to do it. So we're trying to facilitate this. So this will be the first step for the next step. So everybody has to use it. And then what has been happening, and this is not only my opinion, I think there's been discussions with a lot of peers all around the world. We have a very similar project of Lee that she's in Canada, and one in her conference. We're discussing the same, is like who are really actually doing all the immersive experiences that are supposed to be for entertainment or everything. Is like a bunch of IT guys that has not such a big background in arts, so they can manage to do a lot of very interesting like very great graphics that can create really, like recreate really the reality, but then like the depth of an artistic production, or the most interesting that an artist can add to a creation, is not very developed. So there is a huge budget for the production, but there is not that much for the creative process. So I think rather the artists get better in technologies like IT and this part, but I think it's a must. and then also like the full production of this kind of stuff, or the grants or everything, goes towards artists, that they can develop better their ideas and get a better knowledge of what is this what are these technologies capable of.
Wow, super. Thank you so much. A ver, see, they have a questions? But you need to press the button. No, you press
Argentina.
a few.
Question from Argentina.
Really?
Sí, Argentina.
Yes, from Argentina asks, what tools do you recommend to integrate art and science? Amazing your work, Andres.
Thanks. Who's the name? Which is the name of the person?
Unulan.
Okay, Unulan. Thanks for the question. Okay. I mean, it depends. What are you planning to do? So I didn't talk about, but we are in this presentation. What we are using WebXR. I think it's a very easy tool to create virtual worlds. It's way easier and less expensive than Unity on Unreal, that you have really to have way more knowledge. I think WebXR is like the future. The others are gonna be exchanged, or gonna be very specific for a very performing and challenging experience. But most of the experience is gonna be WebXR. I think, I don't know if you have seen the film of Steven Spielberg, and WebXR can be able to that, like really have an unlimited world. So one of the tools that I would advise is WebXR. And then there is a lot of not very expensive. It depends if you want to use sound. If you're planning to work with 3D sound, I would recommend Reaper. Is not that expensive. It's for free for students, like for production, like associations as mine is like 60 euros. So, and it's pretty good, pretty powerful. But I don't know if you can write me. I don't. You can see, you have my email there, and we can exchange better. I need to know what you really want to do, so it really depends on the kind of art you are doing.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Great, Andres. Do we have time for another question?
Just 3 minutes, and we need to invite the next speaker. And
Okay,
Juan have the question. Okay, very well. Continue.
Andres, how can people get involved in your project? What are you looking for for collaboration? For example, on the technical side, or more on the creative side, on the post-production side. How can people get involved in your project?
Thanks, Juanma, for the question. So I'm pretty open to every person that is interested to work with us in all these aspects. I think we are like, my knowledge is based in computer science, and this is what I can easily do, and development. So I think we'll be more production. People who really want to bring us some ideas that they can really need the technical help. So I think we are gonna be soon starting something in Colombia, because we have it here, but we will try to soon start in Colombia, like open the association. So for example, artist has to pay like a fee of 5 euros to get in, and then every time they need to work in a project, they have to pay a 10 euros monthly fee if they are recording, if they need the cameras, if they have access to a powerful computer to edit 3D videos, 360 videos. So we are building this. We are trying to see what is the best part. So for example, if you just are creating or thinking about your project, you don't have to pay. So then at the moment you need to use the cameras, you will pay this small fee that will be for the transportation or for the insurance, that is not to get rich. But in the other part, you can get our technical help. So I invite a lot of creators, artists, to come to talk to us. We choose projects that are mostly in an artistic, but also in a social way. So please contact us. We are really open to every idea, every project. We can always find the time, and we want to help you to do your projects.
Great.
Wow,
Thank you, Andres.
amazing.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Andres.
We can press the button F2, yeah.
For number 2, número 2.
Dame. ¿Quieres darle
Está
algún
arribita la
mensajito en
W.
español? En español, Andrés, a toda la audiencia que te está viendo.
Bueno, en español, pues los espero, sobre todo que tenemos, o sea, creo que hay menos recursos en nuestros países latinoamericanos, o sea que la única forma de que podamos hacer muchas cosas es uniéndonos y trabajando juntos. Así que escríbanme, y no solo tienen que trabajar conmigo, pero está todo el equipo de Exarcol. Creo que está creciendo ahora Exarlatam. Unámonos, hagamos muchas cosas juntos y no olviden que es súper importante que estemos bien conectados con la academia y con el arte y con las cosas, con las problemáticas sociales. Creo que tenemos, son herramientas súper poderosas, el VR, y es algo que tenemos que aprovechar. Es una forma de lucha muy interesante. Así que, pues, nada, eso es todo. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Andrés,
Gracias,
mira que
Andrés.
el profe de artes está encantado y dice que gustaría hacer un contacto contigo, entonces seguramente te van a escribir.
Dale, súper. ¿De qué universidad?
De la Universidad del Bosque y también del colegio, de un colegio de aquí en Bogotá. Me estaba escribiendo porque te están viendo por YouTube.
Ah, bueno, de una. Sí, ya estamos trabajando con la Universidad de Cali, creo. Estamos trabajando en el proyecto del museo. Y bueno, y algunas otras ahí que vamos ayudando. Que vamos, no, más bien montando proyectos juntos. Bueno, pues espero los contactos, los emails, escríbanme y hagamos muchas cosas juntos.
Perfect. Thank you so
Genial.
much. And
Thank
our
you.
next thank you so much, Andrea, for being here.
You.
And our next speaker is Irena Cholakova from Bulgaria, but she's studying here in Netherlands.
Woohoo! Cholakova,
Welcome.
come here. Welcome.
Irena. Oh. Hello,
Welcome
Irena.
back.
Welcome.
Hello. Do you all hear me?
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
Perfect.
okay,
Irena.
perfect. So,
Okay, a
first
first
of all,
presentation for you, okay?
yeah.
Okay. Bueno, hola a todos. Nos vamos con la presentación de Irena. Welcome. Irena is from Sofia, Bulgaria. Currently finishing additional master in law and technology at Tilburg University. The work experience in legal sphere so far showed that that is definitely not a failed, that is lack or change and new developments and in the light of this. AI, VR, and augmented reality. And intelligent artificial, virtual reality, transformations, and augmented reality. As the next level innovation taught within this curious transformation. Delighting and helpful to be part of the conference. Irena es de Sofía, Bulgaria, pero ella está actualmente en Países Bajos, Holanda. Ella hizo su máster en leyes, y tecnología en la Universidad de Tilburg, y toda su experiencia laboral, en toda esa parte legal, normativa, y tiene experiencia en desarrollos en realidad virtual, realidad aumentada e inteligencia artificial. Bueno, bienvenida Irena, muchas gracias por estar aquí, disculpa por el ladrido de mi perrito.
No te preocupes, no te preocupes. A ver, we can make a bigger house and press the button 2 to Irena to start. And Daniel, all audience want to know Irena?
Yes, please, all audience, press number 4.
4? Okay, 4.
1 to 4.
1 to 4. Perfect, Irena. Are you ready?
Okay, so hello once again. I would like first to start with a huge thank you note to all the organizers to the conference for giving opportunity to speak today about some legal issues. I will try to make it very simple and short in a way that I can put a lot of articles and long explanations. I really hope that I cleared all the presentation from those things so that I can focus on the main issues. Briefly, some information about me. As it was already said, I'm currently having my additional master's and I'm living here in the Netherlands. And I obtained my first law degree in Sofia. Managed to work in national and international law companies in the sphere of commercial law, international arbitration, and lastly in a US company dealing with bankruptcy procedures, which was very interesting. So on the topic about, can we put the next slide? Yeah. So, and the next slide, because it was a short information. We have, I have separated the presentation into two main topics. The first one is about intellectual property. I will try to touch like some very important issues about the copyright and some trademark issues. Like the time limit gives me this window only to explain just these two parts of the intellectual property field. And the other one is about data protection and the GDPR. Mainly, if I have enough time, I will try also to put like some practical implementations, like when company, for example, wants to use artificial intelligence, what are the things that the company should do? So can we have also the next slide? Okay, perfect. About intellectual property. One of the latest topics that are getting more and more into the light regarding development of artificial intelligence and deep learning is about the novel output that such algorithms will make, for example, as music or artworks or poems. And the main question that comes from this is, are all of those works protected by copyright? The answer brings together like technical, legal issues, as well as even philosophical questions. But in order to determine what constitutes a creative work, among a lot of other criteria, most national legislations focus on authorship and originality. In the Berne Convention, as stated in the slide, we do see that the protection shall operate for the benefit of the author. Under the European Union copyright law, there is no definition about author, but the case law, all the cases that was filed before the European Court of Justice, established that only human creations are protected. Like, so on one of the ends, we need to have like a human that is creating the copyright protected work. As AI systems do not have a personality, they could not imprint on what they produce. Authorship is beyond their limits. I would like to mention one specific example, the next Rembrandt, which is a computer-generated 3D printer painting developed by a facial recognition algorithm that scanned data from more than 300 pictures from Rembrandt. And the process lasted 18 months, and at the end, a new picture was created from this from this algorithm. There is I'm mentioning this, and later I will explain why I'm giving this example. There is, for example, for sure, no specific prohibition that works created by artificial intelligence to be copyright protected. However, the case law show one common outcome. Even I have stated a couple of case law. One is coming from the US, and it's also there a copyright a copyright office has declared that it will register an originated work of authorship provided and created by a human being. Also in European Court of Justice, the very famous Infopack case is also stating that the author and the copyright protected work should have own intellectual creation. like the author is the one that it's creating. A very interesting approach is coming from the UK copyright law, Copyright Design and Patent Act, which is stating that in case of literary, dramatic, musical, artistic, and which is computer generated, the author shall be taken to be the person by whom the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work are undertaken. So an interesting approach that can maybe solve the problem is that if we define in which content, like the author will be person that is standing behind the computer and pressing the button, or the person that has created the algorithm itself. This is a development that it's that if defined in legislation will give good light about how to resolve the problem. And this goes also with the Rembrandt 3D printing, like the person that creates the algorithm or the person that presses the button and the program creates the picture. So slightly to focus on the trademarks. For a trademark to be worth protecting, one of the main requirements are the distinctiveness, lawfulness, truthfulness, novelty, and the use in commerce. What are the difficulties here? Is first that the scope of trademark covers only real goods, and can we go and extend this to cover also intangible virtual representations? This is still a case. A second kind of issue is that an owner may face some hard to prove damages suffered from the use of its intellectual property of the trademark in the virtual reality platform. As stated in the slide, I have provided the Pokemon Go app. The idea is that for example, the Pokemon Go may use the logo of a company because of the Pokestop or the gym, which is actually located at a company store. What if the store does not want to be associated with this Pokemon brand? Can it prevent the use of the logo and the brand? On one side, the company will say that people using Pokemon Go can attract more clients to the specific shop. But on the other side, the brand owners may start working with the virtual creators to provide license for virtual goods. I mean, I go a little bit before what I wanted to say. On the other side, like the person that the location that has been used from the Pokemon Go, like the company does not want to be associated with a specific program as a Pokemon Go. And the main outcome is how the company that the Pokemon Go app is using their location for the application wants to be known from the public. If it wants to be associated or if not, like it depends about the image that the company wants. This was in very, very, very short about those two topics. Maybe I want to slightly mention about the avatars, since we are all avatars here in this virtual room. Very interesting part is that if the avatars are designed, if the people are designing the avatars themselves, they could be subject to copyrighted trademark lawsuits. The fictional characters' images, together with their unusual character traits, are protected by copyright. So users who copy enough of the visuals, character traits, or both to be copyrighted expression and not simply an idea might be infringing, actually. So there is also room avatars to be protected by copyright, depending how much the originality has been used when creating the specific avatar. Maybe a brief conclusion that I would like to draw up here is that before making any specific legislation about copyright created from artificial intelligence or deep learning algorithms. The artificial intelligence needs to be properly explored and understood, but still, like the artificial intelligence itself, it's under construction and it's under development, and no one is actually having quite a broad idea how everything is going to develop and how it will end up, and how exactly artificial intelligence will be able to use all the information and data that has been input in the algorithms. So this is quite a slow process, and European Union is in the very beginning of creating legislation about artificial intelligence. Still, there is no complete paper about it. It's still undergoing, like all discussions. So, moving on, regarding the data protection. Can we change the slide? Okay, so data protection is very, very hot topic, of course, because all the changes that are coming with the GDPR, the regulation, are still ongoing, and a lot of companies are still adapting to the process of collecting data and processing and also defending personal data of the subjects that they have collected. So first of all, maybe I would start with some practical information about what companies, if they're using or planning to use artificial intelligence, should do in organization, on an organizational level, in regards with the regulation that the GDPR provides. First of all, one of the main important things is when you're collecting personal data of the subjects, like the people that are using your that are customers to your company, you have to say what it will be used for what specific goals this data will be used. This is not according to the presentation, but I would really like to slightly point out the practical issues, like, and maybe if I have enough time, I will go on this slide of the presentation. So what is very important is to say when you're collecting personal data, what is going to be used for, and not using it for anything else. Like the specific reason that you stated that for one subject that you're collecting all type of personal data, and whatever you say in the beginning, that's it. Like there is no way for changing it, and there is, if you want to change it, you need to collect it again, but that's another topic. Another thing is that also there is a limitation for how long you can hold on the data, and those are a lot of specific cases over there. Additionally, once the data has been collected, you have to be able to tell people what data you hold on them and what's being done with this data. You also need to be able to alter or to get rid of people's personal data if this has been requested from you to be done. So data needs to be identifiable and accessible at an individual level. And this is also very important. All the rules that the GDPR has will actually help to increase the transparency in the artificial intelligence. One of the topics that has been quite a lot of discussions on, like the transparency on how artificial intelligence and algorithms are using and how they are making the decisions. Article 9 from the GDPR requires that there should be no discrimination using data, which is very important when, like we all know that there could be bias and that algorithms, the way that have been programmed, at the end that there could be some kind of a discrimination. There were also cases about this. So it's very important, and right now it's another topic that people are working on, is creating ethical algorithms that do not that diminishes as much as possible the probability of any kind of discrimination when the algorithms are used. So going back to the presentation, since we have a little bit more time. The GDPR, as already mentioned, contains rules that directly and indirectly limit the development also of the use of artificial intelligence. First of all, I discussed like what a person needs to do if he wants to use artificial intelligence in their company. And right now, from another point of view, we'll look again the same regulation, seeing that there are limitations that it imposes on the development of artificial intelligence. One of the first things is that companies must have humans to review certain algorithmic decisions. First of all, this raises a lot of labor costs of using this, and also it takes a lot of people to be trained how to actually do this and how to review the decisions. Another thing is that, which is quite demanding from the companies, each one of them have to explain the logic behind their algorithm decisions, and have to explain if it's an ambiguous requirement, that is an ambiguous requirement that needs to compel the companies. I'm sorry. Yeah. In short, like the companies have to explain the logic behind their algorithm decisions. Another point also is the right to erase data could reduce the accuracy of some algorithmic models. We all know that machine learning and algorithms that are in fact like the basis of the artificial intelligence work with data. And data that has been collected most probably not from the last 2 weeks, but from a longer time. And in case of erasement of the data, like a lot of the process, like quite enough part of the process will be hard to be finished. Another thing, as we all know, are the huge fines that the GDPR provides, which means that all the time a non-compliance with the articles of the regulation will go and will result in penalties. And the penalties goes for the companies, and they are quite high, as we can also see like the case with the Facebook and Cambridge Analytica. So this was in very, very short. I will end up here because I would like to hear if you have any questions. Thank you.
Bravo! Please press F2 to Irena. Saying hearts. Okay, 4 times to the question, you need to press this button, the 0. Ah, wanna have a question? In a second.
Yes.
You can put a little bit your volume of your mic.
Excuse me?
You can up the volume of your mic, please. A little bit.
Can you speak louder, please?
Juan,
Yeah.
se escucha lejos.
Sí. We are so close. Maybe he's in Colombia and we are here in Netherlands. It's very far.
That's the reason.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Irena, I have a question regarding the limits of the legal participation of the entities on regarding artificial intelligence and for example VR. Does it goes beyond a country or for example the European Union and goes on digital? Is it going to be like that in the future, like a worldwide how do you say a worldwide legal approximation for artificial intelligence, machine learning, and these virtual technologies? Or how do you think is going to work? For example, you have some legislation in Colombia where I am. It's very different, but do you think that is going to be like a whole legislation that can apply to this virtual world?
Thank you really for this question. I have been also asking myself what will be the best approach when regulating artificial intelligence, having first of all the idea that at some places on the planet, the artificial intelligence is way more advanced than on other places, most probably, and so far the most easiest solution will be maybe some kind of a regional legislation or some kind of a international bodies, and states that participate in those international bodies will have and will be attached to a specific regulation regarding artificial intelligence. Maybe those are the best approaches. I really don't know. So far, I know that European Union is really working on this. China is also working on this, and the market over there is very high. Is on a very high speed. India is also on different, and US is also fighting for a lot of rights and regulation about this, because also there are a lot of startup companies that are using it, and having it. At some point there will be some cases, and also like a very big thing in the US is about this autonomous cars. Only this issue is striking a lot of debates, and having autonomous cars daily use means that there should be regulation about all the casualties that could happen. And artificial intelligence and machine learning stays over there. So most probably they will also, like the US, will have a different and separate approach from other countries. So it's either a regional kind of approach, or either like in international bodies, they accept rules, and parties and states that are into those international bodies, they follow those rules. Those are the approaches according to me.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Someone have a question? Cindy have a question.
Alexa, question from Colombia. Teacher Monica. Irena, I heard in your presentation. Hay un eco por ahí. I heard
Lo que es Néstor. Ya, dame un segundito. Ya.
Okay. I heard in your presentation that you are from Bulgaria. You want to go back to developing projects in your country?
Oh, thank you so much. This question put a big smile on my face. Yes, actually, it will be very, very interesting. There are a lot of startups going on in Bulgaria, not right now, but from the last maybe 10 years. There was a specific program from the European Union that helps people with ideas to get money from the union and developing their ideas and see how it goes. And also we have a lot of IT specialists. So yeah, developing and trying to do something as a project in Bulgaria will be very interesting. Yeah, I'm also thinking about this option. Thank you so much for asking me.
Wow, thank you for sharing your expressions.
Thank you.
Wow, super nice. And Daniel, you have a question?
Yes, we have some information from YouTube.
Okay, tell me.
Astrid Niño says, how nice presentation. And Julian Andres says, greetings from Colombia. And that's it.
Thank you so much. I really hope that the information that I provided, I really tried it to be short and to have as much as practical as possible.
You know, no, we have one lawyer in here. It's very important when we develop these projects in technology, in virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and artificial intelligence. Every time when we develop something with technology, we use data. There is a reason you can contact Irena, because she will be a specialist in this topic. And also other lawyers, like for example, if you're working in Colombia and you make a project in Colombia, it's very important, like us. Camilo have a question. You have a project with the data? Tell us.
Yeah. More than project is like a successful case that we have in our country. We with a recognized company in the world that is Nielsen. Maybe you know, Irena.
No, this one no.
Nielsen is one of the biggest company in the world that manage the data, the consumer data, and they give prognostication and give reports to other companies about their customers and their behaviors. This is the how works that company.
Mm-hmm.
And we create an experience with them when here in our country we have some stores, local stores that is located in the neighborhoods, and we work together with them in order to recognize the products that they are sold in order to give more information in real time and more precise data for them. But here, as you mentioned in your speech, it is important to be clear in the documentation and the how you obtain the data and who is the owner of that data. Is the store, is the customer, is the company that built that, or is the company that payment for that. There is really important legal aspect, and it really is important for when you manage AI projects in this kind of system.
Yes, everything like especially the so-called sensitive data, but it's another part of data in general. But yeah, since data nowadays has been used for some companies and organizations to get profit from it, and it's personal data from all of us, it should be regulated, and it should be specific norms that goes with liability about this. And when somebody infringes and when somebody is doing unlawful stuff with the personal data that you have not given any consent to be collected, there should be consequences. So it's really, really important since some, as I said before, like some companies are getting caught from data. Yeah, I wish you a lot of success with this.
Thank you, and
Thank
hope
you.
we can visit you to both.
Number 2, we can say thank you for Irena. Please press your button 2. See, all audience can see. Thank you, Irena. Oh, so lovely. Our next speaker, because we are very punctual today, super punctual. Juan
Colombian
is here.
time.
Colombian time. Estamos muy puntuales, ¿no? Daniel.
Sí, eso es lo que nos reconoce la gente. La gente dice, vamos a un lugar y es hora colombiana. O sea, saben que somos muy puntuales.
Muy puntuales. Muy bien, muy bien.
Otra actividad de integración.
A ver, sí, otra actividad de integración que podemos hacer con los emojis.
Más que los emojis es invitar a todos.
¿Hello? No,
Sí,
creo que no, es que nos está dejando un poquito en pausa, pero creo que nos va a invitar a algo muy interesante.
Ya. También va a hacerlo con como Daniel, recordemos que Daniel también nos está apoyando en la transmisión, tanto en Facebook como en YouTube. Pues entonces él está participando y está invitando al equipo también y a la gente que nos sigue por redes sociales a participar. Y pues adicional, pues agradecemos a todos los que están aquí hoy como público, como ahora.
Sí.
Perdonen, es que se me desconectó. Ustedes saben que en todas partes hay problemas. Hay problemas de conexión, transporte, el día. Hoy está siendo muy soleado. Bueno, entonces como les decía, los invito a que nos sigan en Instagram y en Facebook a XRCall. Muy fácil, XRCall. Síganos.
Listo, perfecto. Vamos a dejarlo en la página web para que las personas que vinieron la vieron en la página, para que puedan seguir esas redes. Cuando finalice este evento, lo vamos a dejar ahí un link para que ustedes puedan darle clic y lo sigan en Facebook. ¿Les parece? Bueno, tengo una invitada muy especial que aprecio mucho. ¿Quién será por ahí? ¿Tú sabes, Juan?
Claro que sí. Claro que sabemos.
A ver, ¿quién será? ¿Quién será?
We are here. We're going to present our next speaker. a very special person and one of the coordinators of this event. And she's Cindy Carolina Bernal Villamarin, and she's going to talk us about the emerging technologies for inclusive education. Um, Cindy is a PhD in inclusive education, Magister in Information Technologies applied to education, degree in technological design of training, experience in education for 12 years, teacher of the district school Enrique La Guerrera, and research coordinator development and innovation at Universidad El Bosque. Cindy, it's a pleasure to have you here and be able to hear your presentation, and the stage is yours.
No, wait. I want to
In
say
Spanish?
something. Quiero decir algo. She also is one of the, she was participating in the Global Teacher Prize Award 2020. And she represents all like the more inspiration teachers in Colombia because she working with the schools in Colombia. And it's not easy to work in there. And also she was nominated in this category. And then it's representing like a Nobel Prize in Education, we can say. We are always very proud of you. Estamos muy orgullosos de ti. Sabemos que casi eras millonaria. Pero
por un pelito.
Por un pelito eres millonaria, pero tú sabes que tienes un corazón que millones de personas necesitan de ti y también de tu ingenio. Y bueno, pues bienvenida y cuéntanos tu proyecto.
Muchas gracias. Ya con esas palabras, como ahora no puedo exponer porque ya me emocioné, pero bueno, muchas gracias, Alexa, de verdad, porque ha sido un crecimiento de años. Nosotros somos, pues desde nos conocimos siendo estudiantes y profes en el colegio, y pues mira, ahora dónde estamos. Entonces, pues muy feliz de compartir escenario hoy contigo.
En el
virtual,
stage.
En el stage.
Sí.
Ok, voy a presentar en inglés. Y sorry for my English. Y pues cualquier duda, pues estoy súper pendiente. Lo intentaré. Listo. Bueno, muy bien. Share my screen. Okay. Greeting to everyone from Colombia. I am a teacher and research, and today I tell you about my life project, emerging technologies for inclusive education. Sorry. My presentation has 5 moments. Number 1, have an idea, background for creating these projects. Number 2, universal design for learning, a strategy and methodology for the design of inclusive resources. Number 3, start creating, identify the context to create. Number 4, analog and digital resources for inclusion, create digital and analog resources. Number 5, projections. What is waiting for us? Are you ready for my presentation in this moment?
Always ready. We can press 1 or 2.
Yes. Number 1, the story of my project life, the story of my idea. The story of my idea arose in 2004 when I was a student and I met a deaf friend in my university. I didn't know Colombian Sign Language in this moment, and I feel the need as a teacher in training to learn. My research as a focus of many disabled people that I could help. By 2018, when I already registered 3,276,000 people in Colombia, people with disabilities. This situation potential in me the idea of creating technology for inclusion. This is my first project. My first project is a system that recognizes voice and translates it into Colombian Sign Language. That I developed a system that translates input, capture voice signal, stage of signal processing, implementation of neural network, and finally output 3D representation of the Colombian Sign Language and spelling of the identified sign. This is my first project. My second project is a master degree. It's about a system that translates electroencephalographic signs into verbal writing language. Input in this case is capturing the deaf user electroencephalographic signals, a stage of signal processing, next neural network implementation for recognition, and finally output writing and verbal language from Spanish. It's important, the Colombian Sign Language is the first language of the deaf people, and the second language in Colombia is Spanish. Number 2. The creative projects are developed according to these 4 phases. My strategy and methodology for the design of inclusive resources is universal design for learning. Number 1, inquire or investigate. Identify the context and reality of people. Number 2, project. Propose an alternative solution through a draft according to the identified need. Number 3, life experience. Applying the project with the people. And number 4, value the process. Evaluate the impact of the project applied with the beneficiary population. From this moment, I recognize the importance as a teacher of motivating my students to create technology to help people. For this reason, I have been working for 6 years to create seedbed research or research group from my students. In school and at university for my students to create inclusive technology. This is example, see the video. This video presents the project of the students Felipe Pineda and Natalia Jaramillo of the program of Design and Communication of my research group in Del Bosque University. They propose the design of a digital and analog resource to support children and young people with depression. We made a visit to educational institutions, and they did not have support materials to enhance the management, the emotion of our students. That's why we were a little inspired by the film Intensely or the película Intensamente, and there was present a proposal we see on screen to create monsters with augmented reality. When we arrive at the schools, we create a scenario for children to interact with monster and the mobile application. That day, can you see in the video? That day the children told us that if they wanted to see in their emotion the monsters, but they wanted each one to be different. They each one have a personality. It's a pause in this moment. Oh, okay, stop the video. Each one had a personality. As I tell you in this moment, I shall tell you another wonderful story. I want you to write to me as you imagine the monster for joy, for sadness, anger, fear, and displeasure. En este momento quiero que escriban en las redes sociales, en Facebook, en YouTube, o en el chat, cómo se imaginan los monstruos para la ira, la tristeza, la alegría, el miedo y el desagrado. In this moment, when you write in Facebook or YouTube or chat or Tío, write to me as you imagine the monster for joy, sadness, anger, fear, and displeasure. Before showing you what the boys and girls imagine. Después les voy a mostrar qué se imaginaron los niños con las emociones y sus monstruos.
Espera, danos un segundo para poder escribir. Vamos a escribir en el live qué se imaginaron los niños.
Sí, sí. Sí, sí. It's second for... don't worry. Alexa, yo voy a ir contando y ahorita voy a mirar lo que escribieron.
Listo.
Es que ahí no voy a... ahí no voy a parar porque voy a hacer una pausa mientras muestro otra historia. ¿Listo? Entonces pueden escribir tranquilamente.
Listo.
Ok. The next history is... that day the children told us that if they wanted to see their emotions, the monsters, but they wanted each one to be a different. At the same time, Alejandra Murcia and Andrea Niño, two students of the research group, also of the Design and Communication program, want to help children with learning difficulties. In the video, can you see visit of the school? Where from the visit, the teachers want to enhance in their students the civic culture and the following up of instructions. These brilliant years were project, a video game, and analog resource to support this need. And in this case, we are supported by 3 robots that will accompany the journey of children through the city to meet challenge. Ahora sí voy a pausar para ver qué escribieron. Alexa, ¿escribieron algo quizás en YouTube? ¿En Facebook?
Es que hasta ahora alcancé a ver un poquito, a abrir el Facebook. Entonces yo me imagino que necesita un poquito de tiempo porque hay un delay en el video. Pero lo vamos a ver ahorita. Yo me imagino que si tú me preguntas a mí, yo creo que va a ser miedo y tristeza. Fear and surprise. Yes.
Yes. ¿Y cómo te los imaginabas físicamente? ¿Cómo sería la tristeza para ti, el miedo?
The sadness, I imagine blue. Because for the movie. ¿No?
Intensamente.
And no sé, el miedo negro, ¿no? Puede ser, o
negro,
morado.
Ok.
Grande. No, mentiras, no. Miedo, la tristeza pequeñita y el miedo mediano.
Ok. Ok, continue my presentation. Thank you, Alexa. Si me llegan a decir algo, me cuentas. Yo estoy pendiente. Ay, perdón. Continue. It's important to highlight that we think about integrating analogs resources for people who do not have device or connectivity, but who can still participate and learn. And this video is really an example for people don't not have device or connectivity. This is my students of my Enrique Olaya Vega school. These are projects created by my school students. For example, device through Arduino, so that a person with upper limb amputation can control a computer with the movement of his head. Applications were created to support people with mobility difficulties in controlling their home. Also applications to teach students with Down syndrome. My students and I are a team. We are friends. We create together and help everyone as a team. On the screen, we are seeing this example of augmented reality to teach Colombian Sign Language for my students. is mobile application development in Unity. This is example of development of students and grade 10 and 11. And use universal design programming to create digital resource, analog resource of different. This is example to robotic orthesis to contribute development for students arthrogryposis multiple. And this is use microbit kit programmation and computational programming of microbit and MakeCode. And stick for the blind, use Arduino in this case. And glasses with blind sensor with Arduino. This is example of my students participants and signet permission form.
Wow.
Thanks. You want to see what monster I like now?
You are? Okay.
¿Quieren ver los monstruos que los niños nos presentaron? Estos monstruos son creados con la visita de los niños. This monster is created for the visit of students in 2 institutions. Can you see? You want to see the monsters in this moment? ¿Quieren ver los monstruos en este momento?
Show us the monsters.
Okay.
Podemos presionar el 1, puede ser.
Okay. This project name, Monster Mood. And on the screen, this is the new monsters. On the screen we are seeing. Un momentito, voy a adelantar aquí porque el tiempo no me alcanza para mostrar todo el video. Aquí. On the screen, we are seeing the cars of the analog game. This project is integrate analog and digital resources. And the cards of the analog game with the new monsters. On the screen, we see the packing of the whole game that includes. Wait a minute. This developed in Unity. Mobile application developed in Unity. What did you say, alcancía, Alexandra, in English? What did you say, alcancía? No sé cómo se dice alcancía. No sé cómo se dice alcancía. No sé.
No sé, preguntémosle a Juan, que es bilingüe. No. ¿Quién sabe cómo se dice alcancía?
No sé cómo se dice alcancía.
Money box.
Money box? Okay, money box.
No, mentira, no sé.
No sé.
Se llama Pinky.
Okay, in this video, can you see a packing of the whole game that includes alcancía?
It's a Pinky Bank.
Pinky Banks.
Google Translate.
we know. We don't have it.
Pinky Banks for boys and girls to deposit no coins, nor money, deposit their emotions. Okay? Puzzle, drawing pad, and a roller for challenge. A mobile app developed in Unity with the respective bookmarks or marcadores. La aplicación se desarrolló en Unity. This is example of a mobile application. And can you see the new monsters?
Yes.
Wow,
New
qué
monsters.
increíble.
in augmented reality. And how did you feel today? Can you write me? What did you feel today? Okay. Ay, espera un segundito porque These monsters. Adivinen quién es quién. New monsters create for my students. These are bookmarks or marcadores in augmented reality. Okay. Continúo. Oh, ¿qué pasó? Wait a minute. Continue. And how did you feel today? Repeat. And I'm a very powerful teacher and a very happy to present the work of my students. They remember the game to work with children with learning difficulties? Yes? They remember the game? ¿Recuerdan el juego que les conté para niños con dificultades de aprendizaje?
Sí.
Bueno, ahora vamos a ver cómo quedó. Okay, this game, the name of game is City Play. This game is work with children with disability difficulties and will be learning difficulties. I present to you two great work developed on an analog level. The board and cards with participants are the chips. En este juego, los participantes son las fichas. The game was developed in Unity. Again, to teacher, thanks and highlighted to teacher Milton Maecha for all this creativity in this project. Robots will accompany the process and guide citizen skills. Children can select their avatar. There is the tour of the city with challenge to make decisions. Can you see? Warnings. It's possible to children came in mobile application and use analog resource in this mode. Remember, integrating analog resources and digital resources is necessary for people who do not have device or connectivity, but who can still participate and learn. Continue on example, see the screen, and the children is possible to gain. Kill COVID-19. Okay, continue. The best of all this story is that it has no end. We have many ideas and many dreams to fulfill. Number 5, what's waiting for us? Projections. We are learning a lot about transmedia narrative. Integrate game, blog, infographic, video, podcasts. Apply to inclusion and recognition of diversity. I quote to Carlos Scolari, when all the media comes, and this is an inspiration from the Tech team. Cito a Carlos Scolari, en donde todos los medios cuentan, y mi inspiración también surge desde el equipo de Tech y el uso de las narrativas transmedia, juego, blog, infografía, video y podcast, aplicado a la inclusión y al reconocimiento de la diversidad. We continue to create digital and analog resources for inclusion. Remember, never stop dreaming, no matter how many difficulties you along the way. We continue to create digital and analog resources for inclusion. Thank you very much for the invitation and listening to the voice of the teacher of Latin America, and especially my beautiful country, Colombia.
¡Bravo! ¡Qué
Wow,
increíble!
bravo.
¡Qué trabajo tan fenomenal! Cindy, no
Gracias.
conocía todo lo que hacías. Casi lloro, en verdad.
Sí, wow,
Qué bonito
wow.
lo que estás haciendo.
Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Desde YouTube te saluda Astrid. A hug for our beautiful teacher and friend. Y Julián Andrés
Thank you,
Alonso,
profe.
the best teacher in the world.
Wow. Ay, sí se dice piggy bank. Gracias, Sumita.
Sí, piggy bank.
Thank you, Julián. Thank you, Sumita.
Anyone
Muy
has
bien.
questions?
¿Tienen preguntas? Para Cindy tienen que presionar el botón 00. ¿Tienen preguntas? ¿Tienen que? Lady. No, es que se presionó. Jean, ya. Okay, Cindy, I have a question for you. You showed the cars in, I don't know if it's augmented reality, I think so, where is like
Augmented
the
reality,
monster,
yes.
like the
Yes.
monster are on the phone, and you developed this, or
Yes,
how
my
we-
students develop and model avatars
Mhm.
and develop monsters in Maya, modeling
Mhm.
Maya, and Poser is model these monsters, create these monsters.
Really? O sea, like the design is
Yes,
on this own
design.
design. Wow.
Design these monsters for the visit of two institutions, visit the students in the school, and these children design these models, and the students of the El Bosque University designing in software the monsters. Entonces, los niños, visitamos el colegio, los niños nos dijeron cómo se imaginaban los monstruos y los estudiantes de la Universidad del Bosque los modelaron y los diseñaron en un software de modelado 3D.
Wow, and
impresionante.
the pink bank, what you showed there, when you say like a safe emotions, like
Yes.
for example, now I feel so happy, as here, how I
Yes,
say my emotions.
stickers. Okay.
And
Stickers,
how it's
emotions.
working. How
Yes.
it's working. Guillermo is
okay.
lovely.
Voy a decir algo en español, Alexa, para apoyar
Okay.
esa parte, porque no sé también cómo explicar.
Voy a preguntar en español.
Listo.
Cindy
tú si
tenía
quieres-
una alcancía.
bueno, sí.
Cindy tenía una alcancía. Y nos mostró un juego de alcancía en el que los niños iban a como emociones dentro de la alcancía, yo no sé, tristeza, felicidad dentro de la alcancía. Pero ¿cómo se juega? O sea, ¿cómo pongo mis monedas en la alcancía cuando estoy triste, cuando estoy feliz?
Bueno, las alcancías se utilizan antes y después del juego. Antes de jugar la parte análoga y digital, entonces los niños, por lo general, lo que descubrimos en la investigación es que los niños a veces tienen miedo o no cuentan que están tristes, que tienen ira, que tienen miedo, que están felices. No siempre lo cuentan. A veces lo dicen, lo demuestran físicamente, pero no siempre. Y resulta que no sabía y descubrimos que teníamos niños con depresión y ansiedad. Por eso también surgió esta propuesta, porque habíamos creado muchos recursos para personas sordas, para personas con baja visión, pero para personas con depresión y ansiedad, no. Entonces las profes nos pidieron este favor de, venga, ayúdenos a crear estos recursos. Entonces, cuando nosotros llegamos allí, nos dimos cuenta de eso, que los niños prefieren que no sepan cómo se sienten, estos niños con depresión y ansiedad. Entonces, ¿en qué consiste? Antes de jugar, ellos en la alcancía van a depositar su sticker de cómo se sienten. Pero entonces es la alcancía de recolectar emociones y en donde efectivamente decimos que estar triste no está mal, porque luego tú puedes estar feliz. Estamos también apoyándonos mucho en esta película intensamente porque de vez en cuando también estamos tristes y lo más interesante es ponernos felices luego. Y quitar esa tristeza gracias a nuestros amigos, a nuestro equipo de trabajo, a nuestra familia, a diseñar todas estas cosas. Entonces, y ayudar. Entonces, por eso también nosotros motivamos a los niños de que también pues no está mal que ellos tengan estas emociones. Entonces, vamos y luego jugamos, hacemos todo el proceso tenemos varios retos, tenemos retos a nivel de que ellos puedan dibujar, de que ellos hagan un proceso creativo y productivo, y luego al final del juego, utilizar la parte análoga y digital, entonces depositar nuevamente la emoción, la alcancía de las emociones, a ver si esa emoción cambió del antes y el después. Ese es el proceso que trabajamos con las alcancías. Entonces, viene la maleta con todo el kit análogo. Luego, pues aquí no puedo mostrar en cámara, pero ya estamos en proceso de impresión de todo el recurso. Y entonces viene toda la maleta con ese kit análogo para los niños que no tienen dispositivos o conectividad y que puedan jugar. Ese es como el proceso que se desarrolla.
Qué bonito. ¿Y cómo viste la sensación de los niños cuando todo su sentimiento fue reflejado y apoyado en la tecnología? ¿Crees que eso pues también ellos se sientan un poco pues más apoyados, pero también como felices de poder utilizar la tecnología para otros medios?
Sí, y pues es muy interesante y ahí cito a mi amiga y colega Gina, que está ahí también en el auditorio. Ella siempre potencia y fortalece la propuesta pedagógica. Entonces digamos que aquí lo fuerte es eso, que nosotros queremos apoyar a enseñar a nuestros niños, a hacerlos sentir mejor, pero que sin duda alguna ellos pueden utilizar ese recurso tecnológico para poder interactuar con los otros niños o quizás poder transmitir la emoción que les da un poco de temor decir. Les cuento que al principio ellos no estaban exteriorizando las emociones, pero utilizando la aplicación ya les gusta, ya escogen el personaje, ya no es popular. Y como les conté, el diseño de los monstruos, yo creo que vieron el video en donde estaban los primeros monstruos, ¿se acuerdan? Que eran todos parecidos, redonditos, gorditos, y lo único que cambiaban era como los colores y un par de elementos en su cuerpo. Pero no nos imaginábamos que los niños nos iban a decir, no, quiero un monstruo diferente, quiero un monstruo que no se llame Alegría. Ah, y esa es otra cosa, les pusieron nombres, Pixie, o sea, otros nombres que no tienen nada que ver. Tienen nombres diferentes que efectivamente los niños inventaron en el instrumento que les mostré en el video, y luego ya se modeló los nuevos monstruos. Ellos decían, queremos un monstruo con personalidad, que sea diferente y que no se note, que no tenga ningún parecido con cada uno de los monstruos, porque cada emoción es diferente, que se pueden integrar, que somos amigos, pero que cada monstruo sea diferente. Entonces a los niños les encantó porque, digamos, no es tan cierto que ellos ahí ya nacieron en esta época, entonces ellos utilizan así súper fácil la tecnología, sino lo estamos orientando y apoyando. La tecnología es una herramienta, pero nosotros estamos como docentes para apoyar ese proceso. Entonces, y de apoyarlo y orientarlo de una forma adecuada. Entonces, eso es lo más bonito. Y además, que los estudiantes de la universidad, el grupo de investigación, se motiven a crear para ayudar. Yo creo que eso es lo mejor, porque no es hacer, eso fue lo que me pasó a mí, por eso yo decía My Project Life, mi proyecto de vida, que surgió a partir de querer ayudar, de utilizar la tecnología para ayudar a otros y no hacer una tesis solo por graduarme o hacer un proyecto de investigación solo por presentar, sino que efectivamente yo esté ayudando a otra persona.
Te felicito, muy, muy buen trabajo, y yo creo que aquí va a haber un montón de desarrollo que puedes, no solamente en este colegio o universidad, sino esparcirlo para que todos apoyemos.
Muchas gracias, Dani. Así sea.
Sí. Además, me parece muy interesante que podamos escribir estos desarrollos en artículos en inglés, ¿no? Y en español para que no solo se conozca en Colombia. El problema es que nosotros hacemos cosas muy interesantes, pero los de afuera, por ejemplo en Europa, también sufren mucho de depresión. O sea, ellos pueden tener muy buenas condiciones en otros aspectos, pero también, también tienen problemas de depresión y también debería tener una alcancía de emociones. Entonces, es muy interesante que tanto Cindy como todos los que participan y ven este live escriban su paper, su artículo en español. Nosotros se lo vamos a traducir al inglés, pero tiene que estar bien escrito y bien ordenado, por eso lo vamos a poner en formato. Y este sería por ejemplo, uno de los proyectos que sería muy interesante compartirlos a nivel internacional para que sepan que tenemos mucha creatividad y gente muy pila en Colombia. Todos, por favor, démosle un gran aplauso a Cindy con el número 2.
1, 2, 4.
Voy a viajar a Europa a presentar el proyecto para implementarlo con las personas con depresión.
De hecho,
Sí, ven aquí. Ay, voy a llorar.
Deberías aplicar a los TEDx o al mismo TED y, o sea, de ahí dispara todo lo que has hecho. Es que en verdad es un muy buen trabajo.
Sí, el año pasado estuve en un TEDx, pero pues aquí latino, con la Universidad EAN. Pero bueno, chévere. Ese también fue gracias a una invitación. Gina me dijo, presentes, y me presenté. Y miren, tuve la oportunidad y allí conocí a Charlie, que ayer lo pudieron escuchar.
Sí, excelente. Bueno, y tenemos a otro invitado. Gracias, Indey, por estar aquí en el stage. Bueno, sigue ahí. Tenemos un invitado muy especial, nadie lo ha visto antes. Juan Manuel, estoy esperando por aquí.
Bienvenido, Juan.
Hola,
bienvenido.
Welcome, Juan.
¿Cómo
Muchas
estás?
Gracias. Bien.
No,
bien.
The first time I see you.
Yeah,
today.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Wow.
Nice to meet you. It's new in this platform.
Welcome.
Okay, Juan. I introduce you. I'm waiting for this moment. And tell me, Juan, how are you thinking about the event?
I love the virtual events. I think they're awesome. I think everyone gets more relaxed in virtual events when it is in when we are in Avatar. So I love this space and the opportunity to share with different people from different cities and countries and to get an overview of what is happening.
Okay. And Juan, I love also one project he's developed, and the name is The Beard Dream, and he is a visual artist, producer, and director of audiovisual content, specialized in virtual and augmented reality content. Also, Juan is also passionate man about promoting the relationship of new immersive and interactive media with multiple sectors. Juan is community partner in Latam and Laval Virtual, the largest immersive technology event in Europe, and Laval Virtual World, and a virtual platform for holding virtual events with Avatar, and co-founder of Colombian Association on Immersive and Emerging Realities, XR-COL. And Juan es un artista, es profesor, ¿no? En Colombia. Él desarrolla, pero además es un director de contenido visual. Tiene muchísimos proyectos en realidad virtual, realidad aumentada, y es un hombre muy apasionado con el tema de las tecnologías inmersivas. Es un placer para mí presentarlo. Él tiene un proyecto muy lindo por el cual hablábamos, nos conocimos, porque él hizo un video precioso de un osito y me encantaría que ustedes lo escucharan. Entonces, le doy paso a Juan. Bienvenido.
Thank you, Alexandra. Muchas gracias a todos. So I'm going to talk about my project. It's called the Bird Dream. We have been creating this project, and it's a project that is under development. We have been working on this project for the last year. But with all of the pandemic and everything, the project was in a hold on. But we want to continue this process. We think that is very relevant, so people get to know what is this kind of species, what does this bird mean to the ecosystem. And as Alexandra was saying, we met because Alexandra on her project, Justin Bieber, and I told her about this project that I think both of them are very relevant and have similar things, and we have a lot of things in common. So my project is about the spectacle bird that is from Colombia. Uh, I always want to start with this phrase from a very famous movie that is To Kill a Mockingbird, and it says that you never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb into his skin and walk around it. Uh, I will add to this phrase that um, really talks about empathy, and I think empathy is like the common word when we are talking about virtual reality and augmented reality and immersive experiences. But I added to this phrase that we should talk about animals also, because we must get to understand how do they see the world, how do they feel the world, and what does it mean that they are in a specific place. So I think virtual reality can get us an overview of what is happening with them and how can we contribute to so they don't go extinct as it's happening with this bear. So uh, for the ones that do not know, Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world, with more than 56,000 recorded species, and some more than 9,000 are unique. More than 9,000 species are only in Colombia. However, protecting and researching this natural treasure has been extraordinarily difficult during Colombia's nearly 55 or more than 60 years of internal conflict. All of you know that Colombia has had a very difficult time with internal conflict, but we are not talking we are not going to talk really about it because this is not the most difficult thing for these kind of animals or for the animals and species that are in Colombia. One of the species that lives in the areas of conflict is the spectacled bird or Andean bear. But the big threat for this animal, as I was saying, is not the internal conflict. The big problem is that people still see bears as an enemy. They still see them as something that is harmful, but do not appreciate the benefits we are taking from them. So people go hunting, or if someone gets to find one of these animals nearby their houses, they just want to kill it. But we need to change that kind of view. We need to change that understanding of those animals because they are very, very important. Hunting is one of the major causes of population reduction in this species, uh, and local inhabitants kill bears for diverse reasons, including subsistence hunting, protection against attacks to livestock and crops, fear the animal due to cultural reasons, or it is calculated that around 1,200 bears are hunted down each year. So we do not have a lot of Andean bears in Colombia. These animals only are found in Colombia and in other countries in South America. But Colombia is the only one, and only three countries have what is called páramo. That is a very specific ecosystem where this bear lives. Uh, so we need to get people to understand the habitat of this animal. What does it mean that this animal lives in a good way in these ecosystems? And the thing is, and the most important part of this project is to understand that if we don't have birds, there is no water for us, because the water is born on the paramos. That's where all the journey of water is born. So, and this animal is the guardian of this ecosystem. So if we don't have those birds, we don't have water. So I think this is like the big picture of why this project comes to life, and the importance of the project. Uh, Birds are an umbrella or flag species, which means that with the presence and conservation of the bird, we are defending a wide range of flora and fauna species that make the ecosystem viable. If the bird is completely removed from his habitat, there will be less water and there won't be a disperser. That is a disperser. The bird is called a disperser, and is the one that sows the seeds of trees all through the forest. So it goes while it's walking, and the seeds that it has eaten, he disperses all these seeds on the forest and in this ecosystem. So that is how the ecosystem maintains itself. So if we don't have the bird that walks a lot of kilometers, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of kilometers on these ecosystems. So if we kill them and if people kills them, we don't get to have the specific ecosystem of paramos. As I was saying, only 3 countries in the world has them, and is where the water is born. So that is why it is very important for the maintenance and of this spectacle bear and the Andean bear. Uh, Through more than 10 years, one man has given his life to protect this special mammal. He is called Orlando Feliciano, and he is a local hero that protects spectacle birds and has rehabilitated and released several back into the wild. So when someone finds one bird that has been hunted or hasn't been killed but is injured, he comes to and rescue him. He protects them. He rehabilitated these species, and then he sent them back to the wild. So the work he's doing is very important, and through his foundation, we have been able to have full access to the magical and unknown world of these immersive technologies. And the time is now for people to really get to know and understand the importance of these species without threatening their habitat and those who are still alive. So what we really want to have with the experience and the virtual reality experience is that people, when they put their headsets on, get to know what the paramo is, what does it means for the local ecosystem and the world ecosystem, and they really don't have to go there because it is an endangered species. It is an endangered ecosystem. So while people stays away from these birds and the paramo, is better for all of us. So the importance of the project uh, really recalls on a social awareness at levels following the Sustainable Development Goals. And for this to take action, we'll need to do our part. We definitely want that spectacle bears to still exist and still be here for a very, very long time. But we need to get this right. The disappearance of the species, and especially of these birds, could strongly affect the renewal of forests and are perpetually in time. So this is an immersive, we had planned this project as an immersive location-based virtual reality experience. we are now, I don't know if it's the way to go for all of this pandemic and everything, but we are looking for options how we are going to show this project. We need to finish it. We are on a first development state. We have recorded some videos and we have gone there 2 times, but we need to record more, and the project needs to the, needs a little more process of development. So what we have done is that with our team, we have gone to the Paramo. We have been able to be close to these animals, and for now, I'm going to show you a video that when you put your headset, it's a video you see, and it's an experience that you are not going to find easily on your normal day. And I think this is the value of virtual reality. I think it takes you to places where you are not able to be in a regular basis, and um, takes you to a place, or puts you on the feet of someone may be an animal or a human, but puts you on their feet and shows you the world as they see it. So as you see here, this is a video we had in 360, and this is one of these birds that was attracted by the camera. uh, we were not able to be here while we were recording this, but because it was dangerous. But we were lucky enough that the bear was interested in the camera and tried to grab it. So as you see, when you put your headset on, you can watch the bear, and look that he's going to climb this tree. And I'm going to so he's coming up. And you are going with this experience, you are going to be able to have one of these animals, an extinct species, almost extinct species, very close to you, as you are not going to be able to do it in real life. If it wasn't for these technologies, we were not going to be able to have this experience. So look, he's climbing up, and he's going to get really, really close to you. And he's going to smell you and everything. So we want to continue with this project. We want to get collaboration to continue with this project, and if you like it, we can talk about it. I'm going to put you my email and my information, and let's hope we can collaborate to continue this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juan. That was really an amazing story, and incredible how the ambient bear affects all of us, and how we need to take care of him. And with these virtual reality experiences, we can express the importance of these ambient environments, natural environments that Colombia has, and that everyone has to take care.
Yeah, definitely.
And also, I have a question for you. Now finally see the video, and when I can see very close with my phone. I can see the face of the bear. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. For
Like,
now. For now, we when you put the headset on, you're going to be able to be on the paramo. You're going to be like 3 meters high, and the bird comes, and you're going to be very close to it, as it is not going to be possible in any other way. For now, we have it on YouTube just for promotional purposes, but we really want to get this so people that have the headset on may be able to watch it. And if you don't have the headset, you will be able to watch it with your mobile phone or an iPad or something like that. But we really want to expand the experience so everyone may be able to watch it, but more about is not more about the experience, but it's the to understand the importance of these species and what does it mean for all of us if it goes extinct. So that's what we want to have as a special message in our project.
wow. Someone have a questions for Juan in the audience? Need to press the button
Question,
0.
question.
Camilo, want to talking? Or
Daniel.
no, you need to unmute your mic for make a question. Yes, you need to unmute.
Andres Burbano has a question.
Me hace cover. Okay. Andres?
Juan Manuel, which is your timeline to achieve your project? Do you have any timeline that you have to accomplish?
Our timeline has changed dramatically this year, but we really want to get this project going. So I really want to finish it at the middle of 2021, maybe to have the full project running and finished with all the. I think we need to 3 more trips or 2 or 3 more trips to this place to have all the videos and all the recording we will need, and then pass to the post-production process that I think it will need around a month and a half or 2 months. So I think it would be great if we get to have this project in the middle of 2021.
Okay, thank you.
We have another question from Lina Castillo.
Okay, what say Lina?
Go ahead, Lina. Open your microphone, please.
Hola, Lina.
Sorry, Liliana. Can you talk or do you want?
Liliana has a problem with her mic, but if you want to send us your question on the chat.
Also, it's very interesting, like this project, because like the children also watch a lot of media about animals, no? And where they into more see the animals in different formats are more familiar or can make a more emotional connections with them, because all of the children are not, the majority are in the cities, and this is the reason this project is super interesting. And I love when Juan told me and we make a connection about this. And I thank you so much, Juan, for sharing this project. We are so punctual on time. And in 1 minute, we need to go to the meeting. The number 3, I give you the code. And we met there and talking a little bit each other, to know each other in this room. From 30 minutes, we can sit down and meet who is the people here. And maybe you want to share some emails, WhatsApp, or something. And we return to this room again in 30 minutes. And give me a second, I give you the code. I don't know if everyone have the code. The code is JBC26F.
On the chat, please.
JBC26. No. I cannot make it. Well, JC26F. Es JPC26F. Nos vemos allá y volvemos en media hora, que en Colombia serían las 12 p.m. y acá en Holanda serían las 6 de la tarde. O sea, en media hora nos vemos acá. Vamos allá a un descansito, a hablar un ratico. Entonces, simplemente ponen ese código y nos vemos allá y se salen de esta sala. Gracias, un aplauso a Juan. Podemos presionar el F2.
Thank you all. See you in 30 minutes.
Sí.
Bye.
Bye.
Bueno, pues ¿cómo van? ¿Cómo va esa charla? Muy interesante. Acabamos de ver a Juan Manuel Escobar, que nos comentaba sobre su grabación acerca del oso andino y la importancia de cuidarlo, y cómo la realidad virtual y el proyecto que él está haciendo, pues puede llegar ese mensaje a las personas, porque no solamente lo van a ver, van a entender, sino realmente van a sentir lo que es estar en un bosque de pantano que digamos que es casi que único en Colombia, o quizás de los pocos países que tiene este tipo de ambientes, de climas, y es donde nace, yo diría que el 90% del agua de Colombia. Entonces lo importante de poder cuidar estos ambientes y de aprovechar estas tecnologías para que el mensaje llegue. Así que National Geographic, si estás viendo, ponle atención a este trabajo, porque necesitamos que el mensaje llegue a todos. Y bueno, gracias por acompañarnos. Somos ya 5 personas, pero no importa, la idea es poder empezar y comunicar. Van a ver que en un año esto revienta y van a ver muchos recuerdos. Así que ahorita nos vamos a ir a desplazar a un cuarto que se llama el speed dating, y ese, pues vamos a ver un poco cómo las personas interactúan entre ellos. Quizás no nos dejen entrar a las mesas, pues porque es privado, pero pues nosotros tenemos el poder de entrar a todas partes, así que allá iremos. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta sobre la conferencia? Este es el segundo día y último día, para que no se desconecten de nosotros. Después de esto siguen las charlas, así que vamos para allá. Ustedes saben que yo me demoro aquí un ratico. Mientras tanto les dejo mi cachucha, auspiciada por Movis, una plataforma colombiana que permite compartir, alquilar, comprar películas colombianas, latinoamericanas, y está siendo apoyada por Cine Colombia. Ustedes ahora pueden ver películas de ellos a través de su plataforma. Entonces es súper interesante para que puedan ver. ¿Listo? Ya estamos ahí, entonces vamos a la charla. 5, 4, 3.
Habla. No, Camilo, no se escucha nada. Tienes que poner el micrófono.
Hola, ¿me
Para que
escuchas?
todos te escuchen.
¿Ahí me escuchan? Está público. Hello, hola, hola, hola. ¿Me escuchas, Dani? Hola. Si me escuchan, pongan en la tecla número 3. Perfecto. Bueno, entonces, bienvenidos a todos. Welcome to everyone. This is the space dating session. So the idea is that in the tables that you have around of you, introduce yourself and start to know each other. Alexandra? Okay. So we have our Cyan table complete, and welcome to other members to join to other tables.
Bueno, y aquí estamos. Estamos desde YouTube y Facebook. 8 personas nos están viendo mientras las personas que están ahí abajo están hablando, discutiendo. No sabemos de qué están hablando, pero la mesa 100, por ejemplo, está con Juan Manuel, Camilo, Alexandra, Máximo Spalta y Andrés. Así que si tienen alguna pregunta o nos quedamos aquí chismoseando, ustedes dirán.
Okay, welcome to other participants can join our meeting. Hi, Johnny, and hi, Dave. Please join together in one table. For example, you can go to with Johnny and know each other, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Camilo.
Wonderful, Dave. Wonderful, Johnny.
Hola, Víctor, ¿puedes decir cada uno de los meses para que compartas
decir a los alumnos.
ocean. Just point at it. Laura, please join a table, blue or cyan if you want. Laura, por favor, dirígete a la mesa azul o cyan. Vamos a conversar.
ya nos tenemos que ir. Dani.
Aquí estoy. Estaba poniendo música para los televidentes de YouTube, para que no se aburrieran.
Qué chévere. Ya vamos a empezar en el otro salón. Tenemos a Lisa. Creo que está en la agenda. Dame un segundo. Y entonces nos tenemos que ir al código 9Y. Espérate. Lo anotamos aquí en el chat para que le digas a todo. Everyone need to go to 9J06EI2. Aquí. We need to go there because Lisa is waiting for us. Let's see. We see each other there.
Bueno, ya escucharon. Nos tenemos que ir. Nos pisamos. Nos vamos para el otro cuarto donde seguimos la transmisión. Seguimos el evento. Espero que les haya gustado mi playlist gratuito, open source. Recuerden, la música también tiene derechos de autor, así que todo lo que usen en sus eventos, pues mejor que sea open source o de uso libre, para que después YouTube o Facebook no los bloqueen. Así que pilas pues, siempre tienen que hacer todo bajo la ley, porque es lo correcto, y así se ganan el cielo, al menos un pedacito. Así que vamos al cuarto 1. Si quieren entrar a estas salas es muy fácil. Solamente deben registrarse. Ya les comparto de una vez el formulario para que entren y nos acompañen. Y puedan ustedes también participar en las charlas. Sean ustedes un avatar. Es un programa muy interesante. Así que se me perdió preciso ahora, pero ya, aquí lo tengo, se los voy a compartir para que se conecten con nosotros, nos visiten. Ahí está, listo. Entonces, listo, ahí estamos entrando. Si ven, uno puede aparecer a esta parte, pero la idea es llegar a allá abajo, ¿sí? Entonces podemos picar aquí. ¿Sí ven? No sé si ven, voy a mostrarles mejor. Podemos picar aquí para ir al stage. ¿Listo? Pero entonces, antes de ir allá, tengo que ir mi avatar presentador, ese elegante que ustedes han visto. Tengo que ponerlo para... Ese fue Siri. Siri nos escucha, tengan cuidado. Listo, ahora sí. ¿Sí ven? Aquí estoy con ustedes. Aquí estoy, pero estamos en el lugar equivocado. Así que hay que irnos a la audiencia.
Share all the screens.
I can't. Which link should I put in?
It's I put you in the chat. Give me a second. In chat over here. It's rcall.nl.
Yes.
And there are the button is blue.
Listo, llegamos desde YouTube y Facebook.
Hello,
Nico, ¿cómo estás?
How are you?
Welcome. How was lunch?
Oh, it was so wonderful. And also, I talking with many people in the speak day. And you?
That's great. I put some music so our audience didn't get bored. I hope they didn't get out. But I think I'm a bad DJ because we have only one person seeing us. Hey.
No.
Only one?
Maybe he's going to lunch.
Yeah, because we need time to lunch. Okay, but we start the last part of the conference, and I have a special speaker today. She's Lisa. A ver, we can press the button too. And I want to introduce Lisa. Lisa how I pronounce your last name? It's very Dutch.
Rumbout. Yeah,
Rumbout.
Rumbout. It's French actually. I think originally it's French, so it's probably Rombout.
Ah,
Rombo.
But that's not how I usually say it.
Ok. Es una humana interesada en muchas cosas, incluida la codificación creativa, los cyborgs, la realidad virtual, la realidad normal, los cuentos de hadas y el cerebro humano. Actualmente, Lisa está trabajando con locura en un proyecto multidisciplinar para obtener su doctorado en ciencias cognitivas e inteligencia artificial, organizando reuniones de codificación creativa, hackatones y enseñando programación a niños y adultos. Lisa Rombout is a human interest in quite a lot of things, including creative coding, cyborgs, virtual reality, regular reality, fairy tales, and the human brain. She is currently underlining this multidisciplinary mindfulness by working toward a PhD in cognitive science and artificial intelligence. Organize creative coding meetups and hackathons, and teaching programming to children and adults. Wow, so cool introduction. And I'm very happy she's in here. We working together in the same university, Tilbury University. And when you see here, as in day, is at the University del Bosque in Colombia, and also she's very happy you are in here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome, Lisa.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. So as I understand correctly, I can control the slides like this,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Yeah,
and we pay
okay.
attention to you.
Amazing. Thank you.
Let's start.
Okay. So my name is Lisa Rombout, as Alexander so kindly introduced me. Yo hablo un poquito de español, pero not that much, so I'll just do this talk in English, otherwise you won't understand
¿Cómo te llamas?
anything of it.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Yeah, llamo Lisa.
Ah.
That's about all I can do. So yeah, I work in the Department of Cognitive Science and Artificial Intelligence at the University of Tilburg. We look to the brains of people and the brains of computers, basically, and mainly how those two interact with each other and communicate with each other. Myself, I do my research in the field of embodiment, or well, envoicement, I should say, and I am going to explain to you today what exactly that is. So the question is, how does your brain know where your body starts and ends? If you, for instance, look at your hands or your arm or your nose, how does your brain know that that part is a part of your body, and for instance, the table or something is not? That seems maybe very, very simple, but it can become pretty difficult because a table doesn't really look like a hand. But the hand of someone else, or the hand of your virtual avatar in this environment, that looks quite like your own hands. So how does your brain know where this boundary is between the world and other people and yourself? So this boundary between the self and the rest of the world is a lot more flexible than people often think. I had a little movie here about rubber hand illusion, but unfortunately that wouldn't work here, so I'm just going to explain what it's like. Basically, you have your hand is hidden behind the screen, and as you can see here with the person on this picture, your hand is hidden behind the screen, and a rubber hand is placed on the table in front of you, and someone else is stroking over your hand and the rubber hands in the same way and on the same place. You do this for a while, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds is usually enough. And well, you should look this video up on YouTube because it's quite funny to watch. At some point, another person comes in and sticks a fork into the rubber hand on the table. And the person who is undergoing the rubber hand illusion is really shocked and pulls back his left hand because even though rationally, I mean, this person is of course intelligent enough to realize that the rubber hand is not his own hand, But on a subconscious level, your brain starts to believe that this rubber hand really is your hand and that you're being attacked if the rubber hand is attacked. So people pull back their hands. Their heart rate goes higher, adrenaline goes through their body, even their immune system starts sending help to that hand because they think it is damaged. So yeah, you see this very strong and very flexibility of where the self starts and ends, because it just takes 20-30 seconds before something like this is established, even though your brain presumably knows, right, that it's been living in your body for your whole life, so you think it know what it looked like, but apparently it doesn't. So these type of embodiment illusions work very, very quickly. You can do different types of illusions as well. For instance, in virtual reality. So you look down in the virtual world, like the world that we are in currently. Only I think most of you are seeing this world through your screen and not through virtual reality glasses. But if you have a body in the virtual world, you look down, you see a body that maybe if you also do body tracking, it moves in the same way as your own body is moving. And your brain thinks, okay, well, that's probably my body then. So you can do some very nice tricks with that mechanism, because what if your virtual body suddenly has an extra arm or maybe a tail? It turns out that our brains are pretty okay with that. They don't have a lot of problems with it. So this idea of what your own body is, how it looks, I mean, I'm currently blue and I can tell you in the real world I'm not blue, is much more flexible than you would think at first glance. Um, Also, the body that we think we are in has an influence on how we are going to behave in that body. And sometimes even afterwards. So, if you put people, for instance, in a very big, large virtual body, they are starting to behave much more aggressively in what's the words? Um, where they in discussions with other people where they're trying to for instance get their point across or convince the other person of their opinion. So why is that the case? Your body is sort of the interface between your brain and the world. It has a whole range of senses that basically send a lot of information all the time to your brain to tell it what is going on, what the world looks like, including what your own body is doing. And your brain doesn't really have anything else available to it but this information that is sent to it by the body. So if you look from the perspective of the brain, if your body doesn't sense it and doesn't send it through, it doesn't exist. And it's very important for the brain to get a clear and accurate sense of what is happening in the external world, just simply to survive. So your brain gets all of those signals, whatever you see or hear or smell or feel or taste. But also, I mean, these are the 5 classic senses that all of us recognize, but there's more, of course. It's also your balance, your heartbeat, your breathing, whether you have to go to the toilet, whether you are hungry or thirsty, and a lot of feedback about what your muscles are doing, for instance. And then this process of integration happens where your brain tries to bring all of this information together and try to form an image of what the world and your body looks like. And this is where things can go wrong, because your brain does not think that all of this information is as important as the other bits of information. For instance, humans have this tendency to think that vision is very, very important, much more important than what we detect with our other senses. So seeing is believing, basically. So if your brain sees a hand where something is stroking it, and at the same time you also feel that stroking, then they just are going to disregard all of the other information, because to your brain the most logical explanation of this feeling is that that hand that you're seeing is your hand. And that means you can also use other sensory information to sort of trick your brain. And that is where my research is about the envoicement illusion. So speaking is very complex. You have to translate your thoughts into language, and you have to translate that language again in smaller and bigger muscle movements that make sure that air is going through your vocal cords in exactly the right way to make certain sounds. And there's a lot of feedback in this process to make sure that it's all correct, what you're saying, that you don't like stumble over your words. Um, your brain is getting all the time updates from all of those little muscles, and you also listen to yourself to check if everything still goes well. So an example of an experiment that we did is to have people listen to the voice of someone else. And this was actually also, they were also in a virtual reality environment. So they also had a virtual body. And while they were in that virtual body, they also heard someone else's voice. And at the same time, they got vibration feedback on their throat, on top of their vocal cords. And then what we see is that some people, not as many as with the rubber hand illusion, but some people get this very strong feeling that they are pronouncing the words that they hear. So they feel that the voice that they're hearing, even though it's completely another person's voice, is produced by they themselves. And that's effect is, especially if you combine it with a virtual body illusion as well, it can get relatively strong. So you really get this feeling that you are speaking in the virtual world through your virtual avatar, even though you didn't choose the words yourself. So why do we do this research? An illusion like that can make a virtual world better and more effective, because people might get a stronger feeling that all of it is real and that they are really located in that world. Maybe it could help to what's the word? To sort of drive a robot, to control a robot, I should say, more effectively from a distance. And it could also help people who have issues with their speaking, to make their body and their brain sort of get used to the feedback. But what I mainly find very interesting is what kind of consequences these types of illusions have for social interactions. So why do we feel so connected with people around us if we are doing synchronous behavior, synchronous vocal behavior, or other behavior like the wave in a soccer stadium, or when we are clapping all together when we're at a concert of an artist? Why, if we are singing in a choir, do we see that choirs have such a strong bond with each other? And why do we sing at all in a social context, like religious ceremonies or birthdays, and other behaviors such as soldiers who are marching all at the same time synchronously? What it could be is that the boundary between ourselves and others sort of becomes vaguer in these situations, and that we kind of create an embodiment or an envoicement illusion for ourselves to feel more connected to other people. With that question, I would like to end this talk, and if we still have time for questions, then I'd be happy to answer some.
Oh, so interesting. We can press the number 2. And if you want to make a question, you can press the button 0. 0 here. You have a question. Liliana, tell us. You can unmute.
Hi, thank you.
Hello.
Do you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
perfect.
do you hear me?
Hello.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So First, I would like to congratulate Lisa. I think that that is actually great. I was reading the other day an article that said why artificial intelligence needs a body, and I think your study really answer or helps to answer this definition, because usually when we're talking about virtual reality and those type of technologies, we're always thinking about the thinking substance and not the physical substance. So I think it really helps us to understand the importance of that Cartesian dualism between the thinking substance and the physical substance. So I don't know if you have any opinion about the term of disembodied intelligence. I would like to know your opinion about that, as you're an expert on that field. So I would love to know your opinion about the term, like disembodied intelligence, and how the physical substance really is very important in the virtual reality field, especially on the social interaction, as you mentioned previously. But really, congratulations, and I would love to know your opinion on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, you were quite silent from my end. I think I got the gist of your question, but I didn't get the term you wanted me to comment on. Maybe you can put it in the chat.
And also a little bit is the volume. You need to press the button. The volume of your computer, and then we can hear more clearly you.
Yeah, I just on my mobile phone, maybe.
Yeah.
It sounds like a little bit.
Yeah, I got the gist of your question. If you could put the term you were mentioning in the chat, that would probably help us. It's basically about embodied cognition, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the term that I just asked about, it's about the disembodied intelligence. Intelligence. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Then I understand which way you're going. Yeah. So that is indeed very interesting, and it's a very interesting discussion going on in AI that has been going on for quite a while. Also, generally in cognition as well. Do you need a body to be truly intelligent? Does an artificial intelligence need a body to be truly called an intelligence? Is having a body necessary for for understanding the human context well enough to be able to be intelligence to our standards, basically? So there's lots of answers and lots of thoughts around that question, of course. But what I would like to go into, I think, now quickly is that body is a very fluid concept by itself, right? So if I say body, you might first think of a human body and the kind of body that we are all used to. But especially in the research that I'm doing, I'm considering, for instance, the voice also part of a body. And as we already see, like right now, a lot of artificial intelligence that we interact with, like smart homes, for instance. Not sure if you can already really call that an artificial intelligence, but they actually mainly consist of a voice. So their body is kind of the voice that they have. And as soon as you sort of start thinking about embodiment in that way, that's bodies has a broader application than just a biological human body that is physical. It becomes much more interesting, because that means that we also have to consider other types of bodies. Artificial intelligences that are in a computer have the computer as a body, and the computer has certain sensors and certain effectors, just as a regular human body would have. So if we can ever really get rid of that concept of the body, I think even the things that are called disembodied intelligences, they have to have inputs and outputs, and therefore they kind of already have a type of body, I would say. That might be a very bold claim, but here we go. I said it.
Oh, wow, it's super interesting. And Lisa, tell me, why you choose your color of the skin another color? This can influence in the visuals.
I mean, I could. If I could have chosen a tail and cat ears, I would have done that.
Really? Ah, okay. That's so sweet. And okay, and then Lisa, she is very smart, and also she working with some hackathons, and I love the work which she make all time with children, with younger, but also with the people on university, and also with our teachers, no, like a little bit more older, no, mentira, super younger, and. You are very
It's really
passionate
fun.
in this. What is the tips? Because these people were just seeing here and also watching you in YouTube in the future and something want to know which tips can use when make a hackathon, because we make a hackathons with technology, but you have a lot of experience. You can tell us what we can do.
Oh dear. um, well, I sort of stumbled into that a little bit, and the way I started organizing these meetups and these hackathons was basically I started organizing the kinds of events that I would like to attend. So at the time, this happened in Amsterdam, and at the time in Amsterdam, you had basically two kinds of meetups very broadly. You had very large meetups that were a lot about networking, and yeah, everyone was very high strung. And then you had these smaller meetups that were basically just groups of friends, and if you would come by as a stranger, they would sort of look at you like, "What? There's a strange person here." So I and a friend of mine, we really wanted to have something in between where it was kind of casual, but still a big enough group that you sort of just could show up if you wanted to. And that all kinds of creative coding in this case were welcomed. So people who did it from an artistic perspective, people who did it from a scientific perspective, anything that people were doing which was slightly related to creative coding, we were basically happy to host. So that's what I would recommend. Think about what kind of event you would really like to attend, and don't let yourself be too constrained by how you think these kinds of events should be organized. For instance, for the hackathons, I really generally dislike it when there is a competition at a hackathon, because I think it restricts creativity, because people start making something to win the prize instead of making something because they think it's cool and creative. Now, of course, that depends totally on what your goal is, and you can do a competition if you want to. But for me, that was that realization of like, wait, I don't have to do in a competition. I can just organize it in exactly the way I like. And probably I'm not that special. There are other people who will like that as well. So that's what I would recommend.
Oh, wow. We can press the button 1 and
Everyone,
2.
press 1, 2, 4, 3.
And what are you thinking about the event? We have our last minutes of the presentation. What are you thinking about the virtual world when you are now?
I mean, it's really nice, of course. It's really fitting with the theme of the conference. I understand that you can't access yet in actual immersive virtual reality, right?
I don't know.
So
We make our
that's for
first.
next year.
Yeah, I think it's too advanced, but yeah, it can be, because we want to make the same event maybe in March. We are now we're talking with our president of the association, with Tilburg University and University del Bosque, and after this we want to do the second time. But I don't know. We now explore this platform, for example, and it's very cool. You feel like you feel in the reality.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's
Super.
nice, right? Because I think this type of virtual reality is actually one of the best ones for social presence. I don't know if anyone here played Star Trek Bridge Crew, for instance. It's a virtual reality video game. Oh, there's someone who doesn't like it. I'm sorry. So the nice thing about Star Trek Bridge Crew is that you are sitting around a table and you are sitting at your stations in, of course, a Star Trek-like setting on a spaceship. And it works really well for social presence because you have this combination of, yeah, you're sitting at a table, and it feels very realistic. Other people are not like within reach, which is impossible anyway in most virtual worlds. But because that's also the case when you're sitting around the table at a conference, it doesn't feel that strange. I
Super
can really
cool.
recommend the game, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. And we thank you so much to Lisa. And we can press the button too. Also, later you can talking with her. In the band, we can talking after with the speaker and make a connection. Maybe you can contact her. How they can contact you? By LinkedIn or?
Well, yeah, my email is probably easiest. Did I put that on the slides? Oh no, I just put my my website on the slide. I wasn't sure, but I also just have an email at Tilburg University where you can contact me, and there's a contact form on my website if you're interested. So you can find me.
Yes, super. Thank you so much, Lisa, for you coming to this first event in immersive technology.
Thank you, Lisa, for embodying yourself in a virtual presence.
Okay, the next presentation is myself.
Wow, let's give her a lot of applauses, people. Number two. Woo!
Hello, everyone. Hola a todos.
Hola. Ahora sí, vamos a hacer la presentación oficial de nuestra siguiente speaker, Alexa.
Sí, presentemos. ¿Quién será?
No sé, pues dicen que es colombiana.
¿En serio?
Tenemos el gran honor de tenerla al lado, virtualmente.
Sí.
Adelante.
Así es.
Cindy.
Ok, bueno, Alexandra Sierra is a Spark researcher in immersive technologies, virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality, and conventional technologies, educational platforms, robotics, and video games, where it is necessary to analyze the emotional aspects of the technological experience with the user. PhD candidate in cognitive science and artificial intelligence at the University of Tilburg, the Netherlands. Magister in Education at Universidad de los Andes. Bachelor in Electronics at Universidad Pedagógica Nacional. She is currently a founding member of the Colombian Association of Immersive Technologies, EXARCOL. Alexandra es experta investigadora en tecnologías inmersivas, realidad virtual, realidad aumentada y realidad mixta, y tecnologías convencionales, plataformas educativas, robótica y videojuegos, donde se necesita analizar los aspectos emocionales de la experiencia tecnológica con el usuario. Es candidata a doctorado en Ciencias Cognitivas e Inteligencia Artificial en la Universidad de Tilburgo, en Holanda. Está en este momento en Holanda. Magíster en Educación de la Universidad de los Andes, licenciada en Electrónica de la Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, también estudió en la misma universidad que yo. Actualmente es miembro fundador de la Asociación Colombiana de Tecnologías Inmersivas, EXARCOL. Y adicional, quiero contarles que esta idea de este congreso surgió una vez que ella vino aquí a Colombia a visitarme. Y nos pudimos encontrar, empezamos a charlar, pues ya habíamos conversado al respecto, pero surgió
tomando agua panela.
Tomando agua panela, exactamente. Y surgió en la Universidad del Bosque en una tarde, estábamos charlando, ella nos dio la oportunidad de evidenciar un taller allí. Adicional, hemos aprendido mucho juntas, hemos crecido como mujeres, líderes en tecnología, como mamás, como amigas, como maestras. Entonces, para mí es un honor presentar a Alexandra en este evento tan bonito. Bienvenida, Alexa, muchas gracias por compartir tu experiencia. Aplausos y empezamos.
Bienvenida.
Ay, qué bellos a todos. Gracias por estar acá.
Gracias.
Bueno,
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I introduced the project where I'm working in. Is called Justin Bieber. How you can be a virtual animal in virtual reality. El nombre es Justin Bieber. ¿Cómo ser un animal en realidad virtual? I continue my presentation in English, but if you want to make a question in Spanish, I can solve later. And I was thinking how we can put in the shoes of the nature, yeah, because sometimes we live in with the animals, with the trees, with different types of I don't know, nature environment, but it's possible to be in the shoes of the nature. And my question is, if you want to be an animal, if you have a possibility to be an animal, which animal you want to be? You can put in the chat which animal you want to be, and I can read. Cindy, ¿qué animal te gustaría ser?
Estoy pensando. A ver.
Bueno, Laura dice que un
Quizás
león.
un águila. Un águila.
Lisa,
Un
cat, colibrí, jirafa, dalmatian, I don't know, dalmatian, okay, eagle, panda, okay, and delfín. Priscila, say delfín, Natalia, gracias por responder. Okay, and this was part of the idea of the research, how we can be animal. We choose one animal, and I show you later, I think with the title, you know. And it's possible to make the possibility to be an animal. But the first, I introduce a concept, and the concept is empathy. Empathy, you see this woman here who is suffering in the hospital maybe, and the idea is like she suffers, she feel pain because it's not normal, you don't have health now, for example with the COVID, and the other people are very healthy, and there the nurses are healthy, but she need to feel like how the patient is feeling. And this happened in the real world. The idea is if you have more empathy, you can feeling how the another people is in pain or distress, but also in the positive things like pleasure. But when your level of empathy is very low, you really don't care about the others. And the empathy can feelings connect with the other people. But my idea is, because already the majority literature say the empathy is possible with the normal humans and animals in the real world, but it's possible to make in the virtual environment. I start this idea to be animal. I choose one animal, and I want to make the idea to how we can go to make empathic with the animals in the visual world. But I cannot work in alone because it's a little bit hard to make a video game or design. And I have some smart people working here. You see, Marie and Meno are my supervisors. Also, Johnny, he made before the first prototype he made. He would have a panda in the first moment, and he gave me some part of the natural world. And also Julian helped me to programming this game, and Esteban, because we need to animator. It's a huge team to make one research. And we make experiment, and we choose one animal. In this case, we choose a beaver because it's less charismatic. There are many types of animals. For example, the panda is very charismatic. The people in general love the pandas. But there are other animals look like a rat a little bit, but it's not. And then it's less empathic. And then we want to know, is it possible modify some designs attributes to the animal in order to make more empathy. In this case, I make the animal with using in the normal life with a brown color, and in another I put more artificial, like a robot beaver, and manipulate the eyes and manipulate the color of the body, and ask the people if in the moment which one you have more empathy. And the results in here, I have a beaver with eyes and another without eyes, and I have a robot with eyes and without eyes, and I have one marshmallow. It's a control because the idea is one object in the people don't have connection. No, I think the people don't have connection with marshmallows. I don't know. And then the results show then the people have empathy with the beaver with eyes, with expressions, but don't have empathy with robots with expressions. The people prefer robots with without expression, like more with the glasses. Then we're thinking that it's possible, the importance of the attributes of the design is possible to improve the empathy. But sorry. But we have already a publication. You can see here in the web page the influence of game character appearance. This is now in one journal, and also the computer game is in Dataverse. It's a special platform of Tilburg University where you can download the game, the data of the experiment, and also the article in there. Because I'm thinking in open science, and it's very important for me, like share with another people who working in the same idea. And after I have a new idea, what happened if the people be animal? What happened? If a really embodiment, like Lisa say, embodiment, the virtual body, but the body is animal. In this case, you see in the first game was an animal walking with the 4 legs. But in this case, when you see the hands, we put the people with the beaver hands, no? Like in first perspective, we modify the game, we make in virtual reality, and the people can move the body in the virtual world. But when you see in this game, for make this virtual world, we spend a lot of time. Everything is thinking. The sounds of the nature. When the people inside to the water, we modify the volume when you are in the water, because we may try to make very realistic when the animal or the humans walking in the environment. Also the nature move, the trees, the leaves of the trees move. This make more realistic, but also we want to increase the user physical feedback. In there, when the people was an animal, receive some feedback. When inside to the water, some motor is in here, in the part of the body, and the people feel the sensation when you go to swimming. In the moment the people want to swimming, like the animal, feeling like some vibrations, like the some normal vibration when you are do this. And also receive a shot for hunter, because we're thinking like we need to prove if it's possible to measure empathy. And empathy is the unique way is in positive things or negative. In this case, we choose negative. Here, I manipulate the appearance of the visual character. Then here you see the virtual reality. In general, the body need to stand up because it's very difficult, the animal walking in 4 legs. In virtual reality, the people is very sick. Then we modify the beaver and it's walking in the 2 legs. And here we have the beaver with the bee. You see, is artificial, the robot beaver, and the marshmallow. The people will feel a marshmallow. In the first minute, the people see in front of the mirror. And then, because it's the first thing you do every day, you go to the mirror and you see if you have the same bodies, if you are more slim or more fat, no? This happens with the virtual reality too. The people go and watching it themselves in the mirror. And in the mirror, always the majority of the participants thinking that the animal is one animal in front of them. And after, when I see to them go sit down, then discover the body of the animal. And after then play for 4 minutes, like the normal life of the beaver, like swimming, play with some boot, and also sleeping in the boot house. And in the end, we kill the animal, coming a hunter, and then receive a shot, and then feel the sensation in the stomach. And we activate, we make very realistic, because we want to ask them how they feel, if a real feel pain in the virtual experiment. We make all process of ethics, don't worry. And also we try to choose the participant we have no affect, because it's very realistic game. And we have some results. And the results of this experiment is, but before say the results, which one you thinking are more empathy? The beaver with the body appearance when die? What you thinking is more empathic? The beaver with natural opinion, you can put in the chat A. If you're thinking that it's more empathic, the animal with artificial, you can put B. If you're thinking the people are more connected with marshmallow, you can put C, because the marshmallow, no? Very sweet. The majority people say A. A? No one votes for robotic? No marshmallow? Okay, the answer is no empathy for any one of these three. We don't know if it's the people feel so connected with the avatar, and also maybe the perspective of the game is who measure the empathy. In this case, we need to make a new experiment. It's different with the previous game we make in computer. But the interesting of this game, this research, is the people have pain perceived with significant value. Then if we reply or make the same experiment in other culture people, we can have the same results. And then the people feel real pain when the avatar die, the beaver. So not necessarily when the avatar be a human for feel pain. In this case, when the people have a beaver body, have more pain, and after the robot beaver and after the marshmallow. But also, if the people if the people have a marshmallow body feel pain, then it's very realistic. Then it's very interesting where the body can make it. And also, we ask the participant which emotions feeling in the experiment, and the people say kids feel sad, feel surprised, but there are people to feel happy when die, or I think then this moment of traumatic make you laughing. And there are more than one emotion in the same time. It's not necessarily one emotion. When you go to the distress situation, you only don't feel sad or I don't know, angry. You also feel many emotions in the same times. And it's interesting. We have some impact with this game. One of the 4 best universities in the world, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, invite me to give a conference there because they are working with nature and in virtual reality, and they make a tree in virtual reality, and they make all experience how you can feel be in the tree in virtual reality, how the bird can go to the one of the branch is a arm, and you feel all sensation. And we are in Tilburg, but we are in advance in this research. And then I explain one of the first animal is a simulation in virtual reality where we make a research. Also, in Colombia, it was in the news, you can looking for la tecnología a favor de la naturaleza. And because this project was support for Conciencias, and then support me for being here in Netherlands to make my PhD. Then they're very proud for like with this, how with technology we can, in the future, how we can train in the children and the younger people to take care of the nature. And also we have a publication, you can find this in internet. And the conclusion is, we start with National Geographic. You see many students there or videos about animals, and after you see the other children with computers. But in the end, we have a machine who can put the children in the shoes of the nature, and it's possible. But it's important to design how the decision we make with this research. And also we need to know that many children are educated now with technology games, and many of these games teach children it's correct to kill animals, wild animals like safari attack or kill sharks. And in that moment, the children learning to be know aware to take care of the animals. Then it's important to make a new virtual world in the order to teach the children. It's important to make animal conservation and natural conservation. We make a future webpage. The name is We Justin Bieber, and also Facebook Justin Bieber fans. And then in this webpage, because I have many links and many places, And I want to share in the future the webpage with a book for children already made. Research in this of a game when you see in the first slides, the first experiment. The second experiment was in virtual reality, and also the future research in mixed reality. And this look like the future web page, and we have some videos because we want to it's very hard to read the paper, and then how we can put in more easy way like a video and put the paper there more organized. And also I'm thinking other possibilities of our research, like maybe Justin can have a friends. Already I make one research, one experiment with Cindy, I think she's in here. Is a teacher from Colombia, and Ana Panda make a class in the children in Colombia, and we measure memory. Then we change different designs of the panda, and we measure how the design of the panda change the memory of the children. Pay attention more the teacher, or pay more attention to the panda. And also we have a future animals like Mark the shark, Max leopard, Jonathan orangutan, Gino rhino, or one of your names be with animals in the future. And also last week we participate in Mixed Reality. Is one of our future projects. It's not ready yet, but we're working with a team. It's already in this conference, and we are the finals in the Tilburg University Challenge. And the name is Talk with Justin Bieber. And in the coming soon, we make a research with this. And you see in there Arbe, Aura, Nelson, Mari, and Marie, and Andres Burbano is in here. And also we try to expand this idea for more people can be joined here. And in the end, what is our mission? Or my mission, or you can join in this project, is we want to influence education about conservation of the nature and animals of our planet with technology innovation. And also we want to access to the virtual animal research for everyone, because there are other people too. We are very focused in humans, very focused in machines. But now the nature told us it's important to pay attention, and the children are not in the jungle. The children in the city with phones or with computers, with new device, and they need to see another types of technology. Thank you so much. This is my email if you want to contact me, and thank you.
¡Bravo, bravo!
¡Bravo! ¡Que viva Justin Bieber! Gracias, Alexandra. Qué gran investigación. Yo realmente no la conocía bien, pero qué bonito toda esa investigación desde la emoción de qué animal o qué marshmallow escoger, y desde la sensación. Me parece
claro.
muy increíble.
Y quieres ser un animal en realidad virtual.
Claro, además, y con la charla que tuvimos ahorita de Juan Manuel, de ser un oso y de comunicar a las personas la importancia, creo que van a salir proyectos muy interesantes.
Sí, eso es lo más interesante también, porque tú lo decías, ¿no? Como para expandir las ideas en diferentes partes del mundo, pues que pueden motivar a muchas personas a utilizar ese tipo de recursos. Entonces, pues muy, muy chévere, muy interesante.
Sí, claro. Además que yo pienso que no muchas personas tienen, la semana pasada estuvimos en una conferencia con Cindy y había muchísimos profes que realmente trabajan con niños pero pues si yo les dejo la tesis doctoral, ¿no? A veces no es como tan fácil acceder al conocimiento. Cuando el conocimiento es muy complejo, ¿no? Entonces la idea es, y que estamos trabajando todos unidos aquí con la asociación y con las personas que se están uniendo al proyecto, es cómo llevamos esta investigación a los profesores reales, en escenarios reales, cómo los llevamos a un producto real. Y esa es la misión, porque la idea es que el conocimiento funcione, se vaya a la sociedad, no solamente quede en las bibliotecas. Y como tú decías, Cindy, con tu investigación, eso es lo que estamos buscando.
Así es. ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta también para aportarle a Alexa? La idea es precisamente también te escribe Natalia, que si por favor puedes dejar tu mail para que te puedan hacer alguna consulta. Sí. Y voy a mirar por YouTube a ver cómo va la cosa.
Andrés tiene una pregunta.
Ah, sí, Andrés, dale.
Hola, Alexandra. Bueno,
Hola.
Primera pregunta, ya se la he hecho varias veces. ¿Cuándo escribimos el libro de animales virtuales?
Pues lo vamos.
Segunda, esto está muy coherente con el proyecto que estamos iniciando ahora, que es promover la concientización sobre animales colombianos en vía de extinción usando realidad virtual en el Instituto de Niños Ciegos y Sordos. Tal vez a futuro se pueda encontrar una sinergia para eso también.
¿Y qué es lo que, o sea, qué es lo que quieren desarrollar? O sea, ¿ellos lo vayan a usar o quieren...?
Que lo usen para aprender acerca precisamente de los animales, pero también un poco el idioma español, porque los niños ciegos y sordos pues tienen un modo diferente de aprender. No son totalmente ciegos, no son totalmente sordos, pero estamos iniciando a enfrentar el reto de cómo mostrar estas realidades virtuales a niños con limitaciones. Entonces la idea es que con unos artistas vamos a crear unas narrativas en torno a animales, precisamente. O sea,
listo,
que
perfecto.
Envueltos en animales.
En la primera pregunta lo vamos a hacer apenas me gradúe.
Claro,
en la segunda pregunta...
Sí.
En la segunda pregunta, estamos haciendo algo en realidad mixta. No se burlen, me voy a grabar pronto. Los voy a invitar a todos a mi sustentación. Y estamos haciendo un desarrollo precisamente con la posibilidad de que el animal pueda hablar. Entonces, pero viene pronto, estamos en esas. Entonces, apenas la tengamos un poquito más desarrollada, nos ponemos en contacto y también Cindy es experta en ese tema. Entonces, nos vemos y hablamos sobre el proyecto. Guillermo tiene una pregunta.
Adelante, Guillermo.
Sí, hola Alexa, ¿me escucha?
Sí.
Sí.
No, veo que el proyecto está enfocado más que todo en la población infantil, pero no sé si de repente has pensado hacer lo mismo, también incluyendo, sí, población adulta o no sé.
¿Quieres verlo?
Sí, la verdad, tú quieres verlo.
Diga la verdad. Ay, claro que sí. Se lo está borrando. Bueno, mira, en realidad los experimentos, como en algún momento le tuvimos que disparar al castor, que era el participante, no pudimos usar niños. Entonces, en realidad eran personas mayores de 18, pero sí eliminamos esa parte y lo pusimos acá niños en la universidad que vinieron a visitar la universidad y les encantó el tema. Pero sí, o sea, en realidad el diseño del experimento fue creado para adultos porque tiene unas implicaciones éticas, ¿no? En Holanda son muy estrictos en ese tema. Entonces te lo puedo mostrar y a ver, ¿tú qué opinas?
Vale.
Yo también quiero verlo, que lo monten Oculus.
Bueno.
Yo ya lo vi y lo utilicé y me puse hasta el chaleco. Sí, interesante, por ejemplo, también lo que decía, ¿quién dijo yo también? ¿Carolina?
Sí, de Carolina.
Ah, Carolina, hola Carolina, ¿cómo estás?
¿Quieres hacer una pregunta?
Yo también lo sé.
No, yo vi a otra persona que levantó la manito, creo que fue Angie Sierra. Quiero hacer una pregunta. ¿Angie?
Hola. Hola, Alexa.
Hola.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
Bueno, quería felicitarte. Eh,
Sí.
Siempre te he escuchado muy empolgada con tu proyecto y creo que hasta ahorita lo entendí bien.
Gracias.
Y me parece muy interesante. Y me parece muy interesante en el sentido de que se podría utilizar en otras áreas de, digamos, de aprendizaje. Digamos, con tu equipo de trabajo, cuando diseñaste el ambiente virtual, ¿tú crees que también podría ser utilizado, por ejemplo, para enseñar y pensando en la primera persona que preguntó y habló sobre las personas con discapacidad, podría ser utilizado, por ejemplo, para enseñar conceptos, digamos, entrarse al mundo de la célula, digamos, hablando en ese sentido? Hago la pregunta porque pues mi área va más hacia la enseñanza de la biología a nivel celular y molecular, ¿sí? Y a veces, uno a veces cuando está estudiando eso, tiene que hacer como hacer de cuenta, imaginarse qué es lo que pasa. Pero
Sí.
escuchándote y digamos el uso de las sensaciones, de los sentidos, podría ser utilizado para aprender otros conceptos. ¿Tú crees que podría ser desde lo que hiciste ahí con tu proyecto?
Sí, yo creo que esa va a ser la evolución. Ya está en Vive Revolution. Porque en el doctorado solo se maneja un concepto, ¿no? Probamos un diseño en la manipulación de... Porque solamente podemos manipular una cosa para saber si eso realmente es lo que afecta. Entonces, en la parte de educación, cuando Cindy, Carolina, está acá en la sala, manipulamos, por ejemplo, la apariencia del instructor virtual, medimos la memoria. Entonces, tratamos de que, o sea, ya empezamos, ¿sí? Empezamos ya con un colegio en Colombia el año pasado, estamos midiendo la memoria, pero tenemos que ser muy precisos en lo que estamos evaluando, porque no todo lo que evaluamos es correcto, porque en educación hay muchos términos y puede que no se esté evaluando lo que realmente se quiere evaluar. Pero la idea es poderlo llevar a la educación, que no solamente sea algo experiencial, sino que los niños podrían aprender en eso. Y además, yo creo que más que el impacto es cambia la emoción, ¿no? El impacto de aprender con esa tecnología. Yo creo que si ven la célula y la pueden tocar y cambiarle y manipular, por ejemplo, o tiene el ADN, no sé si eso tenga, digamos, algún tipo de conexiones, moverlo y hacer otros, yo creo que el proceso de entendimiento de los conceptos va a ser mucho más rápido con estas tecnologías inmersivas. Entonces esa va a ser la evolución, pero faltan unos años más, sí. No es tan fácil.
Sí, sí. No, sí. Me parece muy interesante porque yo me acuerdo que tú me compartiste también los resultados de tu trabajo de maestría, que más que el aprendizaje de conceptos era la formación de habilidades, creo, desenvolvimiento de habilidades como el pensamiento crítico, en fin, otros que, que tú
Sí.
tienes más en cuenta.
Sí.
Entonces, me parece muy interesante, digamos, esa herramienta de la inteligencia artificial. Para más que aprender el concepto, es aprender a pensar. Y que también pueda ser utilizado en población con, no sé si es discapacidad o, digamos, con limitaciones. Y te quería felicitar porque me parece realmente revolucionario y me hiciste pensar sobre otras formas como educadora para poder utilizarlo también y aportar.
Oh, qué hermosa.
Gracias.
Bravo, que viva la
Thank you.
inspiración.
Es mi hermana. Me inspira de pequeña.
Ah, no, es que estamos en familia, con razón.
Sí, Juan, sigue.
No, yo
Juan.
quería decir que a mí este proyecto, bueno, tú sabes que a mí este proyecto me encanta. Este proyecto creo que más allá, digamos, de lo que pueda suceder con el castor en este momento y la evolución, digamos, que quieres tener con el proyecto, con los otros animales, creo que trata un tema fundamental en lo que todos pensamos con las tecnologías inmersivas y es el tema de la empatía. Y lo que este proyecto siempre lo pongo de ejemplo las charlas y en las clases es porque cómo se puede tratar el tema de la empatía por medio de un animal, y es también, digamos, lo que quiero tratar con el proyecto del oso, pero más allá es cambiar la percepción de qué es lo que es empatía, porque todo el mundo está hablando de empatía en realidad virtual, pero proyectos que lo hayan trabajado desde una parte científica, pues creo que es el tuyo y no habrá muchos más. Entonces, pues hay que, digamos que este sí rompe como esa barrera o cambia las reglas un poco del juego, de lo que se va a hablar y lo que se habla de empatía con esta tecnología. Empatía tal vez no solo ponerse en los pies del castor en este caso, sino más allá de una percepción general de lo que puede suceder cuando uno es un animal en un entorno virtual. Entonces, pues a todos los que han participado en este proyecto, felicitaciones porque es un proyecto muy chévere que seguramente va a seguir evolucionando y bueno, pues muy atento a cómo evoluciona el proyecto.
Sí, precisamente yo también me sorprendí. Porque yo tenía otro imaginario. Yo creo que uno nace con está con ciertas creencias que pueden ser falsas. Ciertas creencias que pueden ser falsas y, por ejemplo, una de las creencias es que todo puede dar empatía, ¿no? Y cuando yo puse el experimento, estaba precisamente, pensé que todas las apariencias podía dar empatía, ¿no? Yo soy un amante del robot Castor y yo pensaba que ese también iba a dar empatía, y lo que me sorprendió fue que no diera, y lo que me gusta mucho de hacer investigación con eso y que hice con la Universidad de Holanda es que son muy serios y cuando no dan, digamos, uno no tiene que forzar la investigación porque en realidad lo que se muestra es la verdad, ¿no? Se trata de mostrar la verdad y uno es muy claro con los datos y los datos a veces muestran otras cosas, entonces no hay que forzar a veces. Por ejemplo, en el segundo experimento no me dio empatía y ahí decimos, es que no en todo se da empatía, ¿no? Y en el primer experimento sí, pero era diferente el escenario y la apariencia era distinta. Entonces, yo también tenía otra hipótesis y cuando lo llevamos y cuando lo hicimos con los datos reales, ahí fue cuando nos sorprendimos. Entonces, lleva a más investigación y también en la literatura dicen que la realidad virtual es una realidad empática, solamente porque lo lleva a un escenario inmersivo, pero en realidad es inmersivo. Solamente se ha probado que es inmersivo y en esto también dio que era inmersivo, pero no necesariamente empático. Entonces ahí seguimos trabajando en eso y muchísimas gracias a todos por, por las preguntas y por estar acá, y mis amigos y mi familia que nos están observando, y gracias por apoyarme en todo esto.
Hoy voy a llorar, pero no, qué emoción, Alexandra, en verdad. Esta situación, esta plataforma, este evento no se habría hecho si no fuera por ti, por tu alegría. Te damos gracias. Sigue así hacia adelante.
Ay, tan lindo, tampoco podía hacerlo sin ti, sin tu alegría.
Tampoco.
Bueno, y tenemos a nuestro siguiente speaker. Cindy, ¿quién es nuestro siguiente speaker?
Sí, bueno, no sé si alcanzaron a leer antes de presentar a nuestro siguiente speaker el comentario que hizo Natalia acerca de que si conocen proyectos de educación ambiental sobre concientización del cuidado del medio ambiente, porque ella dice que conoce el de la Universidad de Stanford, que se llama La acidificación del océano, y no conoce más. Estaba comentando Natalia.
Conoce proyectos, ok. Yo solamente conocí el proyecto que estaba desarrollando en el MIT, porque realmente ellos me inspiraron, ¿no? Cuando ellos crearon el árbol, y yo dije, bueno, si ya se hizo el árbol, se puede hacer un animal. Lo que no sabía era que caminar en realidad virtual era tan difícil, ¿no? Y se me había olvidado que los animales caminaban en 4 patas. Entonces, ahí... y también se me olvidó que las serpientes no tienen, o sea, cuando ya lo llevamos a hacer un animal, habían factores que no, porque un árbol es estático. Entonces ellos me inspiraron mucho. Entonces por eso fue que lo trabajamos con ellos y pues allá fui a dar la conferencia, pero pues sería muy interesante ver lo que está haciendo la Universidad de Stanford y qué otros proyectos se están desarrollando y estar en contacto con ellos porque pues la idea es cuidar nuestro planeta y influir en los niños.
Sí, así es. Eso estaba comentando, Juan Manuel le respondió que está TRI, que es el proyecto de huellas de carbono en Naciones Unidas, y los proyectos de Weather Channel, para que también los conozcan. Bueno, según la agenda, creo que va nuestra querida Aura, si no estoy mal.
No, va Johnny.
Johnny
¿Va
Sierra.
Johnny?
Sí, mi hermano.
Sí.
Ese
Sí,
chico muy pilo. Casualmente.
Se trajo a toda la familia. Viene Johnny Sierra con, sí, arquitectura en realidad virtual.
Ajá. Es un proyecto
Lo
muy
mejor
bonito.
es que la familia lo apoya a uno.
Genial, sí.
Entonces lo invitamos aquí adelante.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Podemos presionar el 2. Ya lo aceptamos.
Ya está Johnny ahí al frente.
Yo estoy al lado de mi hermana. Hola, Alexa, ¿cómo estás? Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Tienes que
y buenas noches, audiencia.
tienes el botoncito.
Dime, yo escuché a Johnny perfecto.
Yo no lo escucho.
Sí, se escucha bien.
Yo sí.
Aló, probando audio, ¿me escuchas?
Sí,
Desde
Johnny.
Colombia te escuchamos bien.
Alexa, ¿me escuchas?
Yolanda, no te escucho. Bueno,
No, nada.
pues Johnny está aquí porque él es el director ejecutivo de un estudio que se llama HASA y tiene una empresa desarrolladora de contenidos interactivos con recorridos arquitectónicos y experiencias en realidad virtual. Él se graduó de la Universidad Javeriana y está representando a la Universidad Javeriana en este momento con la participación de realidad virtual. Tiene un proyecto muy interesante. Johnny have a special studio. The company, the name is HASA, and in this company is developed some interactive content about architecture and virtual reality. Johnny, ¿estás listo para la presentación?
Sí, por supuesto. Bueno, muy buenas tardes y buenas noches a toda la audiencia. Muchas gracias, Alexandra, por la invitación y por la presentación. ¿Los demás me oyen bien?
Sí, se escucha perfecto.
Colombia te escuchamos.
Sí, se escucha bien.
Perfecto. Sí, se escucha
bueno,
bien.
entonces...
Me tienes muteado para ti.
Entonces ya vengo. Si
Estamos
quieres ir
peleados.
de ahí, puedes compartirle la presentación y lo vas viendo.
Vale. ¿Está en la página? Porque no la... Es que como
Sí, está en la página.
Retransmitiendo, entonces esperamos.
Sí. Un minutico.
Sí, un momentico porque estoy entrando a la página nuevamente al link de presentaciones. Un segundo. Ya.
Listo, Johnny.
Pero espera. La página... Mira, un segundito porque la iba a cargar y ahora no puedo. Voy a ponerla. ¿Ya dejaste de compartir, Alexa? Voy a ponerla.
Dame un segundo. Ya. Listo.
Espera, porque la puse en la página y...
Bueno, pues podemos presionar el botón F2 para darle la bienvenida a Johnny. Perfecto. Bienvenido.
Alex, una pregunta. ¿Tengo el control aquí de las diapositivas o tú me ayudas?
Yo tengo el control si quieres. No sé si Alexandra te dio permisos. Alexa, ¿le diste permisos a Johnny?
No. Sí, todos los permisos, ¿sí? Para que hable todo lo que quieras, sí.
Johnny, entonces tú puedes compartir tu presentación o si tú quieres...
No, dile. Sí.
Yo te aviso entonces, ¿listo?
Listo, de una.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes y good night a toda la audiencia. Hoy vengo a hablar de mi propia experiencia acerca del desarrollo de modelado arquitectónico 3D y cómo la realidad virtual ha logrado llevarlo pues a otro nivel. Entonces, siguiente. A lo largo de la presentación hablaremos de los siguientes 4 temas. Para empezar, primero hablaremos de la historia detrás de mi emprendimiento tecnológico llamado Hasa Studio. Segundo, los programas y procesos de desarrollo usados en todo el tema de los tours arquitectónicos. Tercero, cómo la magia del VR lleva el producto arquitectónico a otro nivel. Y finalmente, una visión de lo que podía ser la evolución de la realidad virtual, tanto tecnológicamente como en la sociedad misma. Bueno, siguiente. Entonces, siguiente también. Bien, les presento el logo de mi compañía, la cual ha pasado por bastantes transformaciones ya en este momento. Hoy en día desarrollamos contenido interactivo por medio de recorridos arquitectónicos y la tecnología de realidad virtual, pero no siempre fue así. Siguiente. El nacimiento del emprendimiento se dio con mi tesis de grado, en donde se planteó la hipótesis de que se puede usar el videojuego como una herramienta de aprendizaje, ya que es una experiencia donde el jugador interactúa con el entorno y mientras se divierte genera una mayor recordación de lo que está haciendo. De esta manera nace un proyecto que enseña fracciones a los niños mientras se están divirtiendo. Siguiente. Este proyecto se llama Broken, es el prototipo de mi tesis de grado. En este proyecto, pues los niños entran a este videojuego, ellos allí combaten entre ellos encima de una plataforma, pero al mismo tiempo están aprendiendo fraccionarios. Entonces, dividimos la plataforma en partes y a ellos les sale una operación de fraccionarios en la pantalla. Cuando ellos tienen un tiempo límite para resolverlo, ya que esta operación indica qué plataforma va a ser la que se va a caer y ellos pues tendrán ventaja si saben la operación de fracciones o estarán en desventaja. Entonces, este proyecto lo desarrollé con un equipo de trabajo, con el que empecé también la empresa, y lo probamos con los niños y estudiantes de Alexandra, en el colegio donde ella dictaba clases de bachillerato, y nos fue muy bien, hicimos el prototipo, pero pues no logramos realmente llevarlo a un nivel de monetización. Fue un proyecto que nos permitió plantear hipótesis y resolver dudas que teníamos sobre la tesis, sobre el aprendizaje, pero no lo logramos monetizar. Siguiente. Por lo mismo, este emprendimiento tuvo que evolucionar y tuvo que, digamos, mutar. ¿Sí? En algún punto del negocio tuvimos que empezar a dejar atrás el desarrollo de los videojuegos y pasar a los recorridos arquitectónicos. Y por una muy sencilla razón, el dinero, the money. Sin embargo, nosotros logramos rescatar nuestra experiencia en desarrollo de videojuegos para añadirle a los recorridos arquitectónicos esa magia interactiva para el usuario. Siguiente. Bien, ahora les hablaré del proceso de desarrollo de nuestro tour arquitectónico. Siguiente. Entonces, ¿cómo es que desarrollamos los tours arquitectónicos? Primero, levantamos los requerimientos del cliente, ya sea un lugar que ya esté construido o que él quiera virtualizar, o realizamos bocetos de lugares que él quiera construir o rediseñar. Segundo, redactamos un documento de diseño que permita que el cliente autorice lo que se va a hacer, lo que se va a desarrollar y se sienta a gusto con lo que desarrollaremos. Y también para que el equipo de trabajo se pueda guiar respecto a ese documento de diseño. Luego, nuestro tercer paso, desarrollamos todos los modelos 3D o modificamos los que ya tenemos en nuestro inventario virtual. En nuestro cuarto paso, teniendo los modelos 3D, le agregamos la magia de la programación y lo llamo magia no porque se trate solamente de lo visual, sino también de lo que uno puede interactuar, de lo que el usuario puede hacer dentro de este mundo virtual. Nosotros estamos usando el programa de Unreal Engine 4, que es el que usábamos precisamente para el desarrollo de juegos, pero pues Le gastamos bastante tiempo al aprendizaje de este programa, lo dominamos y nos permite programar bastante bien estos recorridos virtuales. Finalmente, lo exportamos a la aplicación de escritorio y realizamos pruebas de funcionalidad y de realidad virtual para posteriormente brindárselo a nuestros clientes. Siguiente. Y siguiente. Bien, vamos a hablar de la magia de la realidad virtual. Yo vi esta frase y me parece que representa fielmente lo que dice. Una experiencia de realidad virtual es más importante que miles de imágenes. Y la razón de esta importancia se da la misma palabra que tiene dentro de la frase, experiencia. Al ser una experiencia, realmente nos podemos llegar a conectar con el mundo virtual que estamos creando. Siguiente. Bien, profundicemos más sobre las ventajas de la experiencia de realidad virtual para los recorridos arquitectónicos y para el mundo arquitectónico. Primero, el usuario consigue mejorar su experiencia de compra gracias a un ahorro tanto de tiempo y dinero. El agente inmobiliario también puede crear tours virtuales de todas las viviendas que tienen promoción, pudiendo ofrecer un servicio mejorado al que ya tiene. Tercero, el usuario puede ver cómodamente desde casa el inmueble que le interesa a través de una visita virtual tantas veces como lo desee. El tour virtual permite al usuario obtener una información más transparente del espacio, pudiendo visualizar cada rincón de la vivienda, tanto por fuera como por dentro, de una forma interactiva. Otra ventaja es que el usuario puede enseñárselo a sus amigos y familiares antes de tomar la importante decisión de compra o no. Y finalmente, pero no menos importante, la realidad virtual consigue dar movimiento y vida a las imágenes, por lo que representa una forma mucho más real del espacio. Siguiente. Bien, pasemos a nuestro tema final, el futuro de la realidad virtual que se desarrollará en los años venideros. Siguiente. Para mí, el futuro de la realidad virtual, en la posición que yo me encuentro más de acuerdo, es en la de la realidad mixta. Pero, ¿qué es la realidad mixta? Podríamos considerarlo como la mezcla de la realidad física y la realidad virtual en un mismo entorno. Entonces, ejemplifiquémoslo de la siguiente manera. Imaginen que en un futuro te inviten a la casa de un amigo de manera virtual. Simplemente ese amigo tendría que escanear su habitación 360 grados. La plataforma luego la convertiría en un espacio virtual 3D. Y el invitado se escanea a sí mismo y se teletransporta al espacio del amigo. Increíble, ¿no? Imagínense lo que se podría hacer con estos escaneos de los espacios, lo que podríamos hacer los desarrollos arquitectónicos, de los recorridos y, bueno, y el mundo virtual que vamos a crear en un futuro en donde no solamente tendremos esta vida real, sino también una vida de avatar en un mundo virtual, escaneándonos a nosotros mismos y con nuestro propio avatar tal cual como somos. Muchísimas gracias. Sí. Muchísimas gracias a todos por escucharme y espero que les haya gustado.
Muchas gracias, Johnny.
Oh, super nice.
Muy bien, Johnny. Qué buena experiencia tienes. Me imagino que haber desarrollado y empezado con videojuegos, con Unreal, pues les da como un nivel muy avanzado para construir ambientes en realidad virtual, ¿no?
Claro, el bagaje que se adquirió en Unreal es bastante amplio porque aprendimos todo el tema de iluminación, todo el tema de animar las cosas. Entonces, por ejemplo, tú estás en un recorrido virtual, que puedas modificar los colores de un mueble, que puedas abrir los cajones, puedas ver lo que hay adentro, puedas coger lo que hay adentro. Unreal nos permitió llevar lo que uno hace en un videojuego, todas las acciones que uno hace en un videojuego, llevarlo a los recorridos virtuales y pues darles magia literal.
Genial. ¿Has visto ahorita con los celulares el iPhone 12 que tiene el escáner líder? Entonces permite que puedas virtualizar completamente tu cuarto y hacer un gemelo digital, que es lo que ahora llaman Digital Twin.
No he tenido la oportunidad de chequearlo, pero ahorita mismo me pondré a investigarlo. Me parece genial este tema de la realidad mixta.
Sí, está súper brutal. Y como pues los llevan a los celulares, pues eso lo va a democratizar aún más. Pero está genial. Felicidades.
Johnny, además te envían saludos en el Facebook desde diferentes partes del mundo. Y hay un profe que trabaja mucho la gamificación y nos estaba preguntando desde Argentina también qué herramientas recomiendas para trabajar y potenciar toda esta parte pues, de la realidad mixta en colegios, porque él es profe de un colegio en Argentina.
Bueno, realmente las herramientas que usamos no son fáciles de aprender. Unreal no es una plataforma sencilla, ni lo mismo que 3D Max o Blender. Son herramientas siempre complicadas. Pero les recomiendo que se explore, por ejemplo, para hacer modelos 3D, en Google puede investigar varias herramientas que son hechas para niños, que permitan, que precisamente ya le da las formas, unas formas predeterminadas y le permite hacer cosas básicas en 3D. Prácticamente es un Paint 3D. Entonces, le recomiendo explorar esta herramienta. Si lo que el profesor quiere es llevarlo al tema de programación o de videojuegos, hay también varias plataformas muy interesantes. Yo aprendí, por ejemplo, en lo personal con una que se llama Game Maker y creo que Alexandra también tiene una experiencia con otra herramienta en la que ella le enseñaba robótica a los niños. Ella también podría ayudar a darle un consejo a este profesor. Pero sí, hay varias herramientas que él podría investigar que son mucho más sencillas que las que manejamos a este momento.
Vale, Johnny, muchas gracias. No sé si alguien del público tenga alguna pregunta. Bueno, Liliana escribe que, Daniel, ¿puedes por favor escribir la herramienta que nombraste de realidad mixta en móviles? Gracias. Y no sé si alguien quiera también hacer una pregunta o un comentario adicional para Johnny. Estamos atentos. Dani, no sé si han escrito algo más. Yo estoy mirando Facebook también y no sé si...
Sí, en YouTube todavía no hay, disculpa, no hay preguntas.
Listo, pero estamos a tiempo, estamos bien apenas para recibir a nuestra siguiente invitada y te agradezco muchísimo que has venido y que hayas compartido con nosotros toda tu experiencia que tienes, además que es un genio en el desarrollo de contenidos digitales. Así que le damos la bienvenida a Aura y te agradezco muchísimo por venir. Podemos presionar el 2.
1, 2,
Muchas
2, 2,
gracias,
4,
Johnny,
4.
por tu experiencia.
Y le pasamos la bienvenida a Aura.
Aura, bienvenida.
Ahora aceptamos. Hola, Aura.
Yay.
¿Cómo estás?
Aura.
Muchas gracias, Alexandra.
Así te escucho.
¿Te escuchas,
Ok,
Alexa?
sí, por fin.
Listo.
Me quedé sordito un momento, como el proyecto que me querían. Ya sé qué se siente.
Sí.
Ok. Perfecto. Tenemos a Aura Forero. She is entrepreneur. It's a woman entrepreneur. It's super interesting. Co-founder and CEO of Citrial, magister in biomedical engineer, mechatronic engineer, with knowledge and experience in data science, computer vision, machine learning, and artificial intelligence applied to the analysis of medical and geographic image. Co-founder also with SR Colombia. Wow. Ella es una chica muy inteligente, ahí donde la ven, toda mona. Es una chica muy inteligente. Una monaza así, toda rubia, y como la ven en su avatar. Ella es la fundadora de Citrial y ella tiene una ingeniería en biomédica, ¿sí? Y también mecatrónica. Y tiene un amplio conocimiento en todo lo que es la visión del computador, las máquinas de aprendizaje y la inteligencia artificial. Estamos juntos trabajando en un proyecto muy interesante que es la evolución de Justin. Así que pues la experta en realidad mixta, que es uno de los temas de este congreso, y entonces es muy interesante porque ellos, la empresa que ella representa, tiene muchísimo conocimiento de eso. Entonces, sigue, Aura.
Bienvenida, Aura. Chao.
Bienvenida,
Thank you,
Aura. Te
Alexandra, for
escuchamos.
the introduction. And thanks all the sponsors and partners who have made this event possible. Well, my talk is, it's okay. No, the slides, I can see. You can see the slide.
No. Ah, ¿quieres que lo cambie o tú lo cambias tú? Ya puedes extraer share to screen.
No. No tengo
¿Te los paso?
para compartir. Sí, por favor.
Dame un segundo. Okay, you can start.
Well, my talk, developments and perspective for mixed reality in Colombia is based on the work we have been doing at Surreal and the exploration of the Colombian ecosystem and market related to virtual, augmented, and mixed reality in Colombia. So let's move to the next slide, please.
Give me a second. Tenemos muchos presentadores. Ya la encontré. Listo.
Ahí sí,
y para todos ya tenemos las presentaciones en la página web si las quieren ver después también. Listo. Sí.
Yes. Well, as a brief introduction to the topic for those who are new in this area, well, mixed reality brings the virtual and the physical worlds together. What does it mean? Well, basically, that you can interact with real objects. This is the objects that are around you, walls, furniture, and information like your geographic position, your location, or data collected from sensors around you. And you can also combine this with virtual or 3D model objects, or screens, or visualizers. You can get a whole immersion, or you can see only part of the virtual objects like in AR, but you can interact more dynamically with the real objects. Next, please. Okay. And what are the components of mixed reality? In essential, two: the hardware and software. Hardware for mixed reality are head-mounted device, or there are several, like smart lenses, mobile, and haptic devices. We have been working with mixed reality glasses from Microsoft HoloLens and Magic Leap, another from a Chinese company, which is called Unreal. Well, and for software used for development, the most known is Unity, also Unreal Engine, which was mentioned before, and for design software, 3D modelers, as well as packages and libraries for programming. Well, next, please. In mixed reality, can be developing several applications in different fields. In a wide variety of applications in different fields, like education, manufacturing, aerospace, defense, medical, engineering, retail, tourism, and others. Next, please. Well, going direct to the developments in Colombia, we have found that there are interesting experience in research and in the market of VR and AR from more than 20 years in Colombia, mostly in the principal cities of the country, like Bogotá, Medellín, Bucaramanga, Cali, and Pereira. We also have found Colombian companies that are capable of offering the most innovative products in different business to create awesome images, sound, technologies in different fields. Something that is also important to highlight is that the offer of educational programs related to VR and AR has increased. There are options to learn how to develop not only in the university, also in other institutions of art or with virtual programs. Companies like Platzi have increased And this is important because that means that people interested in knowing more about development of these technologies can find options in more spaces and programs, and like Universidad del Bosque, Universidad Javeriana de Cali, among others. But we have also found that there is still a lack on the distribution of mixed reality hardware to Colombia. We have been talking and working for a program that allows Colombia a higher possibility for distributing the hardware that is used in mixed reality. We think soon a more fluently and strong distribution of those devices will be possible. Next, please. Well, and it has been shown that in this event that are different applications that have been developed in Colombia from research groups, universities, as well from Colombian companies. Those developments in VR and AR that have been related to video games, tourism, research, education, culture, and health. I want to present you some of the projects that have been developed in Surreal. Surreal, as I mentioned, a Colombian company. We developed mixed reality application, integrating them with artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. And in order to continue innovating and offering the cutting-edge technologies to our customers, we do scientific and technological research also. Next, please. Okay, first of all, this is a project which is called Mountain Tech. This project was developed in order to offer a better option to companies with specialized equipment. The idea was to plan in a better way the maintenance of that equipment, reducing the cost of maintenance and improving the productivity of the companies. At the beginning, we were working to offer to the National Navy a solution to explore the machine is inside ships and manage in real time the variables from sensors. What kind of variables? Well, speed, flow, temperature, and vibration. An improved version of this application has been developed in order to expand the applications to other industries like food, production of food, oil, and mechanics. This also allows trained people to fix components or change parts of the equipment. Next, please. Well, yes. And Set Health is a branch of our company. It's another. It is related to health, and we have been working with some doctors to create tools that help them in their activities. Those here are models for teaching to patients and medical students. We also have done tests of interaction for planning surgeries by using controls, hand gesture, and voice commands with doctors. The young doctors are more interested in the results of these models. Elder doctors are still comprehending or integrating how does it works. Next, please. Well, this project has been developed is also related to health, but this has another focus, the clinical environment, especially for the visualization of electronic health records or EHR of patients and the visualization of medical images. For few patients, this project works well. We are working on the scalability and abilities for the management of the data. And the key point of this project is security. We are working especially in ensuring integrity, privacy, and traceability of the data that is modified throughout this application. Next, please. Well, this project has been developed in collaboration with Alexandra Sierra and Andres Burbano, who are already well known here. And while Justin is the viewers from Alexandra's thesis work, we have deployed it on a Magic Leap device, and we have integrated a chatbot that allows the user to interact in a conversational way. The conversation is oriented to inform the user about the environment and beaver's life. So next, please. And following the education and environmental topic, this one is more immersive, and it is a gallery that allows people by using mixed reality device, HoloLens, and virtual reality devices to learn about snowy mountains, and especially to illustrate how the level of snow has decreased over time. This project was made for an organization which is called Cumbres Blancas. And the main goal of this project is to teach about the risks of climate change and the risks that are in those environments due to the climate change. Well, next, please. And finally, the project e-market, which allows people to select items from a shop just from using hand gestures, and with the possibility of identifying or reading real features of the product. And the size also is important, that the user can interact with the real size of the product. This increases user experience and reduces time of shopping, and especially brings confidence about the product before buying it. And there is still a way to complete the experience by using haptic devices to emulate some features like weight of the products and texture, but it's part of the future work with this project. Next, please. Well, it's time to finish. So in summary, in Colombia, there is a high experience in VR and AR, as well as a high potential for development for mixed reality. And the market is increasing for several industries. The technology, however, is not so common in Colombia, and for some sectors, it is also expensive, which could limit the growth of the mixed reality market. For this reason, it is needed that availability and distribution of the mixed reality devices expands to Colombia. Colombian researchers and companies are working on the development of hardware for mixed reality, which is excellent. And I have known some groups of persons of different on universities that are working on that. And it is also needed to work related to legal aspects to promote in a better way those developments. Next, please. Well, that's all. Thanks to the audience in this virtual world, as well as in the other platforms in YouTube. Thanks to the real team, Nelson, Alvey, and Alfonso, who are in the picture. And finally, thanks to the people who have been participating in this event. You can take my email, you can mail me. Also, you can visit the webpage, it's at real.com, and test some of the demos, or see also the YouTube videos related to the products we have been presenting here. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aura.
We can press the 2 and 1 and give a lot of hearts.
1, 2, 2.
1, 2, 2. A ver, give me a second. I need to practice.
Great. 1, 2.
Practice.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Because we are already over.
Listo. Aura, I have a question for you.
Yo creo que puedo responder las preguntas en español.
Sí, claro. Oye,
sería más.
Aura, ¿cuál de todos esos proyectos tan interesantes te gusta más? De todos los que has trabajado, que nos mostraste, ¿cuál te ha gustado más? Cuéntanos.
Bueno, pues
Creo que vas a
desde
tener que
pequeña he
decir
tenido siempre
Justin
una
Bieber.
visión muy futurista de la vida. Y el que me encanta más es el de salud porque pues es algo pues que tiene mayor impacto en las personas, en la sociedad. Pues el ecológico también, pero pues ese solamente lo hemos trabajado desde contigo y con los chicos de Cumbres Blancas, pero también me parece importante promover más esas iniciativas que ayudan a una concientización sobre el medio ambiente. Pero sí, definitivamente, salud, me quedo con salud.
Bueno, la salud es muy importante en el COVID también. En estos tiempos que no podemos salir a la calle. Por lo menos aquí está difícil.
No, y también en las personas, pues nosotros somos muy jóvenes, pero no vemos en personas que no pueden salir o que requieren estar saliendo a consultas, controles mensuales. Entonces, que tengan un visitante que les pueda ayudar y que pueda ahí desplegar todo sin necesidad de cargar con carpetas o archivos es una ayuda grande.
Listo, muy bien. Cindy, ¿tienes alguna pregunta? ¿El
Sí,
público tiene alguna pregunta? Ah, mira,
sí,
aquí
pues
hay una
mira
pregunta.
que...
Ah, espera,
Alex,
sigue.
sí, dime.
Sigue la pregunta.
Vale, lo que pasa es que me parece muy bonita la pregunta que hicieron porque son niñas de 11 que van a pasar a la universidad y ellas dicen que, pues, ¿qué consejo les das para emprender en estas líneas de la tecnología? Que si estás, mejor dicho, segura del emprendimiento, ¿qué les puedes aconsejar? Ellas dicen que tienen como dudas, que les da miedo, pues porque claro, hasta ahora van a tomar esa decisión de llegar ya a continuar la educación superior, pero dicen que sí, que tú qué les dirías para que ellas se motiven y digan, oiga, sí, yo quiero estudiar esa línea, voy a seguir en esa línea, quiero ser emprendedora. Entonces, ¿qué les quisieras decir a esas niñas que te están viendo y te escucharon?
Claro, es que las carreras en tecnología, las chicas solemos ser muy esquivas, pero la verdad es algo que ya es de nuestra actualidad, es algo que ya tenemos al alcance todo equipos, no solo hardware, software también podemos, ya con los que tenemos que interactuar. Antiguamente, pues, sí eran, pues, como que las chicas las manteníamos más aparte y no tenían tanto acceso, pero ahora hay muchas herramientas que están a nuestro alcance que son parte de nuestra vida cotidiana, que es necesario que nosotros comprendamos, no solo usarlas, sino cómo es que la humanidad ha llegado al desarrollo de estas tecnologías y cómo nosotros también podemos modificarlas para mejorar experiencias personales o de la comunidad, la sociedad local o global también puede ser. Entonces, el consejo es no le tengan miedo a la tecnología. Si les gusta, si les apasiona, en libros, en las universidades también hay mucho apoyo para que las chicas nos introduzcamos en el tema de ingeniería, de ciencias también, las STEM. Es importante también conocer los principios físicos y cómo es que funciona todo. Me preguntabas algo sobre la seguridad en este emprendimiento. Pues es que no, sí he sido, yo desde pequeña muy curiosa en todo y pues como muy, esa visión futurista de cómo sería el mundo en más adelante. Ir pensando adelante y bueno, esto no lo tenemos, sí, pero cómo se puede hacer, o cómo lo están pensando en otros lugares, cómo podría lograrse eso y la confianza en este emprendimiento es pasión, principalmente eso. Y pues ¿aló?
Que viva la
Precisamente,
pasión.
sí, que viva la pasión, precisamente.
Para introducir a nuestro siguiente speaker.
Precisamente.
Ay, sí, ya está que se habla.
Está que se habla. Pues no, Juan tiene una pregunta y no la vamos a pasar hasta que...
Hay otra pregunta.
¿Qué pasó?
A ver, Juan, pregunte entonces.
Esto no he visto todavía.
Una pregunta que va en la parte de hardware. Digamos, ustedes son unos de los que están muy enfocados en el tema de realidad mixta con las HoloLens, las Magic Leap y esto. Pero ¿qué crees que necesitamos para que realmente esto crezca? ¿Qué tiene que suceder para que podamos tener ingreso a esta tecnología de una forma más abierta para que no sea, porque creo que ha sido difícil, digamos, el importe de esos equipos, pero ¿qué crees que tiene que pasar o cómo podemos enfocar eso?
Bien. Lo principales son acciones como las que estamos realizando en este evento, demostrar, visibilizar que aquí tenemos potencial, que se están haciendo cosas y que se puede aprovechar esta tecnología si se envía y que el mercado en Colombia está dispuesto a pues ver ya aplicaciones a diferentes sectores para adquirir los equipos. Entonces, inicialmente es visibilizarnos y mostrar el potencial que tenemos.
Sí.
Pues seguir en los diálogos, porque pues sí se han estado haciendo diálogos pero hasta, bueno, digamos, las HoloLens que salieron hace poco, hasta ahora también están llegando a algunos países en Europa y pues de Estados Unidos necesitamos crear más confianza para que se abran las puertas acá, hacia acá.
Hola, tengo un comentario.
Perfecto. Sigue.
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Genial, muchas gracias. Soy de Ecuador, me llamo Renato Toledo. Este espacio está increíblemente innovador. Y bueno, mi comentario era acerca de la medicina. Ahora la realidad mixta ha avanzado impresionantemente, que lo están utilizando bastante en la medicina. Entonces, claro, totalmente actual esto, ¿no? Eso quería comentarles nomás sobre la realidad mixta.
Sí, bueno, nosotros estamos inicialmente como ingresando en el sector de salud y medicina como parte de educación y evolucionando, entrenando a los doctores, como viendo su experiencia y pues como ya que introduciéndolos a ellos también en el tema de el manejo de estos dispositivos y las posibilidades que hay con esto. En otros países ya se han hecho pruebas para no solamente la planeación quirúrgica, que es solamente visualizar antes de entrar al quirófano, sino directamente ya interactuar directamente en quirófano con estos elementos. Tienen unas implicaciones éticas, requieren aprobaciones para comercialización a futuro, pero sí son cosas que estamos teniendo en cuenta para trabajo a futuro y desde acá en Colombia.
Wow, excelente. Bueno, ahora vamos a darle F2 a Aura. Vamos a felicitarla por su presentación, F2, F1, con todo el amor ahí, mira.
Gracias.
Sí, te mandamos muchos corazoncitos,
El
mira.
2.
Muchos corazoncitos para ti y hasta el 4 te mando, mira.
Uy, 4.
Ay, carita sonrojada.
Yo le mando 3.
Muchas gracias, en serio, a toda la audiencia por conectarse en las plataformas y por ingresar aquí también
Listo.
con estilo avatar.
Ahora,
gracias, Alex.
Está que se habla el Dani, que es nuestra última presentación y ya lo que prometimos que los que se quedaban hasta el final, le íbamos a dar el certificado de realidad aumentada. Entonces, we have the last speaker. It's a Dani, and after is our band music. And in our band music, we say the names who win the certificates. And if you stay here, we can give you the certificate in augmented reality because University del Bosque is... No, you don't like the certificate, Aura? Ah, sí, she like the certificate. And then the certificate is very cool because this word is in what is say virtual world, and then obviously we will have a virtual certificate, very cool, and it's designed especially for Aura, especially in the company of Aura and University del Bosque, and he's in day make a bigger work in design this certificate, no, Cindy?
Yes, I designed the certificate.
Y entonces, casi, o sea, vamos a ver cuántos se quedan al final para darles el certificado de realidad aumentada que diseñó aquí la señorita de la Universidad del Bosque, junto a la empresa que pasó ahora. Entonces, bueno,
exacto.
Pues,
eso no es como indio presentado, indio ido, no, tienen que quedarse.
No. Y claro, y Dani está que se ¿qué pasa,
Indio
Dani? ¿Qué
presentado,
pasa?
ya que estoy todavía.
Ahí está, espere que ya vengo, voy al baño.
Dani, te estamos esperando porque si no,
Voy.
tomamos el certificado.
Daniel, al pasillo al fondo podrás encontrar los baños aquí en el auditorio.
Siempre al fondo a la derecha.
Eso. Bueno,
Estoy
listo.
aquí buscando la presentación.
Tranquilo, mientras Daniela busque la presentación, si te parece, voy a presentarte. ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Me parece.
Bueno, listo. Pues efectivamente, aquí para cerrar con broche de oro, tenemos a nuestro querido Daniel Rojas Roa, que también es parte de todo el equipo en este proceso. Además que hemos estado apoyando también la transmisión por redes sociales, entonces ustedes de pronto han visto que él ha estado ahí haciendo todo el juego de cámaras, enseñando diversas aplicaciones para que todos los que están conectados aprendan muchísimo este día. Entonces ahí estamos con todo ese apoyo técnico y de transmisión por parte de nuestro querido Daniel. Y pues efectivamente él es estudiante de Ciencias de la Computación y Arte. ¿Eres estudiante todavía, Daniel, de esta línea?
Digamos que nunca paro de aprender, porque como decía Aura, la curiosidad nunca acaba.
Genial. Entonces, Daniel seguirá estudiando por muchos años más Ciencias de la Computación y el Arte, y se especializa en Arte, un movimiento artístico que combina el arte con las tecnologías inmersivas. Imagínense. Ha mostrado sus propias obras de arte en todo el mundo, lo que permite a las personas viajar mediante el uso de la realidad virtual y utilizar sus grabados para decorar lugares. Daniel studied computer science and art. He specialized in artish, an art movement that combines art with immersive technologies. Has shown his own artworks around the world, allowing people to travel through the use of virtual reality and use his prints to decorate places. Bueno, y además, no se pierdan el café. Daniel fue el primer café con los autores y fue genial. Entonces recuerden también visitar nuestra página y ver los cafés con los autores para que conozcan un poco más de esos speakers que tuvimos, ya que aquí estuvimos en el mundo virtual, allí los tuvimos en el mundo virtual, pero
real.
Ya se veían ellos en cámara.
Y estuvo rico el café, ¿no?
Estuvo rico el café, así es.
Ok.
Bueno, pues entonces, adelante.
Thank you, Cindy, for your kind words. It is a pleasure for me to be here. I really want to thank God that He gave me one more day of life. Now with all this COVID pandemic reality, we never know when is our time. So thank you, God. I want to share you my life, my experience in art tech. I think it's a movement that I don't know if I've invented, but it combines technology and art. So as you know, my name is Daniel Rojas Roa. I studied at the University of Los Andes. I studied computer science, and mostly because one time in Germany, I saw a career that was electronic arts. And I felt that I should study that kind of career because I love technology and I loved photography, but I didn't have the chance to go to Germany. So I just decided that I would try to build my own career. So in Los Andes, in the university, you have that possibility. You can choose whatever course or career professionally. So I built my own electronic arts. I studied computer science and some painting, electronic arts, interaction. So it is amazing how I think that what we study is about what we like, what we love. And if family is supporting us, is so grateful because you are going to use all your time and all your curiosity to start and create more things. Instead, if family doesn't support, it's complicated. But okay, that's another talk. So, as I tell you, I combined these two since my thesis. And well, before that, my thesis was about creating the installation of Andy Warhol an artist from the 60s. He made an installation called Silver Clouds, where he wanted to change the human expectation in the sense of everyone in that time thought that everything that goes up comes down immediately. But what he created was a pillow-shaped balloon that instead of just coming back to Earth, it floated. So he, with a German engineer, he built this kind of clouds that are silver and allowed people to feel inside like the clouds. So it was really, really interesting that people entering a room are part of the art that he did. So I did this virtual experience in 2009 with a language that is called IntML. My thesis professor invented this language, and I built it for this. It was made in Java. And I use a suit that tracked yourself in 6 degrees of freedom. You can see here. If you also look in YouTube, you search for Silver Clouds, Daniel Roja Roa, and you will find my video. I'm skinny, but you will understand better that if you move around, you see that there is some red lights. Those red lights are tracking devices that are being projected in this type of cave. It was a cave. The cave is like the first projection of virtual reality, because it started to project in front, to the side, on top, and to the left. In the university, we didn't had all the 6 sides. We had only 3, but it was like the beginning of virtual reality. And one thing I noticed now, and with today and with all the virtual reality experiences that I've seen and tested, is that we lose a lot of sensibility if we don't have feedback. So the feedback is so important because, for example, if you are with the suit and you touch something, but that something doesn't give you a feedback or, for example, vibration, you really don't realize what you are touching, even if you are seeing it. So that's why I think this experience lacks of, maybe, how to say, the sense of sensibility. And I think I could make it better. But for that time, it is like 10, 11 years ago, was fantastic. Now I hope I could make it again with Oculus so everyone can enjoy. In 2012, I started an entrepreneur, a startup called Virtual Step, where we wanted to virtualize all the trade shows in Colombia. So I traveled to New York City to a conference called the IVRPA Association, where I found the best 360 friends. I mean 360 friends because they are all photographers, and they have an incredible form of thinking, because they did this professionally. This was 8 years ago, and it didn't exist now, the 360 cameras. So what they showed me was a possibility on how to create these amazing photographies. I asked to the people here in the room and in YouTube, how do you think I made this New York City picture? Anyone?
Wow.
A question?
¿Cómo se hace? Preguntan.
¿Cómo creen que es esa fotografía?
Con un dron.
Fácil, ¿no?
¿Con una app?
Muy bien. I'm going to answer in English, okay? But they said with a drone. Well, actually, was made in the terrace of the Empire State Building. Because think of it, fly a drone in New York City is, one, is illegal, and two, is really dangerous. So what I did, and I inspired from Willy Caimena, that he was the author of this kind of photography. It's called a flying Willy. So he said, if we can break rules, if we are really high enough and we take a lot of pictures around, for example, a terrace, we can then use that kind of photography and stitch it together and create this kind of 360 photography that people think it's made with a drone, but it's really, you are from the terrace. So what it took me to take this photo was 2 hours waiting for people to go and walk around all the terrace so I could take it. So my remark on these 360 friends is because I met them personally, and I understood, and I got involved and in love for 360, because I wanted people to understand, or at least to imagine, how was it possible to make this kind of photography. So in 2015, I started my first trade show, an art trade show. I was invited by a friend, a photographer, and I never printed a photo. We are in a digital age, but we forgot also about printing our things. You cannot imagine the happiness that I had when I saw a physical print of my photography. I didn't know that my pictures were so high quality, because we are so accustomed to see in digital screens in our phones, but when you have it physically, you can understand like the impact that you can make. So that was one of the parts that I really loved. But when I did this exposition, people around just stared at my pictures and said, wow, how is it possible? How can it be? And all my photography since the beginning, they are interactive. You can scan a QR code and you can go inside the photography, sharing with me the moments that I took the photography. So that was like a really special moment for me. And then I decided to start looking for better materials. And also a photographer, a friend of mine, said, why you do it squared? Why don't you do it circle? Because you want to give attention to the center. And in this kind of words, you already know, it's called little planets. So I started to create them circled. So here you see, this was already in 2016. I tried to apply to art galleries, but I realized that the easiest way to show yourself is to go outside the markets. So I went to the design district and I started to share my prints. Here you can see me in a near 1.5 meters tall diameter, a print of Bogota, where I applied the same knowledge of New York. You can see the lady that is using VR goggles, cardboards, and you can all see this. Then I was able to go and share my prints all over the world. I've been able to go to Rome. Here I have one of the pictures of Palenqueras. I work with an illustrator that's called Manuela Echeverri. She paints over my pictures. I've been also in Tokyo 2 years ago. I was able to share 6 of my pictures, and also I realized that people can also not only decorate their walls, but also they can have like a souvenir. So I started to make coasters that you can see here. And here is an exposition in Bogota. And it's really lovely because when you have the support of your family, everything changes. So here you can see a part of my exposition in Bogota. I have from small coasters of 10 centimeters to a giant print of 1 meter in diameter. I use different materials, platinum paper, aluminum, acrylic, and other kind of materials that gives high quality prints and also a great experience. I want to show you my series of art. So this series is called Mundos de mi Tierra. That I started with that because was the first like little projection that I learned, no? The little planets, tiny planets, pequeños mundos. But these are really interesting because people outside the circle don't know about it. So we can give a lot of impact to them. Then I created bubbles in 360. Bubbles are like, I wanted people to think that they were really bubbles, but in reality they are plain, they are flat. But the curiosity about this is that you can see it physically the same, but when you enter in the virtual part in a website, my idea is that you feel and you see the same characteristics. So at the end, I'm going to show you my website, but when you enter one of these, the idea is that you see as if it was in reality. And the cool stuff like this series was an accident. I wanted to try another type of things, and I realized that this kind of projection made me feel about how we can see a landscape and the reality if we travel at the speed of light. So this is like that kind of idea. If you scan the code, you can go inside and you will see that it starts as you are seeing the physical, or in this case, the virtual image. So I always try to interpret the same physical to virtual. A little bit of myself also. I'm a co-founder of 3Go Video. We specialize on creating immersive technologies, as you've seen, virtual reality, augmented, and AI. You can scan if you want to follow us on Snapchat or Instagram. We have also a community that is called the VR Community of Colombia. We are 700 people, and this kind of events allow us, everyone, to share and to grow, because I think that if we share our knowledge, we are going to help not only Colombia, but Latin America to grow. So I think it's great what we are doing. And to finish, just to tell you that this is one of the giant prints that I have. I am a tall person. My height is 180, but this print is really high, really big. And when I did it, I never thought that I could sell it, because one, it was really big, and two, it was expensive. But what I realized is that there is a market for everything. Don't be afraid, just go out and show your stuff, because people, there is so much diversity that you will be like thrilled and shocked of what you can do. Here you can see also some sculptures that I made that are interactive. The first one, the black and white, I was inspired by by this artist, Colombian, that is called Omar Rayo. So as I cannot paint, I printed. And the second one is inspired on my arts that are from the speed of light. All of them are in the one from the travel that I made to Tokyo. All my travels have been not only for vacation, but also because I've been invited by Google, by Unity, by different type of events, and I always carry my camera. So because I don't know where or when I will have the opportunity to create this kind of photography. So my advice is to always take out your camera. If you want to try an augmented reality filter that I've made, you can scan my code. This type of QR code is from Instagram. So you need to access your Instagram and scan it. There you can access the tab of filters, and you will see in your house a table, in your dinner table, with some of my coasters and my art. You can choose wherever you want, and you can buy if you want through my website. And that's it. That is who I am. Thank you for having me. This is my website where you can go and enter and see all my stuff.
Wow, amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Someone have a question? Please press the button 0. This. If you have a question. Andres have a question.
In fact, I wrote them and I have several questions for him.
No, just one.
No.
Okay. Our band is coming. Also want to hear to put the music and there.
Okay, no, I just want to know how you were able to manage the difference of lighting between the time and the position of each one of the pictures you were using to create a 360 image or panoramic image.
Yes, great question. So in 360 photography, there is you need to put your camera, your professional camera, in manual mode, and you need to expose in a lighting that is not so subexposed or overexposed. Is a thing of practice, but you can achieve. And I use a program to stitch it that is called PTGUI, where you can nivellate or evaluate the different type of lights of exposition. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And which camera are you using? Sorry.
Well, I started with a Canon 7D. It's not full professional, but it is a great camera. But now I'm using the Sony Alpha 6400 with an adapter with a lens 8mm. If you need more assistance, I'm glad to help you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Que comience la rumba.
Wow. Bueno, Cindy, ¿tienes algo preguntas?
Estaban diciendo precisamente que si das algún taller, un profe está diciendo que si das algún taller de manejo de todas las plataformas 360, que le parece chévere porque había seguido ese profe Jorge Triana, que escribió en Facebook. Entonces, que le parece interesante si de pronto pues te puede contactar o qué puede hacer, digamos, para hacer estos talleres porque quiere aprender este tipo de recursos y materiales.
Sí, claro que sí. De hecho, hace 3 años fuimos a la comunidad de Necoclí, en el Urabá antioqueño, ¿verdad? Y enseñamos cómo hacer fotografía 360 a niños, que pues les llevamos celulares, les enseñamos a hacer la fotografía y a que ellos mismos vean cómo pueden generar contenido. Porque algo que sucede en la sociedad es que estamos consumiendo mucho, pero no estamos generando contenido. Y esa es la diferencia que podemos hacer. Entonces, este taller, como otros, pues lo podemos dar. Así que, call me.
Ok, y me da risa porque en Facebook te dijeron que...
¿Qué?
Te dijeron que si estudias o trabajas y que cuántos años tienes.
Uy,
Andrea Pardo.
uy, no, estoy casado.
¿Sí? No, Andrea, lo siento.
Lo siento, 5 años.
Ay, ese no es el botón. Ay, qué risa en Facebook.
Daniel también estaban diciendo, pues digamos que si se puede, que tienen, digamos, otro lugar donde pues, para contactarte, además de la página que compartes allí, que puedan ver tu trabajo. Me escribió también Manuel, me escribió también Mauricio desde Canadá, te están escuchando y te están viendo y que quisieran, si es posible, poder ver tu trabajo porque les gustaría compartirlo en Canadá.
Claro, sería un honor para mí poder ir o solamente mandar las obras ya en estas realidades, pero sí, con gusto. Pues en mi página, danielrojarroa.com, en Instagram, ahí está todos mis datos, celular, correo. Un gusto poder apoyarlos.
¿Sí? Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias. Podemos oprimir el botón de F2 y 1. Y bueno, la foto final. Juan, vamos a tomarnos una foto. ¿Será que puedes pasar un momentico para tomarnos una foto? La publicamos en el evento. Decimos los nombres que ganaron los certificados. Y pues con toda. A ver, Juan, tú nos indicas cómo, espérate, pongo la presentación, si quieres. Y creo que era esta.
La
¿sí?
palabra ganadora.
Eran los que se quedaron al evento.
¿Y la foto cómo la tomamos?
No, tenemos que irnos de acá
Si
del stage para, no sé cómo.
Para todo el grupo.
Sí, creo que, a ver, nos pasamos aquí, si quieres, Indey, o no sé, ven por acá, a una sillita para que todo...
¿Cómo tomamos una foto 360 acá?
Listo, ahí va.
Espere.
¿Qué?
¿Me bajo del escenario?
Sí, yo creo para que quedemos todos, o cómo, no sé.
Sí,
un segundo.
Me voy a bajar.
Desde internet los tengo aquí.
Ya me bajé.
Cachados.
Ok, vamos a poner un botón, un corazoncito o algo, ¿sí? En el número 1 y nos tomamos la foto. Bueno, ¿quién está tomando la foto?
Daniel.
Daniel creo que nos va a tomar la foto, ¿cierto, Dani?
No, porque Daniel se acaba de mover.
No, sí, espérate.
Ay, bueno.
Juan.
Dime.
¿Estás seguro? Yo creo que Juan debe estar al frente.
¿Ya? 1, 2, 3.
Sonrían.
¿Nos tomaron la foto?
Sí, espérenme otra vez.
Ok.
Este movimiento.
Caritas sonriente, F2.
Espera, es que...
¿Ya?
No, espérame. Qué complejo. Pero es que tenía que sacar al streamer.
Ok.
Listo, ahora sí.
¿Ya? ¿Ahora sí? Bueno,
1, 2, 3.
Foto.
Que se me corta. Si tuviera una pantalla más grande.
¿Ya?
Bueno, yo creo que sí.
¿Sí? Espérame, hago aquí yo. A ver, hágale la foto.
Deberíamos
otra vez.
ocupar las mesas del centro que están vacías para que alcancemos a estar todos.
Sí.
Por ejemplo, las mesas de los extremos, buscar hacia el centro. Porque eso. Juan, muévete hacia el centro, por favor. Eso. Muy bien. Alex, por favor.
Ya va a tomar la foto. Espere. Ya me muevo un segundo. Esto no se guardó. Ya. Aquí.
El amigo que está al extremo. Ernesto, entra, por favor. Ubícate más al centro. Entonces ahí va.
Ok.
1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Espérenme. Falló. Tiene mucho teclado. Listo, eso.
Ya.
Alex, hazte más al centro.
Ay,
Hazte
no
al
me
lado
queda
de
la
Leo.
Conexión al bloque.
No sé cómo moverme bien, la verdad. Espere un momentico, que es
Con
que...
F5.
¿F5?
No, mentira.
No, no puedo.
No,
Ya,
te
no
alejaste.
baila. Ya ahí, déjeme ahí. No me quede. Ya. Ah,
¿Dónde estás?
¿listo? ¿Listos?
No, te alejaste.
Ay, perdón,
No,
pero...
hombre.
ay, ya me
Hazte ahí al
perdonan.
lado de...
Ahí. Ahí.
Eso, ahí era. Ahora sí,
Ahí era.
muchachos,
Ahí con el rubio. Voy a hacerlo
sonríen.
con el
Eso,
chico
con
rubio.
el mono.
Esto.
El monazo.
A ver. Con Leo. Me voy a hacer el lado de Leo.
Eso, muy bien. Y ahora todos hablen para que se les vean los iconos.
Sí, quítense en el
Alex.
mute. Ah, hola.
Estamos rompiendo el internet.
Hola, hola.
Internet.
Hola.
Se cayó la plataforma.
Se cayó.
¿Qué tal?
Alcanzamos las 2 personas.
Bueno, perfecto. Ahora sí, llamamos a Máximo y vamos a leer los nombres. Máximo está por aquí.
Sí, yo vi
ya
a
lo hace.
Máximo, sí. Hola.
Bueno, vamos a mirar quién está en el chat. Entonces, vamos a empezar. Máximo, y vamos a leer las personas que se ganaron el certificado de realidad aumentada. No sé si lo pueden ver. A Cindy por acá los va a mostrar. Cindy, cuéntales más o menos cómo es el certificado. Espérame, te le pongo una fotico.
Vale, sí, ahí puedes poner la fotito.
Ahí.
Bueno.
¿Cómo es el certificado?
Listo. En pantalla
Ya,
estamos
y
viendo
explícales bien cómo funciona, porque yo tampoco sé muy bien, o sea.
Bueno, pues este certificado es en realidad aumentada. Lo que vamos a hacer es que efectivamente les vamos a enviar una imagen que va a ser el marcador, que al leerlo en una aplicación simplemente les vamos a enviar un link, ustedes van a poder encontrar allí a través del link. Con su celular van a mostrar la imagen del marcador que les mostramos en la página que les vamos a enviar, y allí ya aparece, lo primero que aparece es para que ustedes escriban su nombre. Escriben su nombre completo, luego le dan continuar y ya con el marcador, que es la imagen, que es como funciona de pronto para los que no han utilizado los marcadores, es como un código QR, ¿cierto? Que permite activar una imagen. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Cuando yo pongo el celular, aparece, como ustedes ven en pantalla, el diploma con su nombre. Entonces ahí precisamente dice el certificado de reconocimiento por la participación en el nombre de ustedes, el nombre del evento, las fechas entre, digamos, Colombia, la articulación entre Colombia y Netherlands, y en la parte lateral izquierda van a encontrar los logos de todos los sponsors de este evento. Entonces digamos que eso es como algo muy interesante que van a encontrar, y además en la parte inferior van a poder ver, en el caso de los que son speakers, van a poder ver el video de su presentación y el video del café con el autor. Entonces es bien interesante lo que van a hacer. Entonces recordemos, ¿qué hacemos? Le vamos a enviar 2 elementos, un link, 2, una imagen que es el marcador, como el código que le va a permitir a usted visualizar su certificado. ¿Qué hace primero? Igual les vamos a hacer un videito, tranquilos, porque aquí no les podemos mostrar en cámara, pero les contamos. Entonces con el celular simplemente lo que puedo hacer es, voy a hacer el celular o incluso imprimir la imagen, porque eso es chévere, esas imágenes, esos marcadores funcionan tanto digitales como análogos. Mostramos la imagen y en la cámara de su computador se va a poder ver entonces su diploma, y ya podrá tomar un video o una foto para que tengas el recuerdo de su certificado. ¿Listo? Ese es como el proceso. Igual les vamos a enviar un videito explicando todo el detalle.
Listo, ya anoté todos los pasos.
Sí. Ok, entonces, ustedes van, ahí como ven la foto de Cindy, va a quedar ustedes, va a aparecer su nombrecito, entonces es muy interesante porque es un certificado, obviamente que tiene que ver con nuestra conferencia, ¿no? Entonces, los que ganaron el certificado, entonces teníamos, ayer estuvo hoy también muy activa Tatiana Castiblanco, Lorena, pero no, al final no supe cuál era el apellido de Lorena, Angie, Ivancy Albornoz, Ernesto Correa, ¿sí está ahí? Ernesto Correa también está hoy, Juan Viveros, Daniel Mejía, Boris Ramírez, Carolina Vázquez, Diego Galarza, Guillermo Solozano, Jason Camargo, Laura González, Leo Gama, Liliana Castillo, Mariana no tiene apellido, Natalia, Renato y Víctor. Entonces les vamos a hacer llegar, si por favor, los que nombramos no están. Entonces, si no les llegó, por favor me mandan un correíto y nosotros les hacemos llegar. Este es un certificado que fue patrocinado por la Universidad del Bosque, que cree en este tipo de eventos y que no solamente nos abrió las puertas con todos sus speakers, sino también nos patrocinó tener un certificado de última tecnología. ¿Cierto, Cindy?
Alexa.
Así
Dime.
es. Además, agradezco al equipo de Aura y a Citrian, que fueron los que también nos apoyaron con todo el desarrollo de realidad aumentada, porque como les contamos al inicio de este evento, no queríamos, digamos, si estamos en torno a tecnologías inmersivas, también queríamos que nuestro certificado fuera de la misma línea. Entonces, por eso quisimos también tener ese detalle y agradecemos, pues, por supuesto, a la Universidad El Bosque por el patrocinio, a la Universidad de Tilburg, que efectivamente nos apoyaron para pagar el desarrollo de estos certificados y que pudiéramos entregárselos tanto a los speakers como a los participantes. Muchísimas gracias.
Alexa,
Y me faltó
yo.
Sofía, me faltó Sofía.
Sofía,
Sofía, perdóname. ¿Y cuál es tu nombre? ¿Dónde estás?
Yo me llamo Daniel
No,
Rojas,
ya
mucho
te
gusto.
nombramos, ya te nombramos. ¿Alguien más me faltó? Dime. Dave.
Faltó Diego. Sí.
¿Diego? No, Diego Galarza.
Ajá.
Sí, él está.
Sí, aquí estoy. Quería preguntarles si el certificado ustedes lo van a enviar o ya lo enviaron.
No, Liliana, lo vamos a enviar porque no sabíamos a quién le íbamos a dar el certificado. Pues la idea era que nos apoyaran y que hicieran pues el esfuerzo de estar acá, de instalar el avatar, de escuchar a todos los speakers. Entonces, nosotros estamos muy felices de que ustedes están. Entonces, les vamos a mandar eso. Cindy, nos encargamos con ella de mandarle ese certificado y ponerle su nombre y todo. Los vamos a buscar si ustedes se registraron en la página web, si no, de todas formas, me mandan un correíto y yo los busco. Bueno, es que no tienen apellido. Lorena, sí, no sé, pero si me puede mandar un correíto. Y listo, máximo.
Súper.
Sí, antes de quisiera darle las gracias a todos los que están acá, a la Universidad del Bosque, a Tilburg, a la Universidad Javeriana de Cali también por la participación, e invitarlos, pues este fue el primer evento que se realiza de esta forma con esta alianza, pero esperamos seguir con estos eventos. Esperamos que en marzo del próximo año podamos tener el siguiente evento, entonces pues para que nos sigan y les vamos enviando la información. Y ahí pues la asociación Exarcol la encuentran en Instagram, en Facebook, para que nos sigan, y cualquier duda, cualquier pregunta, pues ahí vamos igual a estar respondiendo o vamos a estar publicando la información. Entonces, muchas gracias a todos y esperamos verlos pronto en un próximo evento.
Sí, Tatiana. Sí. Bueno, entonces, Máximo, sorry. We say, like, we give a certificate. All participants you see here and receive a certificate in augmented reality. Also you, because always is important the artists be here and make happy moments with you. And let's start, yeah? Máximo?
Hello,
Yay!
good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Nice audience from here. Very
Hello.
nice. A full house, yeah. First
yeah.
of all, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Yes, Massimo.
Full house.
That's good. So, like Alexandra said, we have now some music. I think a good event is not a good event without music, right? So I've been here to
Let's rock it.
To entertain you a little bit and to show some Brazilian songs, some pop rock songs. Most of you will probably know. Some of them, most of you won't know. But yeah. So yeah, that's it. And I'm going to start with the song. When we had the coffee interval, I played a Brazilian song from a rock band that's called Legião Urbana, called Quando o Sol Bater na Janela do Seu Quarto. When the sun shines in the window of your bedroom, or something like that. It's a very a beautiful song. So yeah, let's start. Quando o sol bater na janela do teu quarto, lembra e vê que o caminho é só. Por que esperar se podemos começar tudo agora mesmo? A humanidade é desumana, mas ainda temos chance. Sol nasce pra todos, só não sabe quem não quer. Quando o sol a janela quarto, lembra e vê que o caminho é só. Até bem pouco tempo atrás poderíamos mudar. Quem roubou nossa coragem? Tudo é dor, e toda dor vem do desejo de não sentirmos dor quando o sol bater na janela do teu quarto, lembra e vê que o caminho é só. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo.
Muito bom.
I don't know. See, you move the cable or is me a little bit the sound?
What do you mean? It's the volume is not good. What?
No. Sometimes like mute the sounds. Maybe.
I
A
don't
ver,
know.
checking.
Maybe.
A ver. Ese.
How is it? Is it okay?
Yes, no, yes, it's okay. Thank you.
The song is called "Times Like This." I'm one way mile away. I'm the one that drives away and follows you back home. I'm a little bit rising. I'm the one that bright and burn all alone. Oh, it's times like these I learn to live again. It's times like these I give and give again. It's times like these I learn to love again. It's times like these, time and time again. I'm a new day rising. I'm the one that finally heard the stars above tonight. And I'm a little divided. Who would say I'll run away and go behind? Oh, it's times like these I learn to live again. It's times like these I give and give again. It's times like these I learn to love again. It's times like these, it's time and time again. Learn to leave again. It's times like these I give and give again. It's times like these I learn to love again. It's times like these, it's time and time again. It's times like these I learn to live again. It's times like these I give and give again. It's times like these I learn to love again. It's times like these, it's time and time again. It's times like these I learn to live again. It's times like these I live and give again. It's times like these I learn to love again. It's times like these, it's time again. Yeah. Times like
Great. Foo Fighters.
Bravo.
Amazing. I love that song. Woo.
Yeah, good that you like it. Thank you. For the next song, it is a song of mine. I wrote this song during the first wave of the pandemic. I was home. I couldn't see much people, and I wrote this song it talks about appreciating the the small things in your life, the when the sun shines, when you are happy because you can breathe, or because you can have hope. And even if it's not the best time of our lives, we can try to make it a little bit better. And yeah, we have people that we love, we are healthy, and so that's it. It's called viver, or in Spanish, viver. Viver e acreditar ter o controle do que vai acontecer. Sofrer, selar todos os planos e não ter o que fazer. Barco à vela, navegando em mar aberto. O vento sopra, rumo ao futuro incerto. Por vezes posso vislumbrar onde estou indo, mas outras vezes o futuro é indefinido. Assustador e belo, som amarelo, a torrencial tira essas roupas do varal. Dá pra sorrir sem, às vezes de repente, lágrimas caem, fiz por estar vivo, feliz, por poder cantar, feliz, por ter ar pra respirar. Feliz, simplesmente por viver, acreditar ter o controle do que vai acontecer. Sofrer, selar todos os planos e não ter o que fazer. Sonhar, respirar, acordar, navegar, respirar, descer, respirar, viver, sonhar. Vem viver, amigo, vem agora. Acreditar ter o controle do que vai acontecer. Por cancelar todos os planos e não ter o que fazer. Pa, 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 pa.
Bravo.
Dankjewel. Yeah, so that's really nice. This is my first virtual concert with virtual people, virtual audience in a virtual place. It's very nice. It's like living, we are living a lot in this virtual world these times, right? In times like this, and we are seeing each other for WhatsApp, Skype, Zoom, and it's kind of sometimes kind of sucks, right? But we need to take the best of it and try like we are doing now. Try to enjoy. Fortunately, we have the technology to make us close again, right? And yeah, so this song is also about a new beginning, and I really like this band, White Snake, and it's called Here I Go Again. I don't know where I'm going, but I sure know where I've been. Hanging on the promises and the songs of yesterday. I made up my mind. I'm wasting no more time. But here I go again. Here I go again. You'll keep searching for an answer, and never seem to find what I'm looking for. But no, I pray to give me strength to carry on. I know what I mean to walk alone, lonely street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time. Don't know how I need a rescue. Waiting on those sweet charity. I'm gonna hold on for the rest of my days. I know what I mean. Walk alone, lonely street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. So I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time, but here I go again. Here I go again. But here I go again. Here I go. Doesn't have to need a rescue. Yeah, sweet charity. I'm gonna hold on for the rest of my days. I know what I mean to walk alone, lonely street of dreams. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. more time. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time, but here I go again.
Great chord. Why you late?
Otra. English in English, he talking in English.
More.
Oh, there.
More. Bueno, okay, the next.
Okay. So one more Brazilian song. It's called Sozinho or Alone. Da noite eu fico imaginando nós dois. Tá acordado, juntando o antes, o agora e o depois. E você me deixa tão solto que você não cola em mim. Tô me sentindo muito sozinho. Quero ser o seu dono. Que um carinho às vezes cai bem. Eu tenho e planos secretos só abro pra você e mais ninguém. Que você me esquece e some. Se eu me interessar por alguém, se ela de repente me ganha. Quando a gente gosta, é claro que a gente cuida. Fala que me ama, só quer da boca pra fora. Ou você me engana ou não está madura. Onde está você agora? Quando a gente gosta, é claro que a gente cuida. Fala que me ama, só quer da boca pra fora. Ou você me engana ou não está madura. Yeah. Onde está você agora? Sozinho, versão de Caetano Veloso.
Bravo.
Thank you. Okay.
Bravo, super.
Yeah, let's do another song from another band.
Next one.
Really like. The next one is called Alive. It's from Pearl Jam. so I said, I got a little story for you. I knew told as a daddy, nothing but it. Why do you something over the age 13? You knew that he was dying. Sorry, said I see him, and I'm glad to talk. Oh, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. She walks slowly across the young man's room. She said, I'm ready. Oh, I can't remember, and that is not everything. And love, you know where? No, I can see. I just stay home. I'm so alive. Hey, I'm so alive. Hey, I'm so alive. Hey, ooh, oh. Is something wrong to say? Of course there is. You're still alive to say all I deserve to be. You got a question. If you saw, who answers, oh, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. Ooh, I'm still alive. Ooh, still alive. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Oh,
Bravo!
I hope you were all singing in your houses, singing with
Yes, singing with you. For jam. Fighters, by snake.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay, sing it a little bit. A ver, Cindy, sing it.
Ay, no. No sé cómo más, porque canta espectacular.
Come on, Cindy.
A ver.
Give us a little bit of your voice.
Yes.
Menos mal que no me ven porque estoy roja.
Sigue, que cante.
Sí.
No, pero tiene que gritar Máximo y Juan Manuel también, porque Juan Manuel también estaba conmigo en Port Jan y White Snake y los Foo Fighters.
I think when you go mute, I think it's because the definition on the TO, on the threshold, on the audio configurations, you have an option that is to automatically manage the.
I think it's happening that I go mute sometimes.
Yes, it happens. It goes mute.
Oh.
It's super nice. I love your music, and also I think we know the song, and super nice. Bueno, let's go. Cindy want to sing it. Cindy?
No, Alex.
You want to sing it.
Eso depende de Máximo. Pero si Juan Manuel también canta aquí conmigo,
a ver, Juan,
pero que Máximo nos diga, no sé, cuál otra toca así. De esa misma línea. Stone Temple Pilots, For Jam, Scorpions, no sé.
Scorpions, it's
Scorpions is great.
There is a song on Stone Temple Pilots that I don't know if I remember it in the guitar, but it's the most famous one of them. And I feel time's a ways to go. And we're going for tomorrow. When I lies that come, so what do we even care? And I feel it. And I feel it. We're gone for tomorrow. Where we go with the mask you found. And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. When she's mad and low. And I feel the depends on the weather. Winds are raining in a battle when I see. These are the eyes, these are red. What do we even care? And I feel it. And she feels it. Where we go for tomorrow. Where we go in a mask you found. And I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. When she's mad and low. And the dogs to find her. Last time to wait for tomorrow. To find her, to find her, to find her. When the dogs to find her. Got time to wait for tomorrow. To find her, to find her, to find her. 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 Yeah. Rest in peace.
Great,
Máximo. Please, everyone can press it. Yeah, 1, 2. Thank you so much, Máximo, for coming today and give a fun time We also love everyone. We are researchers, we are entrepreneurs, we are teachers, we are a creator, we are a host, and we are everyone. But also, we love music, and this is in
Music.
common.
Music is our life.
Music. Ooh.
I have a candle here.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Ahora, muchísimas gracias a Máximo por haber venido aquí a acompañarnos y a darnos un rato muy chévere con música muy especial, que especialmente Cindy y Juan le encanta. Bailo un poquito más reggaetón, pero también me gusta el rock. Entonces, muchísimas gracias. Nos preparamos para las palabras finales. Let's go to the last words in this event. And also, if you want to stay a little bit to talking or something, we can stay. Give me a second.
Obrigado, Máximo.
Obrigado.
Máximo, obrigado.
De nada. Muito obrigado. Dankjewel.
Bueno, entonces está por ahí Camilo, está Juan, ¿están por ahí? Está el profe Andrés.
Acá estamos.
Listo. Denme un segundito. Bueno, nuestras palabras finales del día de hoy. Terminamos este evento. Y entonces, el equipo organizador. Vamos en orden. Listo, Juan. Las palabras finales en español y en inglés. Tenemos audiencia de los dos países. Sería muy, muy bueno.
Well, just to finish this event, I would like to say thank you. Thank you all for being with us these 2 days with these amazing speakers. I think we had a very good overview of what is possible with immersive technologies and artificial intelligence. You said that there are many different ways to apply this technology at different levels. And that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to create an event that was able to connect people from different countries, connect people with different interests, but definitely people who are willing to go beyond what is regular with immersive technologies and apply them to a daily basis. So thank you all and hope to see you soon on our next event. Y ahora en español.
Sí, en español.
Y ahora en español, pues muchas gracias a todos. Muchas gracias a todos por habernos acompañado estos 2 días. Este evento, queríamos que este evento fuera un espacio donde encontrarnos, donde hablar de lo que nos apasiona, que son las tecnologías inmersivas, realidad virtual, realidad aumentada, inteligencia artificial, y que pudiéramos conectarnos con lo que está sucediendo a nivel nacional e internacional. Los invitados que tuvimos fueron excelentes. Muchas gracias a todos ellos también por haber compartido sus experiencias, los desarrollos que han creado. Y queremos pues que este siendo el primero, quedamos muy contentos con lo que sucedió y esperamos poder seguir teniendo este evento y que el próximo año sea la segunda versión y esperamos contar con todos ustedes también. Entonces, muchas gracias y nos vemos pronto.
¡Bravo!
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 Bueno, le damos el siguiente paso a Camilo para que se exprese. ¿Dónde está Camilo? Cami, pasa por acá.
¿Yo?
¿Está por ahí Camilo?
Hola, hola.
Muy bien. En español, en inglés.
Okay. Thanks everyone.
Camilo, estás muteado. Tienes que
amazing.
desmutearse.
Okay, let me try this one.
Ahí se escucha.
Right now.
Yo escucho a Camilo.
Desmutealo tú, Alex.
Yo no lo escucho. Bueno, sigue, sigue.
Okay, now is this thanks everyone and thank the organizers, especially to you two, Alexandra, and all the ladies that create this awesome event, and also all the attendants. I hope that you enjoy, learn, and connect. That is very important, and I hope to see you in the next Xcore, the second version. Thanks to everyone. Gracias a todos.
Bravo.
Wow. What an inspiration.
Gracias a todos.
Los fans. Continúa, Alexandra.
Ok, perfecto. Andrés Navarro de la Universidad de Cali, de la Universidad Javeriana. ¿A dónde? No te veo.
Acá sentado. Subo.
Pasa al stage. Vamos esperando para las palabras finales.
Okay, I would like to thank everybody for coming to this conference. I'm happy to see some of my students in the audience. Also, I have to tell that I met Alexandra in 2019 in an international conference, precisely in Javeriana, Cali, and I saw so much potential in her. Then later this year, I had the chance to meet the fabulous team from the Universidad del Bosque and the people from Exarcol. I want to tell you that from Cali, from myself, from Javeriana Cali, we are willing to establish stronger links with both of you. We have many things in common. Thank you for letting me be part of this. Bueno, quiero agradecer antes que nada la asistencia de todos ustedes. Me alegra mucho ver algunos de mis estudiantes aquí sentados también. Decía que en el 2019 tuve la oportunidad de conocer a Alexandra en una conferencia internacional en Javeriana, Cali, y vi todo el potencial que traía ella con sus proyectos, y luego pues ella... pues con la organización de esta conferencia, con lo poco que pude aportar, conocí al gran equipo de la Universidad del Bosque y los de Exarcol. Estamos abiertos a estrechar esta relación y esperemos que continúe. Gracias a todos.
Perfecto. Sigamos. ¡Bravo! Bueno, sigue otra chica muy, muy especial. Aura, te estamos esperando aquí en el stage.
¡Bravo, Aura!
Okay, thank you, Alexandra. We start this dream and to plan this event, this conference a few months ago. You was preparing this from same time ago, but those months have been really interesting. Understanding, coordinating of the teams for make this possible. So thank you for to to the teams in the Universidad del Bosque and the Universidad Javeriana, Andrés and all the participants that have been here to participate and to share your knowledge, to learn also, and to have in contact with us. We hope we continue this conference with Evan, and we continue making more stronger our networks. Thank you, all of you who are here connected. Yeah.
¡Súper!
Muy bien, Laura.
Ahora en español, ahora en español.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que han participado, pues con Alexandra y pues el equipo que hemos empezado, pues Alexa ya venía planeando la conferencia, pero nos hemos integrado en el desarrollo y le hemos apoyado. Muchísimas gracias a los equipos también de la Universidad del Bosque, Andrés de la Universidad Javeriana, todos los de las compañías que hacen parte de Exarrol, por participar y por compartir su conocimiento, sus experiencias, y a los que han también asistido a aprender, a conocer más sobre estos temas. Muchísimas gracias. Y esperamos continuar realizando este evento y compartir, haciendo más despiertas todas las redes, las conexiones y las... Gracias.
Sorry, I forgot to thank University of Tilburg too, of course.
Tilburg.
Ya lo saludo.
Sí, también.
Okay, the next is Danny. Where is Danny, our host?
Here I am here. Thank you everyone. Thank you for having me here. Alexandra told me one day before, but I was ready, I think. I'm sorry if I made mistakes, but I did it with all my passion. I love this community, and I see how we are getting bigger. Now we are 22 people, but I think that next year we're going to break the internet. Thank you for University of Tilburg for sharing to us Alexandra. She's an amazing person. Bueno, y gracias por permitirme estar aquí, Alexa, por echarme al agua un día antes, pero genial.
Perdóname.
Fue increíble, me preparé toda la noche, tuve pesadillas, pero estuvo chévere. Este trabajo nunca lo había hecho, pero pido perdón por si en algún momento me equivoqué, si no hablé bien, pero este tema me apasiona mucho y qué bueno poder estar entre ustedes, cofundadores, creadores, Sindey, Andrés, todos, Juan y Camilo, muchas gracias por su paciencia conmigo. Un abrazo.
¡Bravo! Bueno, ¿qué me falta? Sindey.
Hola a todos. Bueno, many thanks to all the sponsors, the students, teachers, and all the team of different university and institutions, Exarcol, Salandi, se llamaba, se me olvidó.
Sadilar.
Sadilar of South Africa, Tilburg University, El Bosque University, Universidad Javeriana de Cali, all the team. The team we dedicate our life to create, to take advantage of technology, continue to dream and create. Being at this time at home, we learn new tools. We hope everyone learned thanks to all the West. Very amazing. See you at the next event. Muchas gracias a todos los patrocinadores, a los estudiantes, docentes, a todo el equipo que dedicamos la vida a crear, a aprovechar la tecnología. Sigamos soñando y creando, a la Universidad de Tilburg, a la Universidad El Bosque, a Sadilar, que es un equipo pues, muy interesante de diseño de recursos para la comunicación en Sudáfrica, por uno de nuestros speakers. A pesar de estar en casa, pues aprendimos nuevas herramientas, esperamos que todos aprendieran gracias a todos los invitados que fueron increíbles. Nos vemos en el siguiente evento y gracias en todos los idiomas porque sé que nos escucharon muchas personas. Gracias, arigato, danke, merci, thank you, obrigado, gracias, toda, sagolun, quitos, merce, thank you y gracias.
Listo, ahora que cante en todos sus idiomas.
No.
Sí, que cante, bravo.
Y lástima que no puedo hacer en lengua de señas, gracias, porque sería genial. Eso también es parte de todo lo que hacemos.
Plataforma de señas.
De señas, sí. Apoyando y potenciando todos estos procesos para la inclusión de todos y todas.
Bravo.
Listo, Alexa, muchas gracias.
Listo, bueno. Pero me siento aquí. Bueno, en inglés, ¿no? Thanks everyone to be joined this conference. This was started because Colombia, I'm from Colombia, and Colombia invests in some people who study outside of the country. And then Colombia is interesting that we can make, especially Conciencias is one of the research organization in Colombia, want to make a possibility that networking and all knowledge around the other part of the world can contribute and can go to Colombia. Then I will say to Cindy one day, Cindy, let's make a conference. And with Andres, and with Juan, and Daniel, and Camilo, and convince them because it's very important, like make a connection between two countries. And this is the reason this conference is in two languages. And also, I think the many people and all the speakers are here learning a little bit Spanish. And also we're learning a little bit English, forced to thinking in English. And this is interesting of this conference. And we start with the idea, is our first event, and then we learning some things about organization, learning how we can make publicity for the next event, because we want to planning to do one in the next year, in March, maybe, the 21. But we inform you by email, or also we publishing in our Facebook and also the webpage we have. But we are very happy. We have two sponsors. One is Tilburg University, the second is University El Bosque, and also three partners is the University of Javeriana, but this is a special group, the name is Destino. The second is Sadilar, is in South Africa, and the last are, where are the last? I forget. South Africa, Sadilar, and ETSARCOL is the Association of Colombia in Immersive Technology. And then, who is speaking English here? I know I don't understand Spanish. I want to thank you because all you see here, all the conferences are my friends. No, we start with the friends and colleagues, and help me to do this. You never imagine when you need to make a conference and you need to convince them. And first we start with the friends, and all you see here, this team organizer are my friends. No, also in the participant are my friends, and also you are when I don't know you yet. Maybe you can be my friends too in the future, because this is the idea. Like we start in here and we one idea, and now we make it possible. And now in Spanish. Muchas gracias por venir hoy, por estar aquí con nosotros. No sé si en este momento nosotros estamos haciendo un live y en el futuro alguien está viendo este video, pero esta iniciativa la empezamos porque empecé a hacer un doctorado en Holanda y la idea es que haya un intercambio de conocimiento entre Europa y Colombia, o el país donde Colombia invierte a sus estudiantes para que estudien afuera. Entonces, por eso nos esforzamos y también intentamos hacer conexiones en español y en inglés. Y fue todo un reto, ¿no, Cindy? Porque nos tocó atrevernos
Totalmente.
a hacer la exposición en español, en inglés, intercambiábamos porque tenemos audiencia de los dos países. También forzamos de cierta forma a mis profesores de Holanda. Tengo el profesor de Eric y Mari, que es de República Checa, que hablan pues, en inglés, no entienden español. Diogo creo que está acá, Elisa, ¿no? Entonces se esfuerza un poquito que hablen español. Pero bueno, y nosotros también en comunicarnos en inglés y por eso me siento muy agradecida. Ustedes ven aquí, todos los que están aquí, este grupo organizador son mis amigos, mis colegas también, todos los que ven en los conferencistas, nos conocimos en algún momento con un café y espero que ustedes también en el futuro seamos amigos, estemos en contacto. No, en serio, porque así empezamos, a veces virtualmente. Yo creo que conocí varios de acá, solo los conozco virtualmente, pero empezamos a hacer proyectos. Entonces, ya viene una publicación. Ustedes ven que está en la página web, la estamos diseñando con Cindy. Nos envían en enero, nos envían su escrito de 4 hojitas, lo evaluamos y miramos, nos ponemos en contacto porque queremos hacer la publicación en español y en inglés. Y bueno, muchísimas gracias a Juan, muchísimas gracias al presidente de la asociación, a Cindy, que siempre cree en todas las locuras y siempre está en todo y me está apoyando en todo, a Daniel, que es el increíble host y tiene unos talentos especiales para presentar, Camilo, espectacular con su speed date, me encantó el profe Andrés, que es el profe también, cuando yo lo conocí, el último y sabía todo en la tecnología, Anaura, que es una mujer encantadora y también está pendiente de todo y siempre está al tanto y nos apoya en todo. Y muchísimas gracias por venir, de verdad. Me siento muy agradecida, nos podemos quedar aquí un ratico hablando. Y
No se
bueno, gracias a
acabe.
todos. No, gracias a todos en verlos en el mundo virtual. Y vamos a hacer la otra, Cindy.
Se logró. Sí, pues estaban conversando para ver en qué fecha ya podemos hacer el siguiente, si podemos en marzo. Pues agradezco definitivamente a todo el equipo que logramos consolidar en estos 2 días tan maravillosos de enseñanzas y aprendizaje. Y gracias, Alexa, porque efectivamente cuando pensamos en esto no nos imaginábamos que íbamos a hacerlo virtual, lo pensamos presenciales, pues ya habíamos hasta pensado en el café colombiano para todos, Colombian Coffee for All.
¡Que viva el
No, en
café
serio.
colombiano!
Pero mira que estamos impactando a nivel mundial así, ¿no? De todas formas, están en Avatar.
Sí.
O sea, tenemos un mundo virtual y hecho en Colombia y con gente de Colombia y nos trajimos a muchas personas de otros países. Entonces, vamos con toda.
Así
¿Alguien
es,
más quiere dar palabras?
Repito las palabras, Alexa, que nos decían que a pesar de los diferentes lugares de procedencia de todos nosotros, pues no hay barreras. Eso es lo más importante. ¿Listo?
¿Alguien más quiere hablar? Someone want to speak?
Sandra, por esa confianza que te tienes y
Dave,
por echarnos toda el agua. Pero genial evento, en serio. Sin ti no habría sido igual.
Ay, tan lindo.
Sí. Bravo.
Ay. Vamos.
A mí me gustaría decir algo para también cerrar.
Claro.
Pues primero agradecerles mucho por el evento, la verdad muy interesante esta experiencia. La verdad desde que estuve, digamos, como pendiente de las redes de XR Call y como la propuesta que tenían me causó mucha curiosidad. También muy interesante ver a todos los speakers, saber en qué proyectos andan, con qué tecnologías trabajan, cómo las abordan y cómo también se forma como no solo ese network, o sea, esa red, sino que digamos también tener un referente de, digamos, en qué situación estamos actualmente, cómo podemos mejorar, qué otros alcances podemos llegar a tener más adelante Y pues chévere que este tipo de eventos se muestren, chévere. La verdad, pues a pesar de que, digamos, yo en lo personal he trabajado con realidad virtual y aumentada, digamos, no conocía mucho de estos espacios y chévere que, digamos, ya personas referentes del sector estén participando y quieran generar proyectos. Entonces, muchas gracias a los speakers. Thank you for everyone. Y no, nada, muchísimas gracias de nuevo, como siempre.
Qué bello. Muchísimas gracias a ti por venir. Y Priscila decía algo muy interesante. Los que participen en la publicación, nos mande las 4 hojitas, van a ser uno de los principales speakers para el siguiente evento. Entonces, porfa, no importa, envíenos la hojita, nosotros la leemos y de todas formas nosotros se las traducimos. Si nos la mandan en español, se la traducimos. Y si nos lo mandan en inglés, la pasamos al español. ¿Cierto, Cindy?
Si lo mando en francés.
Así es.
Ah, no.
Y alemán.
¿Y si la mandamos en ambos?
Y japonés.
No exageres.
Sí, también.
Genial en ambos.
Eso. Bueno, gracias. Me voy a almorzar, porque yo no he
Gracias a
almorzado.
todos.
Sí, almorzar.
Síganos en redes sociales
¡Hambre!
y si comparten, si tienen fotos del evento y nos las comparten con hashtag Exarcol y cambiando a la Universidad del Bosque, la Universidad de Tilburg, la Universidad Javeriana de Cali y a Saiza. Chévere. Y seguimos la
Alguien que mande la foto en la cafetería cuando estábamos en el refrigerio.
Eso, profe Andrés.
Eso. Hagamos un Facebook virtual, carajo.
Gracias a todos.
Eso.
Chao.
Chao.
Felicidades, son pioneros, 100% pioneros. Felicidades.
Bye.
¿Quién habla? Identifíquese.
Desde Ecuador.
Muchas gracias.
Renato,
Nos vemos en marzo.
Renato. Estás en vivo, en directo desde YouTube, Facebook. 2 personas nos están viendo en este momento. Creo que por derechos, bloquea ese ruido. Bloquea ese ruido que nos bloquean. Nos bloquean por derechos, Camilo. Carajo, niño
Sí.
Pata. Bueno. Chao, Lingus. Nos vemos en 10 días.
Chao.
No llores,
Bye.
Alex.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, todo súper.
¡Ay, está
¿Rosita?
Claudia! No, Claudia.
Al final aprendí a bailar.
¿Claudia?
Ya era hora.
Yo. ¿Dónde está Claudia? ¿Está Claudia acá?
Me bajo.
Mira.
No, yo escuché a... ¿Quién habló? ¿Fue Priscila o fue Mariana
Priscila.
o Sofi?
Baila tu cuerpo.
Sofi, fue Sofi.
Espérense.
Un gran evento. De verdad, me parece que esta transmisión de conocimiento es muy, pero muy interesante no solamente para los que estamos aquí. Yo sé que en algún momento cualquier persona se va a interesar en esas grabaciones que quedan. Y me imagino que se van a retroalimentar bastante. Muchísimas gracias por todo. Súper evento. Me sentí muy cómoda en los asientos en los que me ubiqué. Muy chévere el escenario, muy lindo todo. La verdad, muy interesante. Súper. Muchas felicitaciones a todos los organizadores. Todo muy bien.
Gracias.
Gracias,
Auspiciado por
Sofi.
Muma, asientos colombianos.
Sí, súper.
Camilo tiene una pregunta. Se mueve como raro.
A ver, pregunte.
Bueno, en Facebook estamos unos 20 minuticos atrás, pero pues porque se hizo un cambio de transmisión, pero estamos conectados y ahí las personas están escribiendo, ya nos preguntaron qué plataforma estábamos usando porque les pareció increíble y efectivamente pues porque quieren retomar y ver explorar este tipo de herramientas para hacer sus eventos. Entonces ahí ya nos están escribiendo también en Facebook.
Voy a pedir un deseo, estoy entre dos mujeres.
Alexa.
Pero ¿cómo así si yo veo a Guillermo aquí?
Pero
¿No?
Alexa y Cindy.
Ah, ya.
Sí, claro, pero es que Daniel está a la mitad entre nosotras dos.
Ah, ya.
Un chiste que en
Listo.
Holanda no ha llegado.
Ah, sí, perdóname, un pequeñito aquí.
Bueno, vamos a desconectar. Gracias. Chau.
Chao.
Muchas gracias a todos, estamos en contacto y nos vemos entonces en el siguiente evento. Bendiciones para todos.
Así, que Dios los bendiga.
Que Dios los bendiga.
Chao.
Bye, thank you.
Bueno, pues ahí estamos. ¿Cómo les fue? Ay, perdón. Aquí estoy descontado. ¿Y qué tal? ¿Cómo les pareció todo? Esperamos que estas 7 horas 58 minutos de transmisión les haya gustado. Recuerden seguirnos en las redes XRCall. Ahí vamos a estar siguiendo. Queremos que estos eventos no paren. Queremos seguir compartiendo tanto conocimiento desde Holanda, Colombia, Latinoamérica, toda la región, que se conozca todo lo que podemos hacer en tecnologías inmersivas. Así que nos vemos. Chao. Ya conocieron todas mis etapas, no tengo nada más que mostrarles. Así que hasta la próxima. Bendiciones. Acabando broadcast.